Preview isn't
Let's
showing
just
anything
guess.
yet, at least.
Hakita is
there we go.
streaming
Okay.
ULTRAKILL.
That should be good.
Yep. Yeah, it's showing up for me as well.
Oh.
Intended for certain audiences.
What audiences? It's very ambiguous.
Yeah, that's kind of scary.
Terrifying.
Who is watching?
Do you want to share your screen with us too, so we can?
Oh yeah. I
follow along in real time.
I forgot something. You see that okay?
Yep.
Hello everyone. I think we got a minute. We have to wait a minute before we start.
Okay. Are we allowed to talk?
I don't think I can do that.
I don't think I can last that long.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna die.
Like, waiting. Anyway.
I'm surprised I wasn't the first one to make a joke like that, but I guess you beat me to the punch on that.
No, yeah, I was kind of expecting you to.
I was kind of trying to hold back, you know, because we gotta look good for the public.
But it's for certain audiences, according to Twitch.tv.
It's specifically only for people in the dev Discord.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Wow.
Where does it say for certain audiences?
I don't know, when I hover the stream,
it's really funny.
At the top left is intended for certain audiences.
I have like the stream manager open, and for me it has like the live thing, and then next to it has a green button that says excellent. Oh, thanks Twitch.
Yeah, it has a live like reaction.
Yeah, it was Hakita live reaction.
That's crazy. I didn't know we had Hakita on the stream.
Surprise guest.
That's crazy. I don't. Who even is that?
I think he has this like music project. It's called Heresy. It's very obscure.
Whoa! Leaks. Whoa.
Who is that? Don't tell me. That'll be leaking.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. That's spoilers.
That's classified.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think we're good to start, or should we wait a bit more just to let people flow in?
Yeah, gotta maximize engagement.
Yeah, we are maximizing.
Make sure to like and subscribe. That's the wrong platform.
Like and subscribe. Why are we getting werewolves over here?
What? I'm too tired for this shit.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, that shit sucked.
Do we? Okay. Can we just end the stream?
Yeah.
I'm not like I don't even really have anything to say because I was in the mines this whole update.
Well, you can talk about the mines a little bit. But
yeah, that's true. Yeah. Also, no, I mean, I'm just here to listen to you guys.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple people doing that, right? Or at least trying to.
Too many. Stream froze for me. Let me refresh. Oh, we do have the title screen stuff already, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just read. Congratulations on completing the code revamp. Thanks.
Not only has it not been completed, it has not even continued.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
It's rough out here.
I I thought, but I was like, you know how like, Jesus Christ, my brain is not working. I was gonna say, you know how like grapes have raisins? I'm like that, but for a tomato. Some might say a dried tomato.
Yeah.
It's not done yet.
Well, you see.
It's complicated.
It's very complicated.
I'm a crap. Okay.
Oh, is this gonna be saved as a highlight? Yeah. Yeah, and we'll be uploading it on like YouTube and stuff as well.
I thought highlights were like 2 seconds long.
Oh, that's clips.
Oh. What? Oh, a 6-hour highlight. Like, it can't all be that good, right?
I mean, I assume it's supposed to be like your highlighted streams rather than highlighted moments.
Oh.
I guess that's the...
Okay, well that makes sense. So I'm bored now.
Things need to stop making sense right now. Call David Byrne.
This is not driving engagement.
Okay, I think we're good to start. And we have like almost 200 viewers, which is better than I expected for a sudden announcement and morning late night stream.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It's midnight for me right now.
Yeah, just to mention on that, like the reason it's at such a weird time instead of the usual announcement time or whatever that we do, is just because this is kind of the best we could do with our sleep schedules right now, where we kind of have to match across the whole planet.
Yeah. And these streams are fucking long.
Yeah. Hopefully this one will be a little shorter, but who knows?
Hopefully.
Maybe it'll be like a fucking 24-hour marathon.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we could do a little introduction round. So
Whoa.
I'm Hakita. I'm the lead developer. I do like direction, writing, level design, game design, sound design, animation, music. Fucking probably forgot something, but I do a lot of stuff.
Probably.
And then we have Heckteck.
Oh, hi. I'm half asleep. I do programming currently in the mines for fraud. You know how it is.
Player 8 fraud, specifically, and not just general fraud.
I'm doing that too, actually. Oh, do we need to give like one fact about ourselves?
Oh.
No, please.
Yes,
no.
yes, yes.
Please,
Yes.
no.
Go on, Hakita, you first.
Let me think. I watched the longest movie of all time, Logistics, which is 35 days long.
Oh yeah.
And I made Salad watch a bunch of it.
I was on stream for like half of it actually. It was fun.
Yeah, it was great until the Suez Canal, and then it got really fucking boring because from that all the way to China, where it was headed, like it's just flat ocean for like 14 days or something.
Mm-hmm.
They should just put you in an actual box, like on a boat. To be clear,
I'm in a box. It's called society.
Oh,
Right, Heckteck, what's your one fact?
God, I didn't actually expect to have to do this.
You're the one who suggested it.
You were the one that suggested it.
Yeah, I didn't expect anyone to actually pick up on it.
Oh.
I'm asleep.
We can wait on that. We can do Salad first.
Oh my god.
Please, God.
Introduce yourself, Salad, and then give us a fact.
Hi, I'm Salad. Legal name, the Saladmancer. No one ever calls me that.
First name the.
I guess technically I'm a developer.
Yeah.
Not
you
like
worked on
actively.
You did do some active work for this update.
Yeah. I was brought on for the last 2 months of development to do the terminal revamp and the art that you are looking at right now for the main menu, both the V1 art and the logo text mode. version. I don't think I did anything else. I think that's most of it.
Well, you can also mention the fact that you've been like around as a support for like the entirety of the development.
Oh
I
yeah,
was gonna say you've been the emotional support like throughout this entire thing.
yeah. I guess the best way to describe that would be
Emotional support twink.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I guess, but
I guess.
basically, me and Nikita, how long ago now?
I think it's been
At least 2 years.
Yeah.
I want to say, just both work on our own stuff in voice chat at the same time.
yeah, and it's just been like it's really funny to compare like specifically. I think because you were around from like half of P2, but then you had to do like other stuff while I was working on 7.1, and 7.1 took like 3 months for me to make because I was just working on my own. But then 7.2, when Salad came back, it only took like 1 month. So that's like
Yeah.
triple the speed of development. So that's the power of an emotional support twink.
So I fucking laughed in the middle of talking because I read a fucking chat message that just said the lobster.
Somebody bring out the lobster!
The lobster. The lobster.
Oh,
Alright, give us a fact.
to be.
Classic.
Oh fuck.
Haha, I've got mine.
Okay, we can do Heckteck's fact first.
Okay,
Yeah, whoa, look
thank
back.
God.
I also wanted to take the excuse to say the way you started, like your introduction. Oh, sorry, when you were like, "How long has it been?" Hakita and I thought you were going to announce a pregnancy. Anyway, so yeah, I'm extremely obsessed with vampires and write music about vampires in my spare time.
Hmm.
There we go.
Do you have
That's a
anything,
good one.
any place where you posted any of your music?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm getting to it though. I have demo tracks, like finally all of them
And they're also
assembled
very
for the
cool.
album. Wow, thank you.
Alright.
That's awesome.
Salad fact now.
Oh God. I watched Citizen Kane for the first time a few days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's literally the only thing that I can think of.
Oh, my internet disconnected. I thought everyone just went silent and waited.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, we kind of did, but
How scary.
Victoria, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Victoria. I'm the 3D artist on the game. I also do all of the graphics programming and, I don't know, some miscellaneous programming, and I don't know, I did 7.4, 7S, whatever. I guess fact about me is that I do some pretty mean barbecue. So
True.
swing by if you want some real ass southern barbecue.
Just from pictures, you're
yeah.
true.
Yeah. You
Also,
should like
did
you
you,
should like
like,
mail me some.
I can do that.
Did you like mention the modeling? Am I just that tired?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I swear. Oh wow, I'm crazy.
She specifically said the 3D artist, which is true because we only have
Which is-
one.
Yeah, which is genuinely insane, by the way. I'd not convince Victoria is a real person.
Yeah, no. If it's not like Pro Builder level geometry, I made it, so it's half the pixels on your screen are me, and the other half are also me.
Yeah, just in a different way.
Yeah.
Alright, I think we can finally get started then. And I'm not gonna reboot the game, but surely I guess we can mention like the new intro stuff. Like the new blood logo and such. Because the new blood logo, like the new one, the splash screen or whatever, that one was like the idea was specifically just to like, that would all be like in the OS style, so that it's kind of like that we could keep that consistent where the whole beginning of the game until you actually get to play it is just like all like within the OS. But outside of that instruction, that was just like all pretty much Dave, because New Blood's Dave's company, so I just let Dave do as he wanted. And forget his name, who's the video editor who did that? Was it Gilby? Anyway, someone for New Blood. And then the actual like the content warning thing, that was just something I like. That's not even a video. That's just like in-engine thing. That I was like, oh shit, we have to update that too to make it fit the OS look. And then I just quickly slapped it together and then added like the red thing. And I think it's cool, and it will particularly be cooler eventually once people find out more. Now we can talk about the main menu.
Weehee.
So the first, like I mentioned, like the background stuff, like the whole circuit map or whatever it's called, that was by Ria, who also did the graphics for the new UI. So you can see like the edges of the things have been trimmed, and then all these cool assets of like the bars and some such things, and the scroll bar and such. That was all Ria. And I'm glad we finally did that, because we still used to have Unity default graphics on most of the menu stuff.
God.
And then the code poem thing in the background, that was Heckteck. I think you did that mostly.
Yeah. Sorry, my voice is not working. Yeah, I did that.
Yeah.
I know, it's very, very cool, and I wouldn't say anything else about it, but
yeah,
I think I did great work.
It's the kind of thing that might make sense eventually.
Might being the key word.
Might, very, very much might. It is possible, but not very plausible. Well, Angry Men reference goes out to the audience. Anyway, then all the text around V1 art, that's stuff that I wrote to like sort of wink and nudge about specific gameplay features and such, and connect some things that haven't been connected like in a game yet. So like the things that I've mentioned of how some things work, but now they're finally in game in some form as well. And then Salad can talk about the art.
Yeah, so the V1 art in particular, that took me about 3 days, I want to say. It uses a pixel art style known as text mode pixel art. I think, because people have asked me a lot if it's ASCII art, and I think it's technically not. I used a browser site called levellevel.com. It was kind of a nightmare for the canvas that was this big, and also with as many layers as I ended up using. But the design itself was intended to resemble the Vitruvian Man, with the way that the arms are like spread out wide, and the legs are straight down. I think I was originally going to try to have the way that the legs look in that piece, how they are also spread, but I just didn't really end up looking all that good, so we ended up cutting it. The legs in particular took a lot of work to make look good, because originally they were going to face directly forward into the camera, but that ended up looking kind of wonky. So I think the perspective that I ended up using was the the lesser of the evils. Trying to think if there's anything else noteworthy really about it. Oh yeah, the arms update with the arms that you get throughout the game.
An empty file. There we go. You can see it just has the feedbacker on an empty file, and then as you get the knuckle blaster, it adds that, and then eventually all the.
Yeah, it goes really off model in some places, but then again, I feel like
is there even an on model of reveal?
Yeah, like every single piece of art, both 2D and 3D, kind of goes off model in some major ways. So I figured it was probably fine. You can see it especially in like the feedbacker and the knuckle blaster. I'm like 99% sure that the knuckle blaster doesn't have like the opening tube area like on the interior of the forearm, but I ended up putting it in there anyways just because otherwise it would be a flat forearm and it looked kind of lame. So, and the I guess the logo too, not really much to say about that other than I had to increase the resolution like 3 different times because it was like way too low res every single time.
Yeah. And we had to do a bunch of struggling just to get the all the like placement and stuff right. I remember that.
Did you post the main menu concept?
Oh yeah. I did.
So, yeah.
But
Okay.
I don't know how to pull it up on stream, so people will have to find it somehow.
People have to dig. Deep lore implications.
It's like, what are the options? It's like poop, fart, shart.
Yeah, something like that.
That's great.
Poop, shit, fart, shart, probably. That sounds like
Quit.
what I would do.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, and also Heckteck, since you probably won't have much to talk about otherwise, you can probably look at the chat and see if there's any questions.
Yeah, that was my job last time, actually. So, I mean, I don't know if I can read in my current state.
You can try.
If I go quiet and I start snoring, just like...
I'm an ULTRAKILL developer, I can't read.
I'm too gay to read.
Except the
Sorry.
Old Testament.
Well, okay, but... No, I actually just pretend all of my Bible knowledge. When you bring it up, I'm just like, yeah, right, I remember that.
You just make it up on the go.
Yeah, there was one time. Okay, sorry, just very funny aside. There was one time where like we accidentally trapped some people, like sorry, in like a Discord call because we just had like we have like these weekly meetings, and Hakita and I just ended up talking about the Old Testament and the Bible.
Yeah, you were talking about like King Solomon or something as an as an exorcist?
Yeah. But like we just kind of forgot to like tell everyone they could like go.
Yeah. So we had like Scott and Victoria and Peter there, just like sitting there and listening to us yap.
Yeah. Too terrified to say anything lest we
Anger.
I don't know. Anger Yahweh.
Kill them.
True.
Lest we bridegroom of blood them.
Oh jeez. This is another problem. Is my filler words? They're all biblical. What can I say? I'm a tomato of God.
All right, let's finally start going. Oh yeah, and we'll do the rest of the main menu stuff after we've done like a bit of the game, so we can circle back on that. The actual like, I forgot we left this like completely the same as it was. Like all
it still works.
Yeah, it's pretty well. Like we could maybe like add a little trim around it or something, but I like it being very minimal. Yeah, some people are like, oh, you should update this because it's still using the old graphics, and it's like that.
You're so true.
Oh yeah, this is one thing that I like, the fact that we like animated the text this time around. That helps a lot in terms of just bringing a little bit of life to it.
Yeah.
That was kind of, I think that was kind of a pain in the ass to get that work properly, because we had to do like a coroutine thing, and in order to have, right, I think because the way I end up, because originally I had like an actual symbol that was like the scrolling thing, like the thing that like writes it all down, because that's the I don't know what you call it, like the typing cursor
The carrot.
on a stick.
Rabbit. Oh my god.
And but actually, what the way I ended up getting it to work is it's actually just making the background of the letter that is the latest one the same as the foreground color. So that's
Christ.
and that was the only way, because the letters are like, and the symbols are differently, have some different width, some of them, like the periods and such. So that was the only way of making it consistent without having things jitter around as it writes it down.
The kerning.
Play on standard.
Oh, but then you can't show off the brutal mechanics. Me
Yeah.
actively trying to sabotage the stream.
But
Will
also,
never leave.
I think, yeah, I've mentioned it before, I think, but I always play on standard. Occasionally I'll play through the game on like violent or brutal just to like feel it out again. And the last time I did it on brutal, there's definitely some changes I want to make. But I think once we actually do ULTRAKILL Must Die, we'll probably make brutal a little bit easier, and then ULTRAKILL Must Die a little bit harder than brutal. Because beyond that, it kind of becomes nonsense and just pure luck, how things work. Yeah. Yeah, you can skip the intro animation with the escape key if you've already seen it once, because otherwise testing the tutorial was really annoying. Yeah, the new HUD that like on the lower right, that we wanted to keep like the like V1's OS. We wanted to keep the same look of like very minimalistic, like all dark and white and stuff, and then create a contrast between that and then the other OSs that you see later on with SmileOS 1.0 and 2.0. So it's sort of like that it makes sense that each like thing has its own kind of UI rather than everything using the same design language.
Yeah.
All right, and here this big thing was just like, oh yeah, we still use the old like, and these are like horribly stretched out, but that's the thing, is like even with the revamp update, there's like a billion zillion things we could still do to improve things, but it's sort of just like wanting to get it to a good enough level rather than trying to try for perfection. Yeah, with the tutorial, I wanted to add a bit more atmosphere since it is the opening of the game. So there's some like a light, mist and smoke and stuff, and more like flickering lights to sort of add the idea of like, oh, this is like a really run down section that like no one's been here for ages. So the door is like broken, it doesn't open fully, and you have to slide under it. That was another big thing, is with the revamp stuff, is sort of at least trying to, because like obviously it won't matter for most people, but adding like in-universe explanations for some things that are otherwise purely mechanical, it helps a lot in terms of like coloring the world and making it feel more immersive and believable, instead of just like an obstacle course made for a video game. So that was something that I wanted to focus on a bit more, since that was pretty weak in the original versions. So there's a lot of like broken doors and locked doors and things that would explain where the player, or like where the people otherwise in this place would be going. Like here, there's a door, So that explains why these stairs lead down, because someone would need to go down here and like go there. And then there's the bridge that's broken off, which explains why there's this gap. So a lot of that kind of little detailing just to give a bit more life to things. And this was one of the things...
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was saying, I was so entertained by how little it takes to like justify a room. It's very funny. That's it.
And it seems like a very minor thing, but it does add a lot in terms of like how the game feels, I think, even on a subconscious level.
Yeah.
So yeah, this used to just be a gap, but then in order to teach the player about the fact that the dash has iframes, and we decided to change it into like a lightning thing. I think you might still be able to bypass it if you're really precise like this, but obviously most people are not gonna do that, so it still does the job. And I was originally like, obviously I was thinking like, oh yeah, it's gonna damage the player, but like no one wants to die in the tutorial, that would suck. So instead it just kind of like bounces you back and does a little zap. And that's actually the same zap that you get from the nails, like bursting from zapping or whatever, and I just reuse that, because there's no need to make new things if old things are fine. Yeah, this one
Well,
is... Oh, go ahead.
I did redo the graphics for all the lightning effects in the game.
Yeah, because the original ones that I made in like Paint in like 5 seconds that we used across the whole game just look terrible in comparison, especially to the all the updated stuff.
Yeah, I'll have to remember to talk about that more once we get to a level that has like the lightning strikes, because those were fun.
And yeah, this is one of those rooms that was like made like 0 sense originally, so it really felt like it was just there for the game, but now it's like, oh, the reason the build can't attack you is because they're tied to the ceiling, like maybe they got hit in a trap or something, and then that's why they can't attack you. That's how you learn to whack the enemies and get health. And like, he's one of the, also one of those like things of like how much you can get away with like really simple things. Like the ropes don't actually snap, they just disappear, but I just added a rope snapping sound effect, and it kind of gets the idea across of like, okay, the rope snapped, so there's no need to make like a fucking rope snap animation or something. And the Cerberus, I guess we'll talk more about the Cerberus when we get to 05, so we'll just leave it as is. But yeah, here again, it's like, okay, well, why does this exist? Like, as a developer, it exists to teach the player to wall jump, but why does it exist in the universe? Like, oh, well, there's a ladder, but the ladder's been broken. So that's why there's like this whole thing, and then I added some like event things over here on the wall to sort of, maybe it's some kind of maintenance thing. Again, more flickering light and a bunch of fog and such. This is still like why is this like this? But you know, I don't think at this point it really matters or bothers anyone.
Like
yeah, that's
never mind. Actually,
that's just more proof of the fact that like we could keep improving things forever, but then a game would never be done, and we all really want the game to be done. Including
no
the
thought for
players.
another 10 years. We wanted to change the wood texture.
Yeah, we gotta redo all the graphics in the whole game.
Rope
Make it
snap
HD.
animation. Oh my god, GZ ULTRAKILL. You know, I've dealt with so many people who have like tried to argue with me that like, no, the ULTRAKILL developers have changed engine. Because of that one April Fool's joke.
Yeah,
It was
no, this
very
is-
funny. Because I try not to... Anyway, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't have really anything else to say about it. This again is not very contextualized, but I think the idea was sort of to just have it see like this would be where the elevator comes up and then you take it down, but obviously the elevators themselves don't exist, so it's just the pits that you then jump down.
No, it's
It's
just
so
a
fucked
fan
up
shop.
to imagine the elevators with like actual elevator carts.
Mm-hmm.
Trepid?
Holy
That's great.
shit. That's a deep cut.
That's deep. Yeah. Weirdly feels deeper than Reeve.
Yeah, and here again, it was the same kind of thing where I wanted it to be very like run down. So there's a bunch of just planks laying up against the wall, and then way more clutter to sort of make this part even more claustrophobic than it originally was. Though a lot of these things don't actually have colliders, which is why you can just still move smoothly instead of getting constantly stuck on little things. Hey, that's me. Yeah, and the revolver on the pedestal is still the old model instead of the new model, because I just like having little Easter eggs of keeping the old models here and there of all the stuff that we do. I think it's fun, and I think it's good to remember like where we come and how far we come.
No, I won't agree with that, actually.
Progress is a lie. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything to say. There's just a lot of trims and such, and I know some people definitely complained about the pipes, like stopping some setups and stuff, and I definitely understand that complaint in some of the levels, but we have tried to edit the geometry here and there for like the more egregious issues, to move a lamppost or something. Like in P2 we had to move a lamppost a little bit because that ruined like a speedrun strat or something. Yeah, over here again, it's like this used to just be like a cubbyhole that made no sense, but now there's a door and it leads to like this computer terminal or something that would then explains why there's an window here of like, oh, this would be used to like do something here.
Observe.
It also blocks the door from being visible whenever it's raised.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was the point. That was the reason we added the terminal in the first place. Is because the door, when it moves up, it actually clips through slightly, but the terminal is where it clips through. Let me see if I can just like. Yeah, you can see it actually clips through the floor slightly. So the terminal is there to hide that fact. Because otherwise we would have had to move the window, and then that would make things like weird.
Oh, is there a broken door up there, or is it just like a rat hole?
No, it's a locked door. Yeah, we have a lot of locked doors, and the way you differentiate between them is the locked ones that don't have any light coming from them, so you can easily tell they're just static objects compared to the functioning doors that have like green lights on them. Yeah.
Game design.
This is all pretty much same, but I did this kind of depth thing where you have some pipes down here and there's some grading, so you can get like a little bit of small parallax to add a little bit of interest to this stuff. Really, I don't know how. I probably should have, before we started the stream, like played an old version so I could refresh myself on how the old levels looked. Yeah, and here we have we did a couple things, because like there's some pipes here that like would normally block the player, but there's a bit here that where we specifically removed the collider so people can still do pipe clip by sliding up that, because that's obviously a big part of speedrunning level. And this one's kind of like, there's really no way to make this one make sense, so I just kind of like, just make it like pipes, and this is like if you're down here, then that would just be like a cool decoration, like maintenance thing for like events and whatever. And then that's why this.
Never need justification for pipes.
And yeah, again, here just a useless door to explain why the why this hallway exists, because otherwise it's like, oh, this is a dead-end hallway specifically so the player can come down through the glass. And then we for the prelude we added a bunch of these warning signs, just mainly to just like again to make a bit more in-universe sense of why things are so dangerous. Sort of explain that, of like, actually, yeah, there are warning signs, like it's supposed to be like precocious. What's the word? Cautious? Precarious?
Yeah,
Maybe.
good enough.
Yeah.
I don't
Close
think
enough.
cautious is like, yeah, it's supposed to. Whatever.
Yeah, and also it's there just to like, I don't think people really notice it, but it's still, because it's a tutorial, or like the whole prelude is like a beginning area, that like it's sort of like, hey, keep in mind that like the environment is dangerous. Here you have the whole grinder thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they put the grinder immediately on the whole.
It's very important.
It's very important to have the glass grinding room.
Well, that might be,
No,
you know,
don't.
some kind of
No.
otherly force that has changed the geometry.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I really thought you were gonna make a worse joke.
Yeah, and this room, like, this one was the one that I dreaded the most, like trying to make sense, because it's just like pure gameplay of like, why would there be a snaking glass bridge? And it's like, as whatever, just add some things to like some stands and such. And these actually have collision, but only for the player. If you if an enemy falls on it, they just fall through it. So that was specifically so that the enemies won't, like, if you break a piece of glass and then an enemy falls on it, they don't just like get stuck here, but they always fall through.
This is like the ULTRAKILL dev team's idea of like a regular workplace. Like,
Yeah, I think
This is the mindset you're at.
yeah, I think this is. I think I worked here before.
you, if I recall correctly, this may have just been a fever dream or not, because the Prelude revamp stuff was so fucking long ago at this point. But I think you were trying to make this like some under construction area,
Yeah.
where like the glass platforms were like scaffolding or whatever.
Yeah, and then it was sort of like, I can't just make everything under construction.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much that's already under construction, and we get really repetitive if that's like the explanation for every room.
Every workplace needs like several extremely punishing tripping hazards.
Oh yeah, and here
Like-
If you fall off, you fall on the saw.
I added a bunch of like pipes all the way up there to sort of explain why there's this pipe staircase for the player, but also just, oh yeah, and down there as well. But then make it high enough that like it doesn't actually mechanically affect anything. Sure.
You are blessed.
Thank you. And again, it's here's the under construction aspect of like, oh, here's a bunch of like floor panels that then would have been used to like make a bridge or something across the fucking wind chasm, but then they never actually finished doing that, so it's just a hallway that leads to this unfinished spot.
Oh, Honey says curse you. Sorry.
Oh, and here's the thing that Salad loves.
Oh yes.
Oh,
the fucking
yes.
gears. This is like my favorite part of all of Prelude.
Castlevania sound effect. Oh.
Yeah,
So
this
just
is,
thinking about the clock tower.
this is one of the things of like, I just wanted to sort of get across the whole idea of like that Prelude is sort of like a really big like factory and machinery thing. So even though it's like pitch black, it's just add some really big mechanics and stuff all the way in the distance.
I want to live here.
Like 5 seconds until you get mulched by like a fan.
Well,
One of
no,
them
like
is
when I get tired of the rewrite, I throw myself into those gears and then get replaced with another tomato. By the way, I've straight up like found a way to lie down and be on the street, like be on call at the same time. This is great.
Holy shit.
Peak.
Yeah, it's something that I would have liked to do more, but there kind of aren't really all that many cases, because almost all the rooms in Prelude are just closed off. So this is at least, I'm glad I got at least like one of these bits in. And in order to, this was again, it's like, okay, what the fuck do I do with this thing? Because I don't want to change the shape of anything too much. It's like, there's a fan. It like blows the air and they like passes off. I don't know. It's
genius.
It's mysterious mechanics. And this one was one of the ones that I think came out the best. It's like this, because I remember like way back. I think when the Prelude demo first came out, I think I got like one piece of feedback where someone was like, "The stealing's a bit boring." And I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But then like, then it's like, okay, now it's interesting. Hopefully, I finally got back at that one guy from like fucking 6 years ago.
Considering the whole like gamers never look up thing, that's a wild criticism. Which I think we talked about it last stream, but we can talk about it again when we get to the parts of the game where like that was a huge struggle, just getting people to look up.
Don't worry, we've got the ceiling meister, the ceiling inspector.
Yeah, then just like there's a bunch of like pipes. I remember actually when we first when I first did this room, I made it like a lot more yellow, which I think looked better. But we had a lot of trouble with making the Prelude feel consistent, if you remember that, Salad.
Oh yeah.
With the lighting, because I used a bunch of different like shades of orange and red and yellow and stuff, and then it just made every room feel like it's disconnected. So I had to like sort of do a whole iterative round where I just went through and tried to like get each level to kind of have a specific shade of like orange or red that it focused on. So this used to be like yellow, kind of like what 03 ended up being, and then 02 is like all red and stuff. And here, sorry, I'm sneezing again. And here it's like, again, it was sort of like, okay, well, it doesn't really have much technical use. I'm surprised you can't actually break those by just shooting. But doesn't have much mechanical use like in the universe. But still, I just made like, well, there's at least a grate so that there's some blood down here already. So it's like it was specifically made for that purpose. And then let me see if I can like then I had to do like, because obviously we can't do like water physics, so it's instead it's like when you break a pane of glass, it just like spawns like a bit of geometry that kind of looks like flowing water, and then it just gets like moved down slowly, and then that's like the water like receding or whatever. You can see it here once I blow it up. You get the idea across. It's fine. Dude, it's fine.
I mean, I think it's pretty good. It's so much better.
It's so much
better now.
Oh my god. I'm surprised it took this long to get one of those.
I was holding back. I've been thinking about it for like the last 30 minutes.
I was thinking about it too before we started. Of like, that's gonna have to happen. It's inevitable.
I wasn't even there for the joke. I don't think.
It's not even a joke. We just started doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just one of those 7 billion things that we keep saying without any meaning.
It's just one of those days. Sorry.
Just one of those killer, like fucking what are they called? Like trigger phrases for like the Manchurian
Extends,
candidate.
yeah.
Local stems.
Oh, never mind.
Right, well, here again, it's like sort of like, okay, well, how do I make this room make sense? It's like, oh, actually, it's 2 rooms that are separated by like a glass floor. So this is like a lower maintenance area, which is why it's all red. And then once you go up here, you get to the like quote unquote actual room, and then that's orange. So it sort of separates them visually.
And the fan that blows air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's just there to like move things up so that you go like, oh, I have to go up. I have to go alongside it like introduces you to the idea of vertical movement.
If that glass pane gets a bit too warm.
Yeah, and here did I leave one alive? I feel there it is. Yeah, this was again, it's like okay, well, this makes no sense for why this room is set up like this, well, originally. So it's like, okay, I'll just divide it again. It's like, oh, this is like a backroom maintenance area, and then it's like, okay, well, how do we explain this stuff? It's like, there's a wall with like a vent, and then you can slide in. Like, okay, but how do the fields spawn in? Like, they're already inside there. Just break through. And also, if you yeah, this is technically not required anymore since I have the staircase. But I made it so that also this this side of the wall is also breakable with like explosions and such. And they just spawn an enemies that the field can also break through here, so that you can just go up here and then be safe from them.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And again, locked doors, just to like explain for why this room exists, because otherwise it's just like one entrance to just this room. And more shafts of light. I was putting a lot of shafts of light just because it looked really nice, and Victoria finally taught me how to use vertex colors. Which is why you can get this visual look where they actually like start strong and then fade out as they go down. Was that all the reason?
I was just gonna say, because you used to do it with a texture, and it would like stair stop, and it would have, you know, the vertex colors are so much nicer. It's so much better.
It's so much better now. We're just gonna go through the whole stream without even explaining that bit.
What is there to explain?
I don't know. You can explain
Really
the origin.
anything.
No.
Is there? I don't even remember the origin.
It's from the fucking H-Bomber guy plagiarism video.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it is.
But okay, I guess we'll just explain it. It's like we have like, obviously everyone has the thing where they just like get trigger phrases of like vocal stems or whatever. But there's the H-Bomber guy plagiarism video, and in like one of the parts, someone plagiarized like a guy who did like a cardboard arcade cabinet thing, and when he's playing on it, he's just like, oh, this is so much better now. But
Oh my god. You're right.
for just some reason that became a thing where we just, well, actually I just kept fucking saying it, and we just kept like flanderizing it, so it just kept getting more and more like extreme. It's like, it's so much better now. And because that was during the Revamp update, we were saying like, oh, this is looking a lot better now so often that we just kept fucking doing it. And eventually it got to the point where like someone would just say like, oh, this is a lot better, and then it's like, how much better?
So much better.
How hungry.
Yeah, like you couldn't use the word better or the phrase "it's so"
It would just
without
instantly.
someone popping off.
I've got this all after the fact as well. Like, I just had to witness this, learn in real time, because I was in the fucking mines the whole time.
Luckily, the mines are so much better now.
No, I jump into the cold.
Didn't I do a version of it too, where it's the how hungry horse?
Yeah.
And it's the horse saying how much better.
Yeah, you can miss some salad to draw that.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And I think people, like the people who saw that, like thought like, oh, it's because like you made it look too good, so it doesn't look like fitting to the visual style anymore. It's like, no, it's way dumber than that.
It's like trying to start a sentence with you get in the call that starts with the word "if." With that fucking George Lucas in charge of things.
He's the funniest character that we've ever had before. Who can get this working? It'll be the key to all of this.
There's like, oh god, never mind.
That's been the one that we've been on the most recently because, like, working on the new stuff, it's like, okay, if we can get this code working, and you're like, it'll be the funniest thing we've ever done.
You're so entertained by this even now.
It gets funnier the more you do it. Gita, why did you put the Zardoz clip on Twitter? Because it's really fucking funny. I love the Zardoz clip out of context where it just goes, "The gun is good, the penis is evil." One of the all-time best
Find that
quotes.
clip, it will be the funniest clip you've showed on stream yet.
He'll be the key to all of this. Okay, back to dev commentary. Sorry, this is this is a sneak peek to what our actual dev meetings and stuff are. This is just how they all go. But yeah, here it's like, okay, why is this like piece separated? Because again, like Prelude was so difficult to figure out like any explanations for. It's like it's some kind of tram thing that moves back and forth, and then there are these pipes that sort of that it moves along. So that's whatever. It just that's what it does. And this is like a broken fan, which then explains why and such. And there's a little gap there just so you can go through. And one of the difficult things with like doing like the explanations for things is just like you can't reuse the same explanation too many times, because that was the thing with the glass bridge. Because if you just keep explaining everything the same way, it's not only gonna stop feeling like it's a world anymore, but it's also just gonna get really repetitive visually.
Someone in the chat was saying, "That's a tram," and I think that was the thought process when developing it as well. Yeah.
It's just like, I don't know. This is a fucking thing. It
There's a
moves back
fucking
and
tram.
forth.
I don't know.
It might be like some kind of thing where it's supposed to like move up and down or whatever in order to get things to places, like some kind of construction. I don't.
It might be like some kind of thing that moves around to get things to places, like a construction thing.
It might be
Maybe.
something that is so much better now. I think this is like one room where I actually just left completely the same. Like just because this one already looked good, so I think this might just be kept as the original, which is a very rare thing. Some update. Oh yeah, and here we changed the lighting to be like deep red to make it a bit more, make it stand out more from the rest of the level, and make the malicious face look a bit more menacing. Oh, Victoria, do you have anything you want to say about the new malicious face model and texture?
Wait, was that part of the revamp? I don't even remember.
At least I don't think we talked about it before, so might as well.
I don't know. That was fun to do. It looks like pretty much identical to the old one in terms of like the geometry, but it's actually a lot lower poly. Because, and there's a reason for it. The old one had bones to open the mouth. And it was gonna like, I think that was something that you tried to do very early on, but just couldn't get working. When you first started on the game, and so, yeah. I don't have too much to say about it. I have a 3D print of it sitting on one of my shelves.
You say it's pretty much the same, but I don't know. I think it's improved quite a lot.
How much?
Yeah, how much? Yeah.
That's the thing I was saying. Oh my god, guys.
Oh my god, it was a setup and a payoff. That was like a joke. Yeah. One thing is like, I think we had a little bit of like debate about what this head thing is supposed to be. Like, is it hair or is it brain?
If it's hair, he has a fade.
Yeah. What if Jesus had a
Zoom
long
a haircut.
fade?
Oh my god.
Didn't I show y'all what if Jesus had a low taper fade? Oh, it's such a good video.
Yeah, especially because like this is the very early enemies just did not have concept art. Because when this was when Flying Dog was doing 3D art, and I was just like, can you make a revolver? Can you make a shotgun? Can you make like a big stone face? And then that he just kind of went with that.
Kind of crazy to be able to do that.
Yeah, we didn't start to get concept art until the Swords Machine when I joined the team. Yeah, and again here, just to add some visual interest, I made this sort of little inset mods. Generally, what I like to do, or like a thing that I strive to do, is that like whenever you see a place, it's also a place where you can go. Because I remember as a kid, I used to like be like, when I saw like a little copy hall, I was like, oh, I wanna walk there, I wanna go there in a video game, whatever. And then it always bothered me when I couldn't. But with the Revamp update, I kind of loosened that just because like some of these rooms felt too flat or without some kind of depth. So I added some of these cubbyhole areas here and there to sort of add a little bit of something.
I also think that kind of feeling like, oh, this place is so much bigger and I don't get to explore
How much?
it, is like kind of Sorry. That was
No, think about it like... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm not thinking about it. Sorry. Yeah, like playing Portal 2 when I was younger, and it was like... Sorry, I'm so angry about... just... You say what you were going to say, Victoria. I'm so mad, I'm done.
I was just gonna say, you know, think about it. Now you get to antagonize the future you, who is like, I want to go there. You get to make those spaces. You get to be that developer.
Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of kids playing ULTRAKILL, and they're gonna be like, oh, the motherfucker. I was like, that's actually all part of the plan. Because now I'll inspire you to become a game developer who doesn't do this, and then eventually you learn that you have to do this, and then you'll inspire the next generation. Oh yeah, and
I mean, I guess you did that with Salad and I, to be fair. But like, you know,
I absorbed both of you.
Huh?
Yeah, I like into the ULTRAKILL development instead of allowing you to make your own games.
Allowing, yeah, because if we were allowed, we would have been so successful.
Get back in the minus.
Oh.
Someone in chat said you're gonna turn so many kids gay with this game. Yeah, no, that's already happened.
Yeah. I mean, I think we showed a couple times that like our development teams keeps getting more and more women, and none of the people actually change.
It's great. This is how it should be.
But yeah, like and the level like start and end stuff, it's like it's always looked pretty fucking rough. And I'm pretty sure all the way up until the Revamp update, those were like the only things that still used Unity default cubes instead of Pro Builder meshes. So this was sort of finally updating it and finally giving the collision, because they used to not have collision. But then also, obviously there's cases of like, oh well, you can just use, like you can just hide above these things to like, it's kind of buggy still because of climb step stuff. But like I added invisible like slopes so that you can't just like stand on top of these to like be safe from enemies or whatever. Yeah. And just like adding trims and things to like make it look a little less like just a couple boxes. And then I added these little railings to sort of get across the idea of like it being an elevator shaft specifically.
You railed the room a little bit. Gotcha.
Yeah, I do be doing a lot of rails to the rooms.
Yeah.
The exit room bothers me because I can talk about this more later, but you know, I did the new baked lighting system, and the level that I was testing on for the majority of it was 4.2 because it had the worst performance by far. And for some reason, the baked lighting does not work on the final room of 4.2 and only 4.2. It works on every other final room. It works on every other level on the game. It's the only spot it doesn't work on, and that was my test level, and it was driving me crazy, and I thought that I did something wrong, but it's just something weird with Pro Builder and the geometry for that particular room.
Yeah, Pro Builder is very weird about meshes in prefabs and such. Like, it's really annoying in that, like, if I make a prefab, let's say, like, oh, I make, like, the terminal or whatever, and then I'm like, oh, actually, I need to change the geometry of it a little to, like, push something out, so I move a little bit, one of the vertices or whatever, and then I save it, but then it doesn't actually update anywhere in the game. So in order to get the meshes to update, you would either have to go through every level and rebuild the mesh, or you do what I do and you just in the prefab you just copy paste the mesh and then delete the old one, so that it's a new mesh, so that they're forced to recompile or whatever it's called. Yeah. Oh no. Before we talk about the OS, we can just talk about like I did like my own terminal revamps first. Like we did like a screenshot Saturday of that as well. We showed deal of my idea of like, oh, we can make all the terminals look a little bit different. But then like as we kept updating the visuals and such, it was like, wow, this looked really fucking bad compared to everything else. And then we finally just got Victoria to make like bespoke terminal models instead.
Mm-hmm. And some people complain about these being like too high poly against the environment, but the thing is it's one of the things that you shove your face up in. So I treated it like a weapon asset. It needs to hold up at this distance. So yeah.
And personally, I've always preferred preferred it when, rather than everything being like a flat of like, oh, this is the resolution to be used for everything. It's like things that are like important are higher resolution, so that they draw your eye.
Yeah, and this, you spend so much time here, so it needs a little bit of TLC, right? Like,
how much time?
OS time.
Yeah, I guess.
Wake up, salad.
Oh god. This fucking thing. Oh my god.
That's just something you'll say about everything you did for the game.
Well, this particular, because it's a Unity UI, this was a pain in the ass, but I'm very happy with how it turned out. Originally, I wasn't even going to do this. I think it was like a thing that you considered me doing, if like scheduling or time constraints didn't work out. And so I did like a mock-up of the main window design, and then at that point I had already like formally started on the thing, because I showed it to you and you liked it, and from that point I just kept working on it until it was done.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah, because originally Ria was supposed to do all the new UI. She did, like I mentioned earlier, she did like the V1's UI art assets and such. But she had like a bunch of stuff keeping her busy all the time. So then in order to hit the deadline that we wanted to hit, we needed to offload some of this. So we just went, Salad. I know Salad, he's pretty good at art stuff. We can have him do like the Smile OS 2.0 stuff, and then you also ended up doing the main menu art and all that.
Yeah. Oh god, I don't even know what to mention in particular. The font change, no longer VCR OSD mono, uses the same font that Windows XP uses. I think it's some version of Tahoma. And generally, most of the UI assets and like modals are based pretty heavily off of Windows XP. A little tiny bit of like Windows Vista in certain places. I couldn't tell you which parts are inspired by what, but stuff like the icons on the top bar of the windows and having like buttons on the top right. I think they were supposed to be like an or no, that was for SmileOS 1.0 that you were gonna make the buttons functional or something.
Do
But you
something. So
ended up,
that's just as a little gag.
yeah, and they were also going to do something for the terminals as well. Even if it didn't actually do anything, they would probably just make like a little click or like an error sound whenever you clicked on them. But we figured that would end up drawing too much attention. Players would click it and then wonder why it wasn't doing anything despite making a sound, and then yeah. Oh yeah, the windows previously had depth to them. I believe the main window of the OS is still like outset from the screen itself, so it's still got the yeah, it's still got a little bit of the hologram screen feel, but yeah, we ended up just making it flat. I forget the exact reason in particular. I think it was just because it kind of looked weird.
Yeah.
With
It's
windows.
because like it caused it so that depending on your position, it like things wouldn't really line up.
Yeah.
And now instead of actually being floating 3D models, these are actually like projected 2D things of 3D models.
Yeah, I was gonna say that that was something that you were struggling with and like dreading, Salad, and then I was like, I can whip that up in like a few minutes, and then you had it like a finished system like an hour later. It was funny though because you had to go in and manually program the scale and position of each character because it's like some of them are really, really big, like multiple stories tall. So yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that I just had to go through and manually change for every single entry. Like for the tip of the day, I believe Peter ended up helping me with getting like a scriptable object for each of the tip of the days, but yeah, I had to go through every level one by one and copy them over and change like the rich text color tags to make them look correct, because they previously had orange accent text, but now it's red.
And it looked just bad with all the other ones, the red. So one thing I also want to mention is we originally had a prototype thing that Victoria was doing where we actually had like the pixel color offset.
Yeah, like a Microsoft True type fonts where it anti-aliases it.
And it
looked
cool,
really, really good.
Unfortunately, it just didn't really work. So
yeah,
we had to not do it.
Yeah, because you can't override that aspect of TextMesh Pro without like diving into like C++ code and like interrupting function calls and stuff as it computes, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it wasn't worth the effort, but it looked really cool. I wish we could have done it.
Yeah.
Funny, because it reminds me that Peter did the sub-pixel rendering for Dreamed.
Yeah,
that was fun.
One of the best graphics is ones that you can only see here, which is when you change the time of day, you get the loading bar.
Oh my god. That's so pretty.
And that was something that Sally struggled with for a bit as well, and then Victoria came in and did it in like 15 minutes.
She keeps doing that.
Yeah. I forgot that I did the loading bar.
Why? What? How? Who? What demons are you in touch with?
Yeah, one of my favorite parts of this is that when you change your loadout or buy a new weapon, it actually this locker here opens up. So like that's where you get your weapon and such. It's a little detail, and it has a satisfying sound and stuff. And the sounds in general, I did all the sounds, and that's like it was all done in like MIDI, so it's technically music. Like the click sound is like I don't even remember what it's like drumstick clicks, I think, MIDI drumstick clicks or something.
Wait, that's crazy. That's so fun.
Then I just like pitch shifted them and stuff. And then like the let me start so we get the opening jingle again. Up the volume. Yeah, that was
Endearing.
That was something that I really wanted. Is like we need to get like actual like the sound of it. So I made like those little goofy XP boot up sound parodies and whatever, and I think I got pretty
Yeah.
close.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And we also have the the error sound and stuff.
I don't remember the jingle having that squeal at the end. Yeah, it always did.
Yeah, actually, that was like pre-prelude demo. Actually,
Yeah. That was actually like pre-Hakita. Yeah, I realized that like, I guess like twice. I was gonna say multiple times in development. I've been like, is that font licensed correctly? And just been a general nuisance with that, which is very funny.
but it is. We made sure that it's all good.
Exactly.
That does take some diligence and like conscious effort to make sure that like you are not violating any license in any particular way. A funny one, for example, is Ultra Chess. If you go into the Ultra Chess folder, it has the license agreement because it just has to be redistributed with Stockfish. And I think there's a few other instances of that where, you know, there are things that are referenced in like the Dev Museum or something.
Interesting, because if you look at like a lot of games with like really long credit screens, a lot of the time is they just put the license agreements at the end sometimes, which I only started noticing recently, which is silly.
One last
Like in a... Okay.
Yeah, just one last thing. We gotta keep moving in order to not have it actually be a 24-hour stream. But like one last
UI
thing is
stream.
the Smile OS logo thing, because this was Sal did this based on the one that I did for 1.0, and we actually at one point we had the idea of like having the Smile character be like a clippy thing, where it would actually be here, and then the tip of the days would be like speech bubbles that it's saying. But then we as I think we kind of like tried it in at one point, and then it was just like, it feels too pandering. It feels like it makes Smile OS feel like an industry plant.
It insists upon itself.
Yeah, it's like trying too hard to be cute. So we just went back to having just a little small smile, and I think that's
It's
cuter,
cute.
honestly.
It's so
Having
cute.
it, having
Yeah.
It's like that's the Terminal's face.
yeah.
I think the
humanization of it like
uh,
to a much lower extent, so it doesn't feel out of place and doesn't feel like
Yeah.
it's trying to pander.
Yeah. The exact point that we decided that was a bad idea was when I was trying to figure out a graphic to put the little guy in the tip of the day. Because it was like, okay, do I make him like a square? Do I make him like a circle? Does he have like a body? Just a bunch of extra stuff that all didn't really work out.
Just have him like stretched and wide in the background. Just like tip of the day. Actually, no, that's not.
Yeah, and one thing is like I remember when we first revealed like SmileOS 1.0, and we got a lot of people like, "Oh, this fucking sucks." Like that was like one of the biggest like pushbacks we've gotten in recent memory. And it's like people are saying, "Oh, just add like dark." I think even Dave was like, "Add like dark mode." It's like you don't understand. SmileOS 1.0 needs to be like actively bad to use. It needs to be ugly. Like if you make it dark mode, you make it less like what SmileOS 1.0 is, because it's supposed to be like a pain in the ass, and that's why 2.0 has dark mode, because it's like this is for actual like human use and such, instead of 1.0, which was just like the bare minimum of everything.
Be happy I didn't make it like blue like some like BIOSes.
Just like actual like text only interface. Yeah, no, okay. Now we actually continue the game.
UI stream, let's fucking go.
Yeah, this is like Meat Grinder. This is where I started to be like, okay, we gotta like sort of get more of the like the factory aspect of it. So there's a lot of like these tubes where you would otherwise get like minerals and rocks and whatever that are getting moved and scanned, but since something happened, it's instead been turned into a mulch factory, and it's just full of flesh mulch.
I'm getting cranked.
Yeah, well, you don't got.
God, I didn't even. I'm sorry. I'm so tired.
Yeah, I had to do a bunch of like code stuff in order to get them to fit. I think it's just an actual like predetermined path. Like they look random, but it's actually like the same sequence of heights that they always go to, and I just made them look random by just making those like very crisscrossy and such. Because I just used the moving platform code that we already had. Yeah, again, just grates and pipes and stuff, and some light shafts and stuff. And this is sort of where you really get the idea of like, okay, this is like way more red than the previous level. And they still? No, I fixed that.
You almost did.
No, yeah, I fixed it. Made this like damage block or whatever. But yeah, a fun detail is that as the mulch is like the mulch texture. As the mulch goes through the level, each time you see it, it's slightly less mulchy and slightly more just like pure blood, because it like gets minced more and more. So this is like you can still see like the little bits of like meat and flesh and stuff. But then here it's slightly less visible, and then as you keep going, it becomes slightly less visible, and eventually it's just like pure red.
Oh, cool! The mulch factory. I love it.
Yeah, this texture is actually called mulch.
Let's go. Sorry, that was like a weirdly exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, we're coming up on the best room in the entire game soon.
Like
Every time that
was
room
it always
appears.
the best?
I love it so much.
Was it always the best, or is it like a recent thing?
It wasn't always the best.
No, it's
After the
revamp. It became the
it
best in
was.
the revamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much better now. Okay.
Yeah, again, it's like these used to like make zero sense in that these were pipes that led to fans that then led to like a static wall. So instead, these are like let me this to Albright for a moment. But these actually, you can, if you look closely, you can see that they don't actually go very far. It's just like a forced perspective thing where it pinches the pipe into.
Oh, I love force perspective.
Yeah, it pinches the pipe into like a center point. You can see it easily from the side, but like when you're like at the front like this, it's basically not noticeable at all.
There's another place that uses force perspective that is very cool. You did a good job on.
Thank you. I don't know what.
I think it was actually Victoria. Sorry.
What, well,
The
that's for later.
The Hana.
The nerd.
Yeah, again, it's like, okay, why does this lead into a room? It's like, the pipe broke, so it just goes through like a broken pipe thing. Oh yeah, this spot is like, it was like, okay, what the hell is this room even supposed to be? So I made it into like a mesh hall. So this is like, there's a bunch of tables, and there's like an oven here, and then some fridges probably.
And they didn't even bother to like
door.
furnish it differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
You just have.
it like the whole all the like danger and stuff, and then the uncomfortable use. It's like it really paints a picture of like it was a really just awful place to be, because it was just like pure utility.
Tomato juice factory.
Then have this hallway, which I didn't really do much on. I just added some trims and the lights and stuff to make it look a bit more interesting.
Did this one have the old models?
Yeah, it used to have them, but then we had to like read them because of the bugs. You remember it was like printing errors like crazy.
God.
As we did like some
Why?
enemy changes. Just like they
That's
still
horrifying.
used like the they weren't prefabs anymore, so they still used like the old like code setups and component setups and stuff.
They had okay.
Yeah, because the way I did the corpse room is straight up. I just like spawned a bunch of enemies in like this hallway, and then I killed them, and then I copied. Then I copied the gore zone of that room and just copy pasted it into the scene itself. So these are like actual the remnants of actual fights, which is why they like look the part instead of just looking like post ragdolls and such.
That's so funny. Every copy of ULTRAKILL comes with a memory of Nikita killing like 10 strays or whatever.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite little details. It's just this little great door that's open. I don't know why. I just really like how it makes this spot feel.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Up here again, closed doors to sort of explain why this exists. Like, oh, you pass through here in some way. Oh, do we have anything to say about the skulls?
I have a lot to say about the skulls.
Nice.
Did great work on the modeling.
Thank you. I mean, at first we did a version with no eyes.
Because I wanted to sort of have that hint at the idea of the fact that like no one in hell seems to have eyes.
But it just wasn't working that well. And then we also had like a more anatomically correct like layout to the teeth. You know, it was like a kind of it looks like how a skull looks like it's grinning, but wanted to pay like an homage to the original skull and have the kind of like a zipper like frown shaped mouth to it, and I feel like it worked out really well. Like it's kind of a fusion of the new ideas that we wanted to bring to it and what the original was. And then yeah, we tried to pay a lot of attention to like colorblind players and things like that. So we added symbols and then also effects when you put things down on pedestals. They respond uniquely. Yeah, not that one because that's like a do nothing pedestal or whatever. But yeah, if you put the blue skull on a blue pedestal, then it does something related to the alchemical symbol that's on the skull, which I think Heckteck you can talk about more.
Yeah, I can just let's just get to that point first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the
I'm very cautious about.
Yeah.
So I'll need express permission from Nikita.
We're gonna talk about it a little bit, but that's one of those things where we want to keep it vague. Yeah, a lot of the here's another room. This was all left untouched, but then this was like, okay, why is there a crusher here? Just like because it was just a hallway that led to a crusher. It's like it's actually a conveyor belt that like moves stuff through and then that mulches it. A very bad positioning for it, but technically it makes sense. And the thing that I really wanted to get across, or like took a bit of doing, was the fact that like the actual like gore bits get moved around with the conveyor belt, so they actually go off into the side areas. Except for some bits, but that's not that big of a deal. Oh yeah, the crushers actually didn't get models. This is all still Pro Builder meshes. I just did this myself in order to make it fit in with the level geometry. Because if Victoria were to make an actual like bespoke model for the crushers, they would actually just look too good.
Yeah. If it were like a level later in the game, then it would be fitting. But
Hey,
for
it
Prelude,
goes in the wrong direction.
oh yeah.
Yeah, you can see this is where you really start to notice that like the mulch is getting like softer and less mulchy. It's starting to like because the crushers keep crushing it and grinding it and stuff. So, and then over here it's like almost already like red and transparent.
The mulch is getting softer is an atrocious sentence.
Yeah, and here it's like well, I wanted to add something because this was a bit boring visually, so I added these like grates that are like dropping in more blood to the mulch river. Add a little bit of movement and stuff. Okay, now we can mention this. Wow.
Okay, the source. Okay, I'm filtering my brain very carefully. Alchemical materials are very fun and interesting, especially the historical elements and the associated beliefs. This skull has the symbol for Mercury, which obviously is very important in historical alchemy. And that I just don't feel confident saying more.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, the alchemy aspect was something that I wanted to do for a long time to sort of differentiate ULTRAKILLs, the way that the ULTRAKILL universe's physics work from the way that our physics works. So there's a sort of aspect of magical realism to it. And luckily, Heckteck happened to have a particular fixation on alchemical things. So a lot of the like alchemical things I was asking her for advice on.
Yeah.
And since just real quick is that we also made the pedestals actually like different shapes. So you can see this kind of has like the U shape that's at the top of the Mercury symbol to show that it's the Mercury pedestal, and once you actually put the skull on, it like creates a pool of Mercury.
Yeah. Yeah, we tried to make it like, no matter like if the room's really dark or if you're colorblind, even if you have total color blindness, which is like, I think I actually calculated, considering the number of players that ULTRAKILL has, there's got to be like 2 to 5 people who have total color blindness, so they see everything in essentially black and white, like grayscale. Yeah, like multiple things about the pedestals to inform you on, you know, what goes where, just so people don't even have to think about it. You know, it's all just subconscious recognition.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Just real quick, I wanted to also mention that the salt pedestal we have up here is that this also has the salt symbol kind of carved into it, where it's this sort of circle with the line going through it. And this is like a little detail that I was happy that we got in, which is that by the look of the pedestal, you can now also tell if it's gonna do something. Because the pedestals, or the altars or whatever, they used to be so that they would always look the same. So when you pick up a skull, you wouldn't know if it actually does anything when you... Because like blue, like altar was blue just because a blue skull was already on it, even if it didn't do anything when you took it off. Whereas now it's actually differentiated, so we have the salt altars for when an object doesn't actually affect something when you pick it up.
And obviously salt is like a relatively stable and inert substance in alchemy. That's one thing.
Obviously.
Hey. If you have my specific autism brand, that's one thing. There's one element of the skulls that obviously I don't know how much of this is revealed in game. I can't remember. Can I like send you a DM?
Sure.
Hold on.
I'll check it out. Check it on. I'll just...
Oh.
Yeah,
can see your...
that's mentioned in the game.
Okay.
In the ferryman's enemy data setup thing.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that thought that the alchemical symbolism was like relatively detached from that as well, and that was kind of just like not really like. Yeah, no, I'm very autistic, and I had so many ideas to throw at Hakita, and a surprising amount of them was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Given. Yeah. And yeah, I'm very happy about that.
It's like video games are supposed to be a team effort or something. And I'm not a solo developer.
I'm just in the mines. I don't know what a team is. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love working on the game. That sounds like I'm about to be shot if I don't say that.
Here again, it's just like, even though this is like a little side room, I still wanted to like put some effort into it. So there's again a bunch of doors that explain why these walkways exist here, is so that, you know, people can get to those doors and such. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, I love the crusher symbol. It's so fucking goofy. This dude's just laying there.
Get up.
And here's like, then we did a bunch of like world building stuff of like, oh, you know, this is like a checkpoint. It's like there's a bunch of these all around the facility and stuff to sort of imply a greater aspect to the prelude. And here, this door used to always be closed, but now if you actually go to the other side, you can open it. So it makes the like navigation a little bit easier. And here, so this is really fun because the whole level has a really thick red fog, but it actually looks really bad in this room. So I had to do a thing where this room, all the materials in this room specifically have the fog disabled, which means that if you look closely over here, you can see that this door actually doesn't have fog on it, because it stays like this cold shade instead of getting tinted red. But again, even though this is like a goofy little secret thing, I was like, I gotta figure something out, so I just added a locked door, and then there was supposed to be a railing here, but it's been broken or something. It's like, why is there a super crusher room? As don't worry about it.
Worried. I'm terrified.
And then over here, it's like, okay, well, what is this whole setup? It's like, oh, it's a checkpoint. It's like, there's like a thing of there that's like, originally I had this in just like text, but I didn't really like that, so we had Francis do actual like sign designs. So this is like visual language. There it's like, oh, if it's a person that's over there, then they're okay. But if it's like something that isn't a person, then you gotta use the sleeping gas, and there's like the sleeping gas vents up there that would be used to like, yeah, if any kind of monstery creature comes through. That's also.
That's really fun.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's fun. Sorry.
And that's also. Oh yeah, also the mulch is getting moved down here, so you can see it's still flowing here, and then down there as well. But yeah, so once you actually set in here, it's like, oh, something has been detected. So
yeah, motherfucker. Oh, I love
There it is.
So much.
Oh, this room is improved.
It is the most impressive room we've ever had.
If we can get this right.
Yeah. The idea was so, cause I wanted a couple spots where we have sort of bespoke elements to the levels to make them feel more alive. So like, instead of just being a normal arena setup, this has a different whole thing of like, oh, these are like blast doors that like lock down, and then you have a little thing with like the rotating alarm thing. And I had to do something with that where it starts at like louder, but then after a couple beeps it like quiets down so that it doesn't get annoying. Stuff like that. And I also had initially I had the idea of like, oh, you know, what if like in order to make it even more special, what if like this door actually doesn't open, and then instead you had to like break this vent and go down into this lower area and then move on from that. But it kind of doesn't really make sense from a gameplay perspective, so I just did it so that they open anyway. But yeah, a bunch of fans and stuff to just make it more interesting. Oh yeah, and specifically the way I just remembered the way this checkpoint works, like in universe, is that it checks for organic matter. So the reason it locks is because there's organic matter in that the enemies get teleported in, and then the reason it opens up is because you've killed all the enemies, so that the system is like, okay, there's nothing left in the lockdown room, and that's why I can continue, because you yourself are not, at least on the surface, organic. Yeah, here it's like almost just completely transparent red. There's like no mulch left anymore.
Mulchless.
Mulchless.
It's all over mulch heads.
Yeah, and here's like Mulch River waterfall.
Repost if you're a true Mulch River head.
Oh, oh no. I wasn't supposed to do that. Now I fucked it.
Uh-oh.
I climb stepped out. I was supposed to do the source machine
No.
encounter.
No.
Oh, is it broken? Yeah, it doesn't let me continue.
Oh, this game sucks. Who are the developers?
I'll do a quick restart so I can just do the source machine. Yeah, because again, I wanted some more bespokeness of like little tiny fun small details to make the world feel more alive. So this has this fun elevator gimmick now, where if all these what would you even call them, supports break, because they used to always be breakable, but now I'm like, okay, well, it would be fun if there was a reason for it. So now when you do that, the elevator drops down. Oh, I don't have any weapons that can actually break those. But and then if the source machine is under it, when that happens, it actually does a whole bunch of damage. Okay, I'll just do it the simple way, which is if you stand on it yourself, it also causes it to fall down, and that like takes a whole fucking bar out of the source machine slide. Yeah, there's just a fun little detail that makes it a bit more unique from the 0-3 encounters. And here it's like some glass and stuff to just show that there would be a pit down there, and then the elevator would actually go up here. Oh yeah, and the fun thing is that in order for this room to work or to like exist properly, this grinder room cannot be enabled at the same time because it actually clips through slightly. So whenever you go into this room, it disables the crushing room. Oh yeah, and the one thing, okay, there's the respawn, but like most of the breakable vents have a new texture now, where it's kind of like slightly broken, so that you can tell visually that those are breakable. For now. And then we'll go do the secret level. There's still that bug where the HUD appears too quickly. I told Peter to fix that ages ago, but obviously we all busy all the time. Yeah, with this level, I wanted to make it so that it kind of there's a bunch of like fog and smoke and stuff going around, so that adds a little bit of movement, so that hopefully you might like accidentally mistake just a moving smoke particle for the thing.
The thing.
Yeah, and here, yeah, this was original also this way, that it's like blocked off by sand or whatever that is. And the vents this time around are actually small enough that you have to crouch into them instead of just walking through, because back when we originally did 0S, we actually didn't have a crouch state. We did have a slide state, but there was no crouch state, so if you stopped sliding while you were inside a vent, then you just clipped through it. Oh yeah, and the big thing this time around was like a bunch of people complained about the original level that there aren't really many like signposts. So I tried to add something recognizable into every room. So this one has like the fan, and this one has the seats.
And that blows air.
Mm-hmm. And this vent is like very like narrow instead of the wide ones of the main vent system. And we have this, yeah, something I remember way back, again, like during like the demo days, a friend of mine told me that like it's cool that you have like the sound thing for telling when something weird is nearby, but there's no like visual thing. So if someone is hard of hearing or deaf, then they don't know if it's actually nearby. So we added the visual like noise thing, where when it's close, the screen starts like fucking up. Is there anything you want to say about that shader thing, Victoria?
Yeah. So that's based off of like that like viral video of someone who like put a GoPro in that like irradiation minecart thing, and it like goes through a loop and gets irradiated, and all of the pixels start like flaring up, and there's like dead spots and everything. So yeah, I tried to do something like that. That's why it has both like larger colored blocks and then small white pixels that appear and jitter around. Um, yeah, it looks really cool.
Does.
Yeah, and the something wicked was something where originally it was just the original zombie model, so even before we got filth and strays and stuff. It was just that, but like stretched out, because I didn't have modeling skills, so I just edited the model that already existed. But now we actually got like a proper design for it that Francis designed. That's a bit more fun in terms of story implications and such. I don't remember if it. I don't think it actually gets blinded. Because I think I did that on purpose, that you can't blind it, but we can look at it through...
Yeah, if you go out of bounds and look in. It was really, really hard to get the concept art feeling good in like a low poly style, because it's wiry, like it's made of cords or veins or whatever, so it was really, really challenging to... There we go.
And yeah, the very much it was on purpose that like all the radiation and such is making it like really difficult to see. Because one of the things I think was a mistake originally was making it so that once you like unlock the enemy entry, you can just see something wicked. Because that kind of removes a lot of the mystery around it. So this time around, when we did a new design, which is more lore friendly and more interesting and stuff, and alongside that we did I'll show it when we get to actually the next level where we have the enemy terminal, but we had it so that instead of seeing it, you just kind of see like glitching. Yeah, and I remember originally like people were often afraid that like something wicked would come up from behind them while they were like reading the terminal, so they like just escaped instead of reading the terminal. So this time around I made it so that once you actually put the red light down, all the like lights get enabled, and if you want, you can now explore around to like look at all the little detailing that I did. And it then something wicked makes like a sound that kind of sounds like it's dying or being vanquished or something, so that hopefully gets across the idea of like that it's safe now. Oh yeah, and this actually does lead to this. So if this mount wasn't here, you could go straight from the beginning to the end. And here we have the revamped thing, because these used to just use the same visual. Everything used to use the same OS visual language, but now we wanted to have a bunch of different ones. So this one is like supposed to look like it's the oldest. So it kind of looks like a TV, just like a CRT TV that's been placed here, and then the OS is just like pure text. So there's gray on black text and no icons or anything.
Very funny implications.
It's like technically it's not like TVs were invented, but terminals weren't when this stuff was in use. But it's just a sort of visual shorthand for, oh, this is like old.
I like the idea that these have been passed from different formats into eventually this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and finally the pipes actually like transition a slightly better way, where instead of it just like suddenly becoming red, it's like fades into red. Yeah, sorry, what are you gonna say, Victoria?
Oh, I was just gonna say I'll never get over like someone speculating on whether or not I had like a hyperfixation on CRT TVs, and that's why we have a couple now. And I was just like, no.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, we still have this bug that we weren't able to fix where the scroll
Oh
bar
my
like
god.
squeezes if you scroll up fast enough.
Yeah, it's just
Bug?
Unity
That's so
UI
Yeah.
scroll bars.
It's like, oh, can
Fucking
we
bullshit.
remove the elasticity from it? It's like, no. Instead of using a scroll bar, you should use like a custom scroll bar system using
Uh-huh.
like UI images and stuff.
We should just use a custom engine at this point.
Yeah, I don't even
Actually, I
think
think
any.
that-
I don't think anyone's submitted that as a bug either. So it clearly didn't actually matter all that much in the first place. Thankfully.
I don't know if the version that we're on doesn't have this or not, but like the newest version of Unity has the ability to like not have elastic scroll bars. Did that change anything? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It don't
I
matter.
don't
None
remember.
of this
It don't matter.
It's been long enough.
Someone says rewrite the whole game in C. Let's just scrap the game.
Yeah, let's just cancel the game and let's just work on a different game.
Yeah.
And
I might die working on this game, if you know what I mean.
I think we might all die.
And then we'd be
I'm going to die.
dead. Then we.
Alright, let's take a quick break here because I need to get a drink refill. So y'all can
Sounds good.
chat.
So do I, but I need to like get up to do that. So that's not happening. oh no. No leaks, I hope.
No, it's not showing that. It's only showing the
Okay,
game
good.
window.
I was scared earlier. I was like,
Oh, okay. That's only on the Discord stream. Oh, thank fucking god! Jesus Christ!
I was
so
fucking
scared.
I was so fucking scared.
Yeah, thank god.
That's another one. Okay, chat. Entertain us. Whoa, Heckteck, why did you reveal the gold arm? I'm not streaming. Why am I the one? Among.
Who even said that there would be a gold arm? What if there isn't a gold arm?
I don't even know what arms
What
are.
if there are multiple? What if there are like 10?
Yeah.
Well,
wait, so there is a gold arm? I honest to God don't know. I was reading chat.
Someone said, "What's a nutter tank?" Don't worry about it.
No.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
You can't know.
The funny thing is that like,
will there be more enemies for lesbians, please? Sorry.
We have posted the censored picture of the nutter tank publicly, but they will never see the real one, ever.
They can't.
Never ever.
They can't. Since it's paused on a screen where the feedbacker's visible, I guess now's a good time to talk about it. Like, the arms were ironically one of the only things that we hadn't done a visual upgrade for, so I finally got around to that. And yeah, it was fun to finally have like both arms be different and reflect that part of like the concept art and design of V1 and everything. One thing that drove me crazy though was like I had to do all of this complicated bone transferring in Blender from the old model to the new one, so all of the old animations still worked because it's animated.
Transfer.
Yeah, so it was like, I mean, think like every single gun with every animation, and then the punch animations, and there's unique punch animations for if you're holding something in your hand or not. And so all of that took ages, and then right when I was at the very end of it, Dave came in and he was like, I think that the shape of the forearm could be a little bit different. And I was like, fuck my life, man. So yeah, I had to kind of tweak that to make it a little more. I think I made it a little more like flattened instead of rounded. It's a really subtle tweak that he was. So, sometimes he's just really particular about a certain like thing that he wants to look a certain way, and that's fine. But it was like
And
I was so done with it.
Yeah, it was an understandable feedback in that like it kind of did the fact that it wasn't angular at all kind of made it look like it was like power armor or something instead of an actual robot part.
Yeah,
I think it was a good shout.
It's very funny. Like in the sorry, you go.
No, just like, but yeah, I can definitely relate to like the feeling of just like just let this be fucking done, please. Just let this be enough.
I don't know what that means.
Someone mentioned the 3 dots being removed from the arm. Yeah, I forgot to put them there, and they will never be added back in. It's the more people complain about it, the funnier it is to not add them. So
it's getting funnier over time.
Yeah, it's funny because when we were when I was thinking about stream like last night, when we suddenly planned it, we were like, oh, actually we should do we should do this thing. I was like, oh, we probably won't have all that much to talk about though with the Revamp. Now it's been 2 hours and we're still in Prelude.
Holy shit, it's 2 hours? Did I actually fall asleep?
We're gonna have to start speedrunning this.
Yeah, we're gonna have. Luckily, the further we go, the less there is to talk because the less there was to like actually change. The Prelude is the densest. But
people were asking for if there are gonna be more lesbian enemies. Please free Victoria from the dude mine.
People still copy paste that post where I was like. Saying one time I asked Akita, I was like, can I like model some cute women or something, and he was just like, you're working on the wrong fucking game.
Please, can we like Splinter?
The ULTRAKILL fork. Holy shit.
Yeah, one of the things, the biggest changes with the Revamp came with the 03 and 04 because these levels used to only have 3 secrets. And they were the only levels that didn't have 5 secrets, so we finally went back and added 2. So here's the first one, is down here. And there's a bunch of enemies.
The council.
Oh yeah, the idea with 03 was that... So that the first level is kind of just like general, like mechanical factory stuff. The second level is like the mulch zone. So that was where all the minerals and stuff were, but the 03 is like, this would be like the power generator aspect of it. So these are like where power gets generated and transported into different areas of the facility. So that's why it's like yellow, like lightning instead, and there's so many like lights and stuff. To get that idea across. This is one of my favorite, again, pretty minimal changes, but the light shafts add so much to this room. Oh my god. The game froze.
Holy moly!
Oh yeah, and I'm very glad that we added. We finally made the schism attacks like slightly unique by adding the laser lines. There's this spot, and I remember this spot specifically because this was when me and Salad went down the fucking Sans AU like.
Oh my fucking god!
Well.
Yeah.
Just like. We're just like talking, we just started looking stuff up and we got stuck for like 2 hours just looking at all the billions of different versions of the Sans that like other Till fans have made.
What was the one in particular that we found that was like 3 different AUs stacked on top of each other? It was
like a revert under swap.
Reverts.
A revert after under after swap. Yeah, and the something that I wanted to play with the colors in this level is sort of make the first and second floor like visually distinct, so that you always know which like altitude you're at. So the lower area is like completely yellow, and then as you go up, it gets more and more red. It goes from like orange to like pure red. And this was kind of a pain in the ass again because of fog. So because like we kind of have to use fog now in order to create that sense of depth that otherwise wouldn't really be there. but it kind of makes these problems of like, oh, here's a wall, and it would be like completely fogged up, which means that it would be like light brown, yellowish tone. But then it would ruin like the black thing because it would just cut off. So I had to do like these additional. Just keep cheats on, honestly, at this point. I keep pulling it. But you can see with this transparency bug, you can see actually that that's where the mesh cuts off, and there's a second layer of mesh that stands like slightly on top of this one, where that is, you can see it cut off there. That there's like a manual no fog shader thing that I used with vertex colors to like blend in from a fog texture into this just pure black.
Oh my god.
It's just a lot of small things that had to happen in order to make these levels look the way they do look. Oh yeah, and here's another forced perspective thing of like, these just go down forever. It doesn't really work because you don't see it from like the you don't like look at it directly, but it's about the best I could do considering the circumstance. Yeah, cool fans, and something that we kept doing is just adding light shafts to fans because it always looks good. So every fucking fan has a light shaft.
So good. It's so much more interesting to look at.
Hey, fan warning.
What does this fan do? What does it blow?
Blows your mind.
Wow! Holy shit! I don't have a mind anymore.
But you're in the mines.
That was dumb.
Yeah. You have
Sorry.
a problem with that? You wanna fight? A fist fight?
Are we gonna get in a fight on stream? Can we have a boxing match? Industrial fans are so hell yeah. I mean, I don't know. The 90s bands were like... They're not... You know, they're not too interesting. I'm more... Sorry, that was a dumb joke.
Womp womp.
What?
Yeah, this just reuses the scanner things from the mulch zone because I needed something and I was like, I don't want to make anything new. Just reuse those. Here's just a ton of fucking pipes everywhere. Because this needs to look like a back area.
Like a back room.
Like a back room, terminal space.
God, I've been holding off on making Ban jokes. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
It's not worth it. Yeah, and this is one of my favorite little changes was I have so many favorite changes. It's like I like my game or something. It's wild.
That's crazy. I don't like your game.
That's why you're working.
I actually want to. I want to make one Ban reference because we just played it on stream the other day. And so I was telling my friend about it, and I was like, yeah, you know, in Hakita and South, they're not really like fucking with Stinger Flynn anymore. Like, and I was kind of surprised because I thought he was pretty chill or whatever. But yeah, they don't really like him. And then she was just like, that's so sad. How's the rest of Recess?
Stinger Flynn. No, Stinger Flynn has just become like a fucking doomer. Like, I just don't. I feel like initially it was like exciting, but he has just like shown how lame he is. And...
I'm gonna go to the toilet.
Why? There's already so much shit going on here.
Yeah, no, I felt like I was missing out. I'm gonna go elsewhere.
Right, but yeah, anyway, so this is like just like wires carrying electricity to sort of hopefully get across the idea more of like this being like the power system or whatever. Here's the other new secret. Yeah, I had to make these back areas again just to make it so that the fans don't end in a fucking wall. Oh yeah, this is another one of those bespoke moments.
Fuck you, death lasers.
Yeah, this is just like a warning thing. Yeah. and they get fried because it's like a laser thing. I guess it's like some kind of a generator thing. I don't know. I just wanted to put it in because I thought it was cool and it would make this level feel a bit more unique and alive. But yeah, he is a really good, really powerful light shaft on a fan. Very nice. There's so many warning signs because it's just like just don't be here. Oh yeah, and one of the things that was a massive pain in the ass was making these like sloped, curved pipes. Just like horrible, horrible process. But then also the pipes actually continue down here because they have to lead somewhere. Yeah, it was not great. Would not recommend. Oh yeah, this one actually you can now just shoot because it's a pane of glass instead of like a weird fractured brick wall thing. And this room, I had so much fucking trouble with this room. I could not for the life of me figure out because I still don't like it. I think it's ugly, but I tried so many things with the lighting to try to make it right, and again, it has like a fog disable thing because otherwise it just looked bad, but it's sort of like just a mess. I'm not a fan of it, so I just kind of gave up on it eventually. Yeah. So, always worth it. Do I do sharpshoot? Hold on.
Right, scary blue.
Scary blue. Jumbo Jas. Huggy Wuggy. Yeah, and this is a room where I wanted to sort of, because like, okay, we have generic that like says the template, then we have mulch, and then we have electricity, so these ones are all focused on heat. So when you initially start the level, there's no fog, but as soon as you open this door, it just like gets like completely like orange haze to sort of emphasize the heat. And like whenever you open the door, it just like a little thing. And there's like a heat haze stuff. Do you want to say anything about that, Victoria?
Sorry, the what?
Heat haze. The one
yeah, I forget. Did we add it for this room specifically? Like, was that the instigating thing?
Yeah, I think it might have been.
Okay. Yeah, because we wanted we wanted certain areas in the game to feel hot, and there's a few different heat systems actually. There's like one specifically for like outdoor areas, and then there's one that's driven by a particle system for here. Not too much to say about it, but it's basically just invisible particles that do nothing but warp the texture of whatever's behind them. So, yeah, you layer it multiple times, and it gives that kind of hazy look to it.
Yeah, again,
I do remember though there was like a lot of like rendering issues with it though, because transparency rendering and the sorting of transparent objects in video games is like, it has been a problem since 3D rendering was invented pretty much.
Yeah, I remember I sent you like a screenshot from like Splatoon. And I was just like, look, even they're having that problem. Yeah, again, either it's just like a bunch of like bespoke industrial machinery to sort of get it sort of heat and the stuff going on, and yes, there's some moving lights because I couldn't figure out what to do with this one, so it's like it's lights are moving. Yeah, and then the heat chambers, and like initially it was just like, oh, I'll just do this as like a visual like element of like adding to the world. But then obviously it ended up becoming an actual mechanic in 0E. But it actually does work in the way that like entering a heat zone, I think that's how it works. Like if you enter the heat zone, then it should, yeah, then it cools you down. Otherwise it doesn't activate because you're not. And the idea was that like as like these are areas that only machines can work in. So the idea with the cooling chambers isn't like to save them from heat or whatever. It's specifically so that like because machines are metal and stuff, like their actual exterior like becomes really hot while they're working in the heated areas. So there are cooling chambers specifically cool them down so they don't like melt any of the non-heat resistant stuff that they might touch afterwards.
I was thinking about the also high on that. I was just thinking about the sign with the filth sleeping gas on it, implying that like the filth was just like a nuisance they had to deal with. That's so cute.
It was definitely like a thing that they were aware of and had measures against, which is why it then became a problem when suddenly they started appearing in places for very unknown reasons. No idea why that's.
If we find out why, it could be the key to all this.
It might be the funniest thing we've ever had.
It might be the funniest thing we've ever had. No, that's so cute though. Like just little teeth guys just like appearing out of the air. It's like, oh, gotta give them the sleep.
And yeah, it's just a bunch of busted valves. So like this one's fallen off entirely. This one's like wonked, and this one just doesn't do anything. And yeah, it's just we have a little cubby hole and just put a bunch of fucking pipes there. Put a vent. It's whatever. It's fine. Put a bunch of moving things to make it more heat and industrial. I think this is the part where I think this might be actually where we started using vertex colors originally. It was like these specifically, and then these. Because these have like the glow to them.
I think so. Yeah. So I think that I used them on the levels that I did. Yeah.
7.4, and I was like, how do you do those cool light shafts? And that's
Also, that blood rendering was a little messed up, but
yeah,
that's okay.
It's fine. And we still have the bug with the development build where blood just disappears if you slide.
Oh yeah.
Game development is still fun.
I'm working on that. I guess now's a good time to talk about that, because in all previous versions of the game, blood, what it would do, like it would just spawn a plane at the point that like a blood splatter hit, and blood splatters took up a lot of performance to generate, and it was rendering each one individually, and there's a whole lot of stuff with that. And then they would float in midair because they're just transparent planes. And so the updated system does a whole lot of logic where it basically generates a bunch of blood positions and rotations, and then tells the GPU draw like 1,000 planes with these positions and rotations, and then it gets these scenes depth and normals in order to clip them against the actual surfaces that they should be resting on. So it looks a lot better now for the most part. There's always going to be some problems with it. Yeah. It's so much better now.
What?
But yeah, you can see because like with the old system, the blood would have actually like floated here. Like there would be a blood splatter that's partially in the air, but with this amazing new system that is also way more better for performance. It's just in every way it has been improved.
Well, the clipping is actually a little more expensive, but the cost of like the rendering was improved so much that in its performance, but the performance of the rendering was improved so much that the extra cost of clipping the blood out is like negligible.
I think this is also Keto might have meant relative to like the game object decals.
Yeah,
these are good.
Oh yeah, and we also have like the thing where objects have forgot that we even did that, where objects actually have particle systems for when you hit them.
Yep, and footstep sounds and everything else, which we can talk about that a little bit more once we get later on, because this is all kind of just metal everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like Akita's rate your music account.
exit, it's like at least half as strong.
Oh yeah, I knew you were gonna like correct me. No. I'm pushing you against the locker or whatever.
Oh my.
It's
Oh,
actually I'm actually very into noise rock and ambient.
I'm actually very into Kawali.
I don't know what that is. I'm into Godsmack.
God. Have I ever? I think I've sent you the video of like the Godsmack Rate Your Music guy.
You have.
It's so good. No, Kawali is
Jeepers
Indian.
Cripes! Sorry.
Kawali is like Indian folk stuff. Very cool. But
yeah.
anyway, yeah, something I wanted to do way more with Prelude, but just couldn't really fit anything, is just have a bunch of stuff carrying things. So I'm glad I at least managed to do one where it's like carrying lava or something, a conveyor thing. And then here's the last new secret, it's just hidden there. Move along. Oh yeah, and this one is just like this last final little cooling thing here, just to sort of make it so that the fog doesn't interrupt the exit. Then Sorberis.
Barbados.
We have actual lava. Like Victoria made a proper lava. Because it used to just be an explosion texture that I just splattered on like the whole thing. But now it's like actual like an animated texture, and it like looks like lava instead of lasagna or something. And yeah, again.
Yeah, it's a.
Oh, I'm hungry now.
Go ahead.
No, it's just here's the heat haze again. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah, I did a couple of animated textures, and yeah, it's like a procedural substance designer thing where I like wrote some math that generates like little bubbles and then they pop over time, and yeah, just exported it out to like a PNG sequence and imported it as like a thing, and then wrote like a little bit of code to switch the textures really fast. I really like how it came out. It feels like very appropriately like in with the retro theme. It's not too smooth. Like it feels good, I think.
Yeah. Again, here's the like little things of like, oh, there used to be a bridge here, but it fell down, and that's why you can't pass over. And even if you do, then this area is blocked off where the door would be. So instead, you have to go on the pipes and go into this maintenance vent thing. And one thing is like this like ceiling. I don't even remember what it used to look like, but I remember like having a lot of trouble with this. But then making this like almost infinite like chasm helped a lot. And I think like the idea would be that like there's people like factory workers would just dump like minerals and whatever here, and then they go into lava and be like melted down
Into mulch.
It's a very like naissance room. Huge sucker for those giant spaces.
There's still no reason for crushers to be here. It's like, fine, it's fine, don't worry about it.
It's just to make sure you're not sneaking around in there, you rascal.
And then like this would be a chute where something would be pushed from there and then into the grinders. And there's a door here that normally would be closed to like so that people don't accidentally fall down, but stuck open. And then there's this door that just makes sense for why anyone would just walk here. I remember when we had the Revamp servers thing, like people were like, "Oh, what's this new secret door? Like, what's gonna be behind that? It's gonna be P7." Like, so no, it's just a locked door. I mean, this is another room that was just completely unchanged. It was good. There was no need to change it. Yeah, the lava isn't actually animated, but whatever. You only see it barely.
Yeah.
It don't matter.
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and as soon as you open this door, the fog changes. Now it's like red, specifically because this room kind of needs this like much closer red fog instead of the orange that the rest of the level uses. So
Hey, wait, why? Never mind. Okay.
what?
No, I was just like, it's like what I was saying the other day.
Yeah, but that's specifically because you will never like go back.
Yeah.
So that's why it's okay to use it here, but isn't not like that.
I see. And you can't go back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, since we're fighting Cerberus now.
Yeah. We can.
I don't know what all to say about it other than just like, it was also one of the few models that hadn't gotten an update, and it was really tricky because it's a middle ground where it's sometimes an environment prop and it's sometimes a enemy, and you don't want it to feel out of places either, so you kind of have to like make it at a level of detail that feels appropriate for both. And that was kind of fun to experiment with. And yeah, we wanted it to look more defined, like a Greek or Roman statue. So made it very muscly and buff because I can never make anything cute. I just have to make buff men all the time.
Things can be buff and cute.
Yeah, then there's the damage system thing that we did. Because we used to just have the textures get damaged, but then for this and the Minotaur we actually were like, hey, can we actually like make the model damaged? And it's a lot. It's both much easier to see and just looks cooler and more interesting. So I think that's something that we want to apply to more enemies in general as well. Where once you get them to half health, then they like visually break down a little. And I specifically
really
wanted like the top half of the head to get blown off to show that like it doesn't like follow like actual like human anatomy and where the important organs or whatever are, because the way that demons work is just it's like a stone-like shell with just a bunch of like mulch inside it.
Can we move on from the word mulch?
And also, I wanted to mention that you took the opportunity with the redesign of them to redo their animations too, and make it like a lot more like stilted, I guess would be the word.
And also, I'll just point out that once you finish that arena, the fog completely turns off for the last area, so you can see how this area looks without fog. And then once
you can't both look that way.
Fog doesn't like reactivate, because why would you restart after after beating the boss? But yeah, the animations are like kind of supposed to look like kind of like stop motion or something, because the idea is that like they're supposed to be statues, so they should move in a very awkward and jittery way where they are actually having trouble moving around. And initially it was like, is this too much? Like, does it like look out of place? But I don't think anyone's complained since we put it in game, so I think that means that it's fine.
It's like a bell curve. The number of complaints versus how peak it is.
And it's always, we always get way more complaints when we initially show things, where versus when we actually put them in the game.
Yeah.
Because we did get initially like people were like, oh, I don't like the new look, I don't like the new animations or whatever, and then we actually put it in game, and then it's like, oh, actually it's fine. It just took people a bit to get used to.
It's fair enough.
That's how it goes with everything. I mean, even like I remember when we first added the new filth model, people were like, "No, you can't be doing that." And we're like, "Well, we're gonna do it anyway."
Yeah, sometimes that's one of those things of like, why don't developers just listen to the players? Is that sometimes the players may just be like not used to the thing yet, the change, because people just generally don't like change, and that doesn't mean that the change is worse. It means that people need a moment to get used to it before. Yeah, and here it's just like, again, I wanted to sort of emphasize the idea that the prelude is much bigger than what you see of it, so there's a lot of these pipes all the way around that are like, assumedly all of them go down further into hell, so it's like, you know, each of these pipes could basically be have a different prelude attached to it.
Souls 1, baby.
Wow, we finally got out of Prelude.
Let's go!
And
How
only
many
two-
hours in?
2 hours and 22 minutes.
Yeah.
So at that rate, how many we got to get through? 6?
We'll go faster. Must go
Yeah.
faster. Yeah. This
We
was
got a lot of the mulch and potatoes out of the way 1st, so.
Mulch and potato.
Yeah,
Oh my god, this.
Oh, sorry. Let me translate that for you. The mulch and potatoes.
What the hell are you? I'm gonna.
That sounded like you actually just bit your microphone. Yeah, the Limbo was actually the first revamp we did, because Limbo looked by far the worst. So this was where we started off. Was doing this whole like 3D skybox thing. And just making not Minecraft trees.
Why
Yep.
I oughta.
And yeah, these are actually like, we wanted to really emphasize the idea of like fakeness, so instead of actual trees, these are like now like holograms, so you can see like the things that are creating the hologram, and if you go close, it like makes it disappear into dithering and makes like a buzz sound.
And they're all bolted into the ground.
Yeah, there's like bolts.
Which I really enjoyed doing. Yeah, the 3D skybox system was fun because it is actually just it's source engine style, like 1/16 scale type thing. So if you spawn an enemy out there
Oh.
and then go back
Did
in
it say that a
bounds,
whole level?
Yeah, sure.
Yay!
They are vibing with the music.
Let's go!
Also, you can frolic. Yay, yippee.
Yay! I love frolicking. Oh, sorry. Let me frolicking.
it doesn't work the other way around.
Oh, it doesn't work the other way around. Shut up. Go to the suburbs or whatever you. I don't know. You guys don't have anything over there. You just have houses.
Yeah, eat some fish and crisps.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's not a thing. And you're Finnish.
Yeah, this is a good spot to like mention the.
Sorry, no.
environmental-
One last thing. You have a way of making me. No. Okay. All right. I'm done. Sorry.
Yeah, like if you shoot stone stuff, it actually makes a stone like pebbles and things, and the intensity of the damage causes the pebbles to be bigger and stuff like that, so that like you get really big ones from like ground slamming and stuff to add more impact to them. And it actually, the pebbles actually take the material that you hit. So for an example, if we had like red dirt, then it would still show up as like red pebbles and stuff. And
It also supports the vertex blending. So once you hit over like the 50% threshold, it's gonna change into grass here, and it will do grass sounds and grass particles, and yeah.
So cool. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that was a really fun system to get working, and it's actually like insanely cheap with the way that Unity does raycasts. So
It would be cool if you said grass though. Okay,
you're so mad.
I'm not.
It's really funny that when we redid everything in the speaker, I just added a hump, and it's like, it's good enough, whatever. But yeah, it's one of the. Let me turn the sound up and the music off. Because one of the things I did not expect to be difficult is getting the Foley sounds. But it's actually really difficult to get good Foley sounds, or like finding them online or whatever. Especially sliding, because sliding is not really a thing you do in real life. So
Have you sorry.
So usually what I had to do for sliding is like if there was dragging sounds, I would use those and I would mix them, and sometimes I would just like stitch together multiple footstep sounds or something in order to create like an elongated continuing sound.
Have you tried like making Foley sounds?
Yeah, not really. I mean, I have a field recorder, but
God.
it's a bit more difficult to do those things properly.
Absolutely, yeah. Just like it's so fun for some of like the little game projects I had. Like, okay, oh my god, why am I like self-reporting this? One of my shotgun sounds was me biting into a Yorkshire pudding. Don't comment.
Someone is like, what the fuck is a Foley sound? Foley sound is just like physical environment sound effects. So for like some footsteps and dragging across things and like knocks on wood and such.
Yeah, often done like by trying to imitate the noise and like layer it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just fill those in. Start while I'm at it. To get the music back to normal. Yeah, and one of the benefits of the new hologram kind of look like 3D skybox thing is that now you get way more presence of like it's much more easier to notice that like, oh, this is supposed to continue, but it doesn't. So it makes it a bit more fake. And here we, Victoria, you actually did like a chromatic aberration thing that we were kind of like trying to do with text as well.
Yeah. I was also gonna say one of the things that like really surprised me with the revamp on this was that the size of the spaces didn't change at all, but the addition of like a 3D skybox that responds to your movements, it makes the space feel really massive, and like a lot less claustrophobic than Limbo felt originally. And I think that's a really cool change.
Yeah, but also because the CRT lines are so like visible, it also simultaneously feels more open and more closed in.
You're mentioning that like
so
there
liminal.
are people who are like, wow,
So
the skybox is so unrealistic looking. It's so fake looking.
it's the fucking
Like before the
salad.
revamp.
I need your help. What was the annoying word? Anemoia. That was the
Anemoia.
Anemoia.
Yeah.
You know, it's liminal space anemoia. Whatever.
There was another one that I forget. It wasn't Anemoia, but it was. I don't remember.
And Alessia.
Yeah, and all the trees in the skybox are actually just 2D. Sort of add to the feeling of fakeness.
They are?
Yep. Go all the way out here.
I don't believe you. I still don't believe you. That's crazy. Oh, this little room. Oh my god,
Yeah.
this is so cute.
Feel like
This is like the grass I get to see when I poke my head out of the mine.
once every
It's like-
70 years.
Yeah, and then you like dangle me over the blender again or whatever.
Oh yeah, and the
That post was-
flame animation is a lot like
It's so cool. Warm.
so much.
It's so.
It's
Yeah.
so smooth.
And the funny thing is that it's actually still the same sprite that because there was a sprite sheet for a flame. It is just the actual same sprite as the old flame, but just at a higher resolution. Because I originally thought I lost it, but then I found it in a folder somewhere. I was like, oh, we can actually just improve the fire now. Yeah, the frolicking is one of my favorite things. Just making the particles. It's really fun. It just adds more feel to the environment. Yeah, here's a good example of like, this is a pedestal that you get the red skull from. This used to be a red pedestal, but because it doesn't actually do anything, we changed it to a salt pedestal. And red is sulfur, so when you put that down, it like creates like a kind of like a heat sulfur thing, and then you get these little pops of I don't know, something.
Yeah, I remember because oh my god, sorry. I was like, hey, you should include like these little particle effects to represent this happening. And you're like, how do we make it look like what sulfur is supposed to represent? And yeah, that was fun. And there's stuff later on as well that I'm excited about.
I'm excited about this.
Yeah, so nothing going on over there.
Nothing. This means nothing. It is. Don't look at
This
it.
means nothing. Ah,
Whoop. And yeah, this was always an aspect of like that like behind all the like fake greenery and stuff, it's basically just more Prelude technology in the back. So all the secrets sort of give you a little tease of that, and then 1E is like full on like here's all the stuff.
One other thing that I wanted to mention about the skyboxes is that there's a few different variations of it. You know, one that you just saw with like the glitch version. There's a couple glitch versions. One which we'll see later, and then all of those things are tunable. So if like modders, for example, want to have a like perfectly flawless fake skybox like you would have in a Source Engine game for out of bounds areas, they can do that.
People in the alchemy chat in the Discord are really angry that I'm not talking about the lion.
Good. Fuck 'em. Yeah, and this was one.
I didn't say it.
No, I love those guys. But
I love them.
Yeah, this was one of the first, I think, things that were like, okay, the first challenges of like, okay, how do I make this make sense? Like, why is there things like, oh, it's just a broken staircase, and that's why you have to jump up. Oh yeah, and one thing is that like there is kind of a small issue with the shader that it's impossible to fix, which is the Vertex like texture warping. Means that you kind of at the edges of, you can see at the top, like the top half and the left and stuff, it kind of gets into like this weird thing, and that's like straight up just because it cannot render something that doesn't exist, so it kind of has this glitch thing instead. Just like a necessity. It would either be pure black or something, so we instead just had it be a sort of glitch thing.
I'm not evil.
Which I think is cool because it's kind of like it's like, hey, you shouldn't be here in the tracked volume. Step away, please. It makes sense contextually, I think.
Yeah. And now we made it finally consistent that all the water in Limbo is fake. So all of this is holograms in every Limbo area. Oh yeah, and we still keep the old malicious phases as environmental props. Oh yeah, and one thing we didn't mention is that the old malicious phases had separated eyes. These are actually separate objects.
Oh yeah.
Because way back I initially had the idea of like, oh, maybe you can use the revolver to shoot out their eyes and then they can't see you, but it's like, nah. I just always had those ideas that were way too ambitious and then wouldn't even have been good. So I'm glad a lot of them get left in on the drawing board.
Yeah.
I think at one point, when I discovered that the original model had like bones to animate its like facial, like its facial structure, so it could have different like emotions. I did it like an animation of it smiling at you.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite effects of the fake skybox. It's just like, this is such a narrow like hallway, and so it feels both narrow and also wide at the same time. Yeah, Jericho did the I think it was Jericho, yeah, who did the new stained glass windows. That was something that I wanted to do since like way back when we like originally did Limbo's, like make actual like bespoke like stained glass windows, and then we were like, okay, but like one of the difficulties was like, okay, we want them to have information for the player, but what is the player supposed to be able to know this early on in the game?
Exactly the same thing with the lion statue, which people are... I'm so glad you put the lion statue in also, by the way. But yeah, this... When I like asked you about this and you were like, yeah, I was like, oh my god, that's cool.
Yeah, and we have... since this level is the one thing that introduces the skulls, and then we're like, oh, actually we can tease the ferrymen this early, because the ferrymen are both the skulls and also the ones who use the skulls.
Yeah.
So it makes sense for them to be teased this early on.
And also all the people complaining about us not talking about the alchemy. the ferryman. Hey, what's up? Think about it.
Also, these are kind of supposed to look like mannequin hands.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is another thing that just ruins setups, is the thing of like the block door, because that if you use a saw blade, then it'll bounce off that and go in either direction instead of directly back. Again, a new little back area, because this used to just be like a stone cubbyhole, but now it's like these pipes going up and down, prelude style. Oh yeah, we considered putting another new statue here. Then I was like, nah, I think it's more, I think it's better and it's more interesting. Yeah, because we were supposed to put the lion statue here again. And I was like, no, it fits more and it's more interesting if there's only one of them.
Yeah, and it's more important. Again, I can't explain how excited I was when, like, those dumbass... Okay, I was lying. Those dumbass ideas I was going to say, but no, I'm a genius.
Oh yeah, and this is like something to like take note of, is the fact that it's missing the like base, basically most of the head. Remember that for later.
Sorry, I had to mute out for a second. What did I miss?
Oh, nothing really. Oh yeah, doesn't do that. I don't think is there really anything. Yeah, I guess we can do the Smile OS check on there. But I'll,
Did they have the other skyboxes? Do they have different skyboxes?
Oh, they do have the time of change, time of day change stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there isn't really all that much to say about all these three. Just a bunch of stuff added in and tried to make it look cool. And then up here is like, okay, how do we explain this like another just like nonsense cubbyhole? It's like, oh, there was stuff here, but it's like broken off or been shipped away. So this is how it normally would look, and this is how it looks broken off. Oh yeah, and we have the butterflies. Those were by Wizard, who also did the Credits Museum.
Yeah.
It's the butterfly particle effects to sort of add a bit more life and such. Actually, I mean,
That was the other...
we have cheats on, I can just kill them with cheat.
Oh yeah. You can't even remember.
Yeah. Let's go back and do secret level.
I was about to say you're not going to fight the boss. I'm so smart.
Alright, yeah, so SmileOS 1.0 is one of those things that we got a lot of complaints over when we initially tested it. Because people thought that that would like replace everything, but no, it just replaces like a really simple mechanism. This was sprite stuff that I did myself, because I wanted it to look very archaic and simple and crummy, so it makes sense for me to be the one who do it. And so we had a general like design language, so all these like buttons are generalized rather than just being Unity UI sprites with the fill center turned off.
Oh my god.
And the time of day changes, but I don't think much to say about that. The actual like the setup of the skybox of like where all the what objects are there and where all the objects are stays the same in every level. It's just the lighting and the textures that sometimes change.
It's so pretty though.
Yeah. Especially night, I'm really glad. Like the chromatic aberration looks so good on the stars.
Yeah.
It has so much more visual depth.
God, our art team really cooked with this one, didn't she?
Yeah. Our team and also me. Yeah, here's the new puzzle, because one of the things about this level was like the second to last puzzle is way harder than the actual last puzzle, and the last puzzle was really easy. So for the revamp, as we were like changing things and fixing things, I was like, I might as well just go ahead and fix that as well. So it was always pretty lame. So this is a new puzzle now, and the puzzle that used to be here is now the actual final puzzle, because that was by far the hardest.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say.
This is the only one I don't have muscle memory for, because it's so new. So I'm like, how did this go again?
That's silly. Yeah, I was
I think it's yeah.
You're saying you might as well fix blah blah blah. I was just thinking like, yeah, you had the time to, and I was like, I guess that's something to, when there is a quiet spot, talk about.
Sure.
Is like the actual timeline of how things went.
We can talk about it right now, because I think I might have to replay 1-1 to unlock 1.
Oh, right. New save. Yeah, so basically the fraud, like double confirming we're clear to talk about the the mechanics. Yeah, you mentioned.
Yeah, we showed the portals in the trailer.
Yeah.
So just
a lot of people
for
didn't recognize.
First, it's like by portals we don't mean like portal game portals, but like they are actual like space displacement. They like tie two different spots in space together in a way that's seamless.
Like imagine like a door that just takes you somewhere else.
And that's how we were able to do things like in the trailer. You can see the part where that was actually filmed by me, is the part, and people recognized me because I used the fucking rail cannon on the soldier. People were like, why would he? That has to be a Hakita clip, because why would anyone do that? It's because I tried to do it with like the shotgun first, but it was limp. It didn't have the juice that we wanted for a trailer clip.
Yeah.
But in that clip you can see as I entered the sort of sideways building, I actually also turned sideways, and that was created using a rotated portal.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't recognize that there were actually portals in it, which makes me very happy. So yeah, I'm gonna do a breakdown video when I get time at some point. I've got a little avatar and everything for the whole PNG tuber experience, but basically, we knew we wanted to do that, and it was like, okay, we're not gonna get enemies to work with that, and so it's like, I know, let's rewrite the enemies, which is something that's been attempted before, and we don't talk about that, but
it was a horrible experience, because then it was that was before you joined, like. Probably.
Yeah, and then I tried it also solo, if you remember.
Must be too
no,
long.
there was this was like a very short period where I was like, oh, I'm gonna give it but then we were pretty confident we could do it together, because in our mind it was this was Peter and I, to be clear. In our mind it was basically the state we're in now is what we wanted to get to, but scope creep, and it just kept expanding.
Like initially we just wanted like, we'll just like centralize things and simplify things, but then it was as you two were working on it, you kept up coming with like, well, actually we can make like this kind of system that would help make enemies for modders and things like that, and we had a lot of lapses in communication. Then I was too loose with keeping track of it, because I was focusing on revamping the levels. That sort of things get ballooning out, and what was supposed to be like a month or two ended up becoming like a full year.
Exactly, and it was insane. And I think the other thing is not. Also, this isn't crazy, by the way.
They're all frolicking.
Yeah, woo!
Yeah, also the thing I really love about the frolicking is that all enemies and such also frolic.
Oh! Never mind. Yeah. So that was like that behavior system that I showed off screenshot Saturday. Currently, just like unused. Just because it just turned out to be more effort to implement than would be worthwhile. And I think also knowing that we have the extra, I don't know, the extra hands-on deck that we do now.
Yeah, literally as of yesterday, we added 2 new temporary programmers just to make sure that we can get fraud done on time.
Yeah, and I don't know, communications improved a lot. But basically, what happened was, Kakita was like, "Yeah, I can work on some stuff, but you know, we hope to have it ready like soon, right?" We're like, "Think so, yeah." And then
like first
like,
we were like, "Oh, we can have it by like late summer," and like, I think we can do it September. It's like, okay, well, that didn't work out. We'll push it back to like December. That'll give you like 2 extra months, so that should be easy peasy.
Yeah.
and then
it was like and you were like, "Oh, well, I'll have this to work on," and then you started running out of things to work on. And I was like, "Oh, okay."
I was like, okay, it's been so long since the previous, like this has taken so long. I'll add like 2 encore. Actually, I was just like, I'll just start working on an encore level, and if it's done, then we'll add that in the update.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh. and then I made the second encore level, and then that was done, and then the enemy rewrite was still not, and we were just like, okay.
Yeah, just like the whole revamp update was out, and we hadn't got a single enemy working.
Yeah.
That's the state it was in. Now, after that, we got like a refocus and extra. Thank the Lord for Zombie and Scott.
Yeah.
New Blood programmers, because they basically just refocused entirely, and it was like, oh, we just kind of snapped back into place. And obviously there's still like, you know, it's not perfect logistically, but it's improved. And we have
weekly meetings.
We have weekly meetings, like yeah. Before it was just the weekly check-ins where it was like, what's the progress? And then we'd be like, nothing, bestie. Go, bestie, give us nothing.
Yeah, the whole revamp update ended up happening specifically to like do the enemy rewrite stuff, but then like it was such a mess that the update that was supposed to be all for the enemy rewrite did not even have the enemy rewrite in it.
Yeah.
But
it was like,
in the end, like it's probably gonna have some bad effects on the game in terms of like publicity and timing and such, to have had such a long break without new levels, which is why we're trying to get fraud out as soon as possible. But like in the end, it's still like better for the game that like we actually had the time to go back and redo a lot of old stuff and do the revamping, because it's so much more consistent now. Like initially when we started, like I was just like, no, it's fine to keep the old levels looking kind of scuffy because that kind of adds to the spirit of it. But by the time we got to like act like fucking layer 7, it was like, oh, the gap in quality is just way too big to like have that anymore. It is just like 2 different games.
From an artistic perspective, it's just like good that I spent like months just like smashing my head against a wall.
Yeah, it does give a much better impression of the game now for like a new player coming in.
Yeah.
It's funny because like I see people all the time that are like, yeah, I'm so hyped for ULTRAKILL, but I don't play early access games on principle, and that's fine. You know, like people are welcome to do that. And it's good that when they do finally do it, that they'll have a much better experience because we had that time to put into it.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see people like playing ULTRAKILL for the first time with the revamp stuff, and it's just like just being able to see that experience and how much more enriching it is as the world and the graphics are like much more consistent and much more imaginative and creative and inspiring and whatever.
It's so much more inspiring. Yeah, I don't know, it's wow. It's very cool. I like the game.
Eating time.
Okay, so like
Oh.
the situation is I've got the stream like the call up on my PC screen, which is like to my side, and I'm reading chat on my phone. And so I heard the audio and you say feeding time before anything happened. That was terrifying.
All right, let's. I think that's enough to talk about the behind the scenes of all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and yeah, just the like, it is a very unfortunate situation that Peter and Heckteck were finally freed from the enemy rewriting mines and directly into portal mines.
Basically enemy rewriting mines. Well, it's like, okay, the solution is get the content done, don't burn out. We have a good work ethic, like, thanks to you guys, basically. It's so, yeah. Just cancel fraud.
Yeah, just cancel the game, honestly. Yeah, we're gonna release fraud, and it's just like 4 rooms.
Yeah, and it's like
that's
the
like
4 rooms are connected by 2 portals.
That's like the funniest thing is there's a lot of like fans or whatever who are like, oh, but what if this is fake because it's fraud?
I will.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you really like we would like waste our time making like these really complex systems to just like surprise a couple 100,000 people at maximum for like 5 seconds.
Different to what I expected.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
the
glad we
problem with
spent
that,
a year.
yeah, the problem with that is it would only apply to people who are like paying attention during the development, so it's completely worthless waste of time for all future players. It's just like no, it is actually just because it's called fraud. It's like no, it's not.
Yeah.
We didn't do that. Just it is actually like it is the same amount of things of like we're not showing the full picture. We're just showing little snippets. So there's the same amount that we did for like violence and such.
I don't know, like, I'm glad people think we're that competent.
Instead of being a huge mess of like a couple extremely questionably brained individuals.
And then me, who is a genius.
Questionably genius.
Questionably British.
Oh yeah, this is one of the things I also like. It's just like, okay, this is where I started to like do the construction thing, because we did Limbo first. Oh yeah, I forgot to even talk about the first room because we were so busy talking about development. But anyway,
yeah.
like all the just like, oh well, how do you explain that there's like these gaps? It's like, oh, this room is just like under construction, so there's a bunch of planks and such, and you can just walk through them to break them so that they don't get in the way of gameplay. But yeah, the one of the things, because the sort of idea with Limbo, like the visual aspect of it's like the time progresses as you go through the level. So the first level is like midday, this one's like evening, and then the next one is dusk, and the last one is night. And originally this one wasn't in any way different from the first one, so it didn't really work out as well. So this finally has like new lighting, and it honestly looks like considerably more interesting than 1.1 because of that, because it came out so nicely. And I had to struggle a lot to get the sort of light and backlight stuff on, because there's like warm light coming from this direction, it has to be really bright, and then cold light from the other direction to sort of fill it out and sort of create a contrast. Yeah, the music changed as well, because it was pretty lame to go back to the first one. And I did have, I did consider redoing like music for Prelude as well, but when I tried, it was like I can't like do that sound anymore. I can't do that specific quality of songwriting, which is none, because just my skill set has moved and changed enough that like if I tried to make music for Prelude, it would sound out of place, because it would be much more complex and honestly just better. So I ended up not redoing that, but luckily the song that's used, 1000 Greetings, had actually already an alternate version when I originally released it in like 2016 or whatever. So, and then I just clipped a part of that alternate version and then applied it here. So I didn't actually have to make anything new for this, and it still got a new.
Someone in the chat saying you have a trickster reputation when it comes to teasers. Why?
I mean, I kind of do, but not to the extent of just straight up lying. I would not go that far, because I feel like that's...
Well, you did.
The whole thing that makes trickstery fun is the fact that you are actually not just directly lying.
I mean, you did kind of... wasn't the whiplash like a direct lie?
No, that's something that like people were like, oh Hakira said that we'll never get a grappling hook. And like I was like, oh, I guess I must have said at that point. I don't know why I would have said it, but because people are saying it, then I must have said it at some point. And then I actually looked into it later, and it's like I have never said anything like that. It was just something that people made up, and then other people believed, and then it got like passed around.
Oh my god, I don't know.
And
I was always adamant that we'd get some kind of whip arm.
And it was always in the plans, because I wanted to do a Nero's Devil Arm from DMC4, so that's what the whiplash is.
Really, you stole the idea from me, basically.
Yeah, I stole it from your mind from before you worked on ULTRAKILL.
Yeah, from when I was like... by the way, like, Nero, like DMC4 was the game I played as a kid, like, most. Peak. Absolute peak. And then I never used the whiplash for some reason. I play like a boomer.
Yeah, and again, closed off doors. And the lanterns, I just, again, I wanted to make sure that they blend into the environment so they don't stick out. So these are, again, just done by me in Pro Builder rather than done by Victoria. Oh yeah, and the secret here is like instead, like, I don't even remember what it was originally, but now it's like, okay, it's like a back area thing again, and you can use that, but I won't. And again, I'll add the ladder here to make it make sense of why that exists. And it is one of my favorite little visual gags. I don't know if people even noticed this, but like, oh yeah, here we have the old enemies still. But my favorite visual gag is like they're all burning because they were all trying to get this like drip of water.
Oh, that's great.
Just a small little gag, but oh yeah, and now I remember what it's like that happened with the grappling hook idea, and I bought into it, and then like it then was like once I realized it, then I was like, okay, I need to watch out for that, and then like it kept happening with other things too, like people were absolutely like adamant that like no, Hakira said that Sisyphus won't be in P2, and it's like what, where? And no one ever gives a source. They're just, I heard that. I remember reading that.
And where's your source? Shut up. Wait till the real designers are talking.
Oh yeah, in this build, the animated glitch texture is actually broken.
What?
Oh.
Nobody told me.
No, I did. I did like fucking 4 months ago, and you probably forgot because we don't have time for all that.
Victoria, come on.
And
what
this
else
is
are
the
you doing,
public
huh?
build?
Yep.
Oh god damn
Yeah,
it.
it's on the Trello. I mean Planka. We don't have Trello anymore. We have Planka.
Okay.
This always
Whatever.
happens. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and like the thing about like this of like when people are saying, oh, Hakira said that this one happened and this one happened, it's like I can't say that, I can't correct them because then it makes it seem like I'm confirming that it will happen.
I know, it's the worst part is not being able to engage in speculation anymore.
Yeah.
Which is very funny.
Oh yeah, this one I liked, which is that the street cleaners actually drop in through the elevator now instead of just being there.
Oh.
So when you initially, if I can do, I can boost up the volume and you can actually hear them fall. Here.
Oh, that's cute.
That's so cool.
Because that was the
They
idea.
just
with
like
their
me for real.
Yeah. Because like that was the original idea of like, oh, they came in from the elevator, but then that didn't really come off properly. So now that with the revamp, I actually put more emphasis on that idea.
Yeah. Also, I love, by the way, that the street cleaners are just like, yeah, that's the lesbian one.
There's always two of them behind the corner. And yeah, this is much cooler with like having the broken glass be an actual shattered like shape instead of just like a square that disappears.
It was reduced to a shape.
What the fuck? I thought you played like a sound clip. That was fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
That was like when because like Salad has like the Deku voice, but then when we were watching Blaze and
God.
Salad did like a new voice, I was like, what the fuck? You can do that? It's the fucking Romeo voice. Like this super fucking twerpy nerd voice.
Oh yeah.
You remember that? You remember the video I'm referencing, right?
No.
The real caving tragedy.
Ah,
He was broken.
rescuers were 2 milliseconds away. Yeah, here as well, the water has been changed to hologram stuff. And like, I wasn't 100% sure initially of like, oh, maybe these should be like real water, which is why we actually have like the drains of like, here's where the real water would have come from. But then eventually we decided to just make all the, for consistency, we decided to make all the limbo water fake. But the lava's real. Oh yeah, and this one was one of those where it's like, okay, what do... Because it was such a video game-ass room of like, this is just pure mechanics. So it's like, okay, how do I make this in a way that makes sense? It's like, oh, it's actually like an elevator and a broken room and like the ceiling is broken, so you go in through this way or something. And of course, way there that's blocked. And this secret used to be way too hard to find, so instead of having to break that, it's just like open now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember specifically mentioning that one as like I feel like you should change that just because it was kind of obtuse.
Yeah, someone in the chat is saying this updated room is so much better.
It's so much better now.
And this, like initially I was thinking like, we should just keep this the same as like the joke, but I did a little bit of improvements. Just to like make it a little bit better, but still keep it very scrungy looking.
The eyes are emissive.
It's a little bit better now.
And the cancerous rodent we on purpose kept as the like scungy pro builder meshes I originally did to them because it's funnier that way. And of course, because it's based on cancer mouse, so it's radioactive. So when you get close to it, you have the something wicked visual effect happen on your screen.
Earlier when we were playing Zero S, somebody said there goes the bitrate when the radioactive effect appeared, and I love that. I feel like that's such a good feature of it that like anybody who's streaming this game and gets to Zero S, it looks worse for the people watching.
Oh yeah, one thing that I did. We were considering like removing the eyeball jib entirely from the jib pool, but instead of doing that, because we wouldn't really have enough jibs to have the visual variety, I just removed the pupil. So that sort of gets the idea of the blindness of everyone in hell across, without having to actually remove a jib from the jib pool.
Okay, wait. Did you say jib?
What a ball.
How did you pronounce the animated image format?
I say what a ball.
I don't think you can water your way out of this one. Unfortunately.
I don't remember when I said, I remember ages ago, I said like swashbuckler, or swashbuckler. And then you laughed at me for it. I was like, oh sorry, is it pronounced differently? Like, oh, I thought you were making a joke.
Yeah.
Swash.
Because I don't remember which way it is.
What is it, like English not your first language or something? Well, she.
Herkele, kyllä on vaikeeta saatana puhua englantia koko ajan.
Oh, I agree.
Anyway, yeah, one of the things that I realized very early on is you can totally use the carpet texture to make curtains. So instead of making like a new curtain texture, I just reuse the carpets to make curtains.
Mm.
And the idea with these ones is specifically so that it makes it easier to get up here with wall jumps, because it might be difficult to like go this and then do this.
Talking about meta commentary on the game's development, as things have gone on, you have landed in like a more neutral like accent when speaking English from like when I first met you, and it's really funny because like sometimes I will forget and like there will be a reason that you you speak Finnish and then I'll get like jump scared by it. I think, Sal, you've specifically said that before. You're like, oh my god, I forgot you speak that.
Oh yeah, I forget all the time.
I always just think of that one Tumblr user who said, as soon as I hear Akira say a sentence of a word of Finnish, I get a massive hard on.
I had people being nice about my voice in the chat earlier, and it made me very happy.
Oh.
That was sweet. Not like that.
What?
No, not like the same as yours.
Oh.
But...
No, you have a very nice Finnish accent.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think there's really anything much to, yeah, I wanted to add a bunch of more of these graves, because the only one was in like 1-1, so I decided to just add a bunch of them around to sort of get the idea across, especially because this is the Halls of Sacred Remains or whatever, so I wanted to add a bunch more graves to sort of apply that idea into the level. Because like a big part is just like of the revamp was, as I've said before, it's just like making the levels feel a bit more like their places. So having the levels actually be differentiated by their purpose sort of helps. Please so good. I missed.
Uh-oh, guys.
You flawless him.
Oh yeah, I remember this room specifically was one of the ones where we when we originally showed it, like people were like, oh, like Akira's like really putting in the curves now, because I used to have problems with curves, but this is like all curves going up and around.
Sorry, I'm 2 years old mentally.
But the railing, the curves and railing.
Oh my fucking god.
But the railing specifically was like really difficult. And I was like fucking hitting my head against the wall for a while for that. And then it was like, what the railings actually are is this is a curved stair where I took each like step and like moved it down so that it becomes like a slope. All these railings are actually stairs themselves.
I remember when I did a showcase for this level, I made a mistake. Well, this room, because I was showcasing the new heat effects and the lava effects, and it's a great room to show it off in. Mm-hmm. And I put a soldier on the other side, like, of the staircase from where you are right now, because I wanted to emphasize like the look of it and everything. And then people started speculating about like, why the soldier introduction was moved to be earlier in the game and stuff. And it's like, nah, just spawned one there because it looked good for the shot.
Yeah.
It was color contrast. That was the reason why I did it. But you have to be really careful about doing those types of things.
Yeah. People will read into a lot of things for no reason. Like every Discord message I post, and then people like save it as a word of gospel when it's just like a message I posted in a fucking discussion board or whatever.
Yeah, people say that we're tricksters or everything. I mean, I lie all the time.
Yeah, you
Not about
are
anything,
you are the Gorp lighter.
Yeah, I'm the Gorp lighter, so
Oh, yeah.
I have Jester's privilege though.
Joker's trick. So here the idea was like this was another under construction room, but like they were supposed to like be building this cool staircase, but then the ceiling, because this was like a cave or something that they built this into, the ceiling broke and lava started pouring down, so they just gave up on the room and abandoned it. That's why there's like a continuous lava flow.
Gore?
Oh yeah, I have blind enemies. You're wondering why they weren't attacking. Yeah, not particular, no. Here. This one is... We can definitely do that when we do the red route.
Interesting question that I don't know is answered or is intended to be answered. Oh, so there were people that built Limbo. Sorry, built Limbo. Oh my god. What the fuck? There were people that built Limbo. Excuse me?
Do you want to try that and finish instead?
No, thanks.
Might be
Okay, no,
easier.
sure. Yeah, I'll yeah, why not? English to finish. Oh, Jesus Christ, what am I doing? Wait, that's you. Sorry, I had the stream audio coming through my phone. I was like, why do I hear that twice? Okay. I'm not allowed to listen to, like, the Google Translate thing.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
No,
God.
except I'm worried I'll say a racial slur now.
I mean, that happens a lot with you, so...
The one I did word.
Whoa!
What? Let it be known, I am not white, and I don't say racial slurs. Yon Ollie himsa siya yon karakin si
Come on. You're not trying.
I'm too tired to try.
Alright.
I genuinely don't know how Finnish pronunciation works.
Yeah,
even slightly.
yeah, I don't blame you. It's luckily it's very simple. Okay, we're just talking about. This is just what meetings are. We just don't even.
True.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right, let's bring it back. Okay, what was the actual question in English?
Okay, so there were people who built Limbo? Question mark. Or alternatively.
Joten oli ihmisiä, jotka rakensivat limboa.
Oh.
There you go. But
Okay.
yeah, because like, let me think. I mean, I would say so. I think it would make the most sense of like that the buildings that all here were like created by the people who are stuck in limbo rather than created for them.
Yeah. I mean, there's the document, like the book where they're like, wow, this sucks so much, and I like the idea that that's just someone's house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hank's home. And that's also
Yeah,
why there were like the secret spots where Hank hit the skulls from himself.
Hank isn't the one that wrote the text, right?
No, it is, yeah.
Okay. I just like the idea that someone else showed up like, wow, this place sucks, it's crazy, it's hell, and it's just like, it's just Hank's house.
And then Hank was like crazy as what?
Yeah.
Say that again?
Oh, what are these cool statues? I mean, we're teasing a bunch of like upcoming things, but these don't look very familiar.
I don't think so. Let's just move on. I'm bored.
Yeah.
I don't know.
boring.
We subcontracted that out to someone, and they just made something. You know, we just threw it in.
Yeah, we just said, just make a statue.
Just make a statue.
Yeah, just make a statue.
I
like
just made some.
I mean, none of the statues in ULTRAKILL mean anything. So obviously, we just
Yeah.
made statues.
Famously, statues never.
Anyway, yeah, this window. I literally just added it because I noticed that these rooms were literally like right next to each other. So I was like, just make a window so you can see down there because it's neat.
So you had. Oh yeah, that was another thing. You had to make an indestructible glass texture.
Oh yeah. Because one of the things that we wanted to keep doing with the revamp is sort of differentiate between with the visual language. So because like unbreakable and breakable glass both look identical earlier, so now we have an unbreakable glass like texture instead, which is this kind of crosshatch texture. So whenever you see this piece of glass, that means you can't break it. Whenever you see the plain one, then that means you can break that. Same with like the altars being switched from color to salt when they're not active.
Sorry, I'm still, when it comes to like the lore and the alchemical stuff, I'm still halfway between like actually contributing and just fangirling.
I think that's how a lot of things in ULTRAKILL go. It's just we just do things and then we're like, oh, that's so fucking awesome! Oh, that's so cool!
That's sick.
Wow.
Cool. Don't worry about it.
I'm so worried. I'm so fucking scared.
I'm so fucking scared. Oh yeah, one of the details I did was that the red skull path only has red skull mural or like stained glass windows, while the blue one only has blue ones. And you can see which one is which over here. And yeah, the secret used to be up here that you would like slide up the ramp, but people complain that it's like, oh, this is the only spot where you have to do that, so it's really unintuitive. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's a secret. But eventually I was like, whatever, I'll just change the position to be here instead. I understand the complaint, but also I just don't think that it really matters in the first place. Is the secret.
True.
Oh yeah, also we didn't talk about the grass. We have grass, we have the grass sprites.
Grass. Let's go.
Grass. Sass.
I think you mean grass.
Grass.
Is that using the same system that I built for 7.3?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the batching stuff. It's the same
Yeah,
sprites
imagine
too, these one are
sorry.
just colored green.
Imagine coming here for lore clues and all we get is grass lore.
Yeah, so if you're expecting anything new, there's nothing new. It's all just us shooting the shit because we wanted to celebrate ULTRAKILL early access anniversary.
You will
Because
have the mulch lore.
otherwise it's really depressing. So we have to celebrate
Yeah.
it in order to make it less depressing.
Yeah. This is like, no, honestly though, like, just chatting makes any situation less depressing.
Absolutely.
It's very good. Having the, like with you guys specifically, to be clear, not just like the act of socializing. But it really does just feel like a meeting, but there's also higher stakes. Because
Yeah,
if we
but-
accidentally
Can't
mention
leak
something.
anything.
Yeah, and we have
Yeah.
to make sure not to say bad things.
I don't know why you're saying this. What do you say behind the scenes? What do you say when I'm not there?
Anyway,
Well, you know.
yeah, this is another.
We know
one.
what Salad says.
Yeah, well, Salad says a lot of things about
What?
very
Salad-
specific.
Salad-
Very specific. all right, let's. So yeah,
Lock in.
Yeah, lock
lock in. Okay. So yeah,
Chat,
similar
come
similar cases, the staircase where this was supposed to be something, but eventually it got overtaken by lava. So I just kind of stopped working on it because you can see if you look at the stairs, they're kind of really wonky because they're actually way older. there was some kind of like reconstruction attempt made for them, which is why all these wooden scaffolds exist and such. Then things broke down, and you can see all these things like behind the panels and such. So it's sort of falling apart, and then they just gave up on it. But I did make it so that the wooden scaffoldings have like stone tips, so that the wood doesn't burn and melt and whatever. Oh yeah, this was one of that was difficult for Victoria to do, because the screens actually have to change the angle of like the projection. Because like it wouldn't make any sense for them to still project correctly. So now there's like a discrepancy between the fallen panels.
Yeah, they have to do this math where they figure out what the rotation would have been if it were not slightly askew. And then, yeah, like it renders the projection with that rotation compensation applied to it. I'm really sad that the glitch stuff isn't completely working right now, because this room was a lot cooler when it was working, and I did not realize that it was broken.
Yeah. I will fix it eventually.
The broken panel shader is broken, which is
fitting.
I guess fitting, but yeah.
My heart is broken.
I guess one thing that's interesting that we can talk about it with, earlier we talked about like how it just gives a glitch texture, like if you're looking at it from an angle that it would otherwise render nothing. If you can get it in that state. We tried a version of it.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, I forgot to mention it. We tried out a version where it would display like text that says like cannot render outside tracking volume or something like that. But it just felt like a dev texture and not like something that was like in universe. So yeah, we just went with this.
Yeah, that's always one of the tricky things of like making things that are look intentionally broken rather than accidentally broken.
Why do the malicious face have legs, and are they temporary? Well, one interesting fact about the malicious face is that it is called spider in the code.
Yep. That was always the intent, is that they're supposed to have almost invisible legs that go across, and that's what they're not actually floating, they're just walking.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fucked up. I've never actually like thought about that before.
Yeah, can you like
really?
Yeah, I can spawn one. They're kind of I think, yeah, I haven't fixed the problem here yet, where they don't when they initially spawn, they don't connect to the ground properly. You can see here, there's like a very faint line going across. Like over here, you can kind of see there's a darker.
Was it always intended to be invisible, or was it a bit? I swear it was like more opaque before, but they were like too buggy or whatever.
No, it looks about the same as it's always looked, I think.
Yeah, except for the fact it was an eye.
Oh yeah. People, with the old video, people were like, "Oh, I'm so glad that they changed the malicious faces design." It's like that was literally just the eye jib. I was just because I needed a round thing as a placeholder. That was never supposed to be how the malicious face actually looked. We just didn't have a model yet.
Discovering Unity sphere.
Oh no, but then it doesn't look.
No,
like.
I'm joking.
But yeah, you can see now that like. Another boss, it doesn't update anymore, but when it moves around, the legs actually like update to different positions, so it is like moving.
I have to make legs go through portals.
You can give it to one
don't
of the
just
new
don't just cackle.
I'm tired of this crap.
It's too damn bad. I have never actually seen the clip. I don't know how he says it.
You're like... I sometimes forget that you're like theoretically my boss.
Yeah, because we just talk about stuff.
Oh, I have to make this work.
That's what happens when you become a boss.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that we made this arena outdoors just because I wanted the whole red path to be more like outdoors oriented. So all of this room was also made into like at least semi-outdoors to keep the theme up. There's a bunch
I posted I'm tired of this grandpa in the chat for whenever you have time.
Yeah, I'll check that after the stream.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I still I have this problem with the dev chat where I can never read its name. Like, it's like, oh yeah, can you just check?
I mean, because if you say that, people are gonna think it's like actually bad. No, our dev Discord is called Gay Homo City.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, but I was like, I'm never like, oh, can you check Gay Homo City?
When you say that, I'm like, oh, I can't say it. It's like, people are gonna fucking think it's something so much worse than it is.
I've like, we've like been acting. Oh, that's so funny.
Someone said insane name. You should say the names of the channels.
Do you want to read? Do you want to read some of them?
Yeah. So our main channel text channel is Hall of the Gays of the Homo Variety, and then our other one is Meetings of the Gays of the Homo Variety, and then the two voice channels that we have are the Gay Homo Exclusion Zone, and then in parentheses Government Property. And then the other one is the Gay Homo Inclusion Zone, parentheses, Event Horizon.
So glad that this information can be out there, because so many times I've been like, oh yeah, I was talking in Gay Homo City. Like, I went to Gay Homo City and everyone knew you.
And it was specifically because when me and Peter originally started like the idea of like the voice chat Discord, we originally just had a group chat, which was just I think Salad was there too, maybe?
Yeah.
So
we started doing it before the server.
Yeah, we just had a group chat, so we called it the Gay Homo Room because it's a chat room for gay homos, and then when we like expanded to full on the server instead of just a group chat, then obviously we had to expand from our room into an entire city.
Of course.
It's too many gays. Thing is, like, people just like, oh, it's funny how the ULTRAKILL dev team. Like, I know this is the thing we've talked about before, but like the game made us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Made us gay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I don't know if I should make this joke, so I'm just not gonna.
Wow. That's so cool.
Yeah. Welcome to the ULTRAKILL meetings. This is what they're like. Yeah, here as well. It's just like added like a cool little pool of water. Unfortunately, because we made it, all the limbo water fake, then you can't kill them with the conduction anymore. But I think it was worth the sacrifice. And the again, I was just like, I don't know what to do with any of these rooms. I'll just make them all under construction. But again, it's just like there was a scaffold and there's like water dripping down because stuff broke, and you can just whack through the.
Thank fuck we're so inefficient at building in real life, because otherwise what would game designers have?
Yeah, can't even put
Honestly.
like crates anymore.
Because of broke. Oh yeah, hey, remember when I pointed out that the lion statue is missing its head? Look at that. Yeah. It also has accidental significance that I need to like tell you about, because it's really cool.
But not on stream.
So much cool. No. The alchemy chat might...
We will not talk about alchemy on stream.
I don't know what alchemy is.
Never.
Stop talking about alchemy. We don't need to hear it.
In Finland, we alchemy.
For free.
For free.
What a three.
I don't think there's really anything to say here. No. Yeah, this is about where we start to get the point where it's like most of the changes were pretty small. So there's less to talk about, which is good so that we don't stay here all day.
Oh, I'd hate to hang out with my friends all day.
Awful. And also your boss.
Yeah.
This,
Sometimes.
this was the big thing, is like, I really wanted to get like the moon. Because like, the sort of moonlight aspect of this level is so important that I wanted to get like a really striking kind of visual with the moon, and I think it came out really well. Like this sort of light behind it, sort of shining and stuff.
It's so pretty. As a moon connoisseur, I take a picture every possible opportunity.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
I
and
approve.
the speedrunners have continuously complained about this arch because they keep smacking into it and losing all the speed. So now if you touch it, it just breaks.
I still remember back in the day when I fucking died to the sword machine cutscene where it runs across when I was speedrunning a demo, and I instantly alt-tabbed and pinged you, and I was like, can you like make it not kill you at least? And you're like, no, get over it, and I did.
Yeah, here as well, just opened up the ceiling to let you see cars better. So you can frolic here. Yay.
Yeah! We should rename this game to Ultra Frolic.
Yeah. And yeah, here, instead of just like weird cubbyhole, this is actually contextualized as like some kind of like a drainage system under the floorboards. Oh yeah, this one I'll turn the music up for, because this is a really fun change I did that I'm happy about. It's oh yeah, sorry the jump scare's gonna be loud, but listen to the music after that. It has to like wind back up.
That is cute. Who is that diva?
Who is that? Who is that she, her pronouns?
God.
Yeah, this will be really fun when we get portals like working in a way where we can use this to actually show a V1, the reflection.
Oh, you want to do that? Yeah, that'll be cool.
Because then it's like, oh, you show V2 and then you see yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, these were one of the changes that we did, was that this was like very few people ever found like the bookcase one, because the game never tutorializes like pushing objects. So in order to make it more obvious, it's sort of off to the side, and you can kind of see in the gap the skull, and then there's like scratch marks on the floor to show that it can be pushed.
Someone in the chat just said they're only at 1-4.
Yeah,
I love how they're talking like we're
Yeah.
not here, like we're creatures in a cage.
we are. Well, only one of us is a creature with a feature.
That's true. Oh my god, the creature feature. That's
creature
what I've been
feature.
calling our sessions with Peter.
Yeah, whenever Heckteck and Peter have to go in voice chat to figure out some complex programming dilemma, they're called creature features.
Mm-hmm. Creatures in the gay homo cage. Exactamente.
I don't think there's all that much to say about the spot. Oob.
Excited for the 20-hour stream. The message that just says "coming!" exclamation mark.
Coming straight from your house.
Oh yeah, and also here, the moon is over there, but then once you actually go inside, the moon is directly above, so that you can see it from the gap as you enter.
So cool.
And here the water is again.
Who is
fake.
she? Her.
And I love when people also react to that from like the dev streamers, like Akira confirms that V2 canonically she her, and it's like, if you look at the fucking enemy, like the enemy file, it just it uses it. We always use it canonically. You can use whatever the hell pronouns you want for any of the robots. It does not matter at all. Canonically, we use it for whoever you want to use, whatever you want.
Just speak words.
I think at some point you had said it was like a cute idea.
Well,
And
yeah,
that was, and then people ran with that.
Yeah.
the exact wording was, "It's pretty cool when people use she/her pronouns for V2."
For V2, yeah.
Yeah.
And it is cool. So one thing that we were supposed to do with the revamp that we didn't, that I want to do still, is sort of, instead of having V2 like swoosh through the screen, like it actually cracks and breaks, and you can see kind of the prelude behind it. Same here.
Oh my god.
That's something I still want to do, but have not had the time to, because we're all really
adorable.
fucking busy, which is why this was a last minute thing, because we're way too fucking busy working on the goddamn game.
Yay.
Okay. Oh, yeah,
I just want to say that Heckteck and Peter made me rewrite the Portal rendering code. And I was so upset.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was like, God damn it! I had made it perfect. It was so fast and like optimized, and then you completely rewrote how like the hook ends for the portals themselves work, and then I had to like pretty much rewrite the entire thing for the new framework.
Yeah. And you know, it was necessary, but also I'm sorry. And I'll make you do it again for shits and giggles.
Okay.
No, yeah, that was a pain because like
It had to be done.
yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, lock in. Okay.
Locked in.
Yeah, so the idea with this is like, okay, well, why is, because again, I just made geometry when I originally made the level, and it's like, okay, now I have to find a way to reason it. It's like, oh, this is actually like a vent cover was here, and then someone took it off in order to go through. And then this was the really difficult one, was like how to figure out how to make this secret make sense, because it was just a thing that was just like nothing, nonsense. So instead it's like a broken pipe that leads to like this little back area, which then, because it's detached from the original spot, so then you have to jump up here and then you actually go outside through this like chute. And I'm really glad we actually went through that trouble, because it makes the actual reveal, even if you use the secret, because it's harder to find now, but even if you use the secret, it actually makes the reveal pretty cool again, instead of the original way where you find the secret because it's really easy to find and then you just ruin the reveal for yourself. I'll take the proper route now. Yeah, I think I've already talked about it in like one of the previous streams, but like these the start area purposefully just uses prelude textures to sort of trick people, doing Joker's trick people into like
folks.
not realizing that it's gonna be its own like tile set. And this is supposed to be like an older area, which is why it's like completely like filled with dust, and all the lights are kind of like busted and flickering and such. And with some of these, I just there's like none of this is gonna be ever able to make sense. So it's just, I don't know, middle of construction, you know, all trustworthy.
Yeah. All reliable.
All reliable. That's what I was looking. Oop. Yay!
Someone said, that's Gay Homo City down there.
Yeah,
That is-
that's
yeah.
where we are.
Hi.
Well, not Heckteck.
Hello, Mario.
You're in the mines.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were like trying to accuse. Okay. Yeah, I'm in the mines of the city.
Yeah, that window is where I am, so I'm just gonna kill myself.
Don't do that, please. We have a game to finish.
Please.
It would be really funny.
It would be really funny.
So I guess I can talk about the city a little bit. So yeah, it used to be just like a flat texture, flat aerial photography of like what?
New York.
Manhattan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manhattan.
And yeah, we wanted to do a full 3D model, and surprisingly, it's actually one of the cheapest things in the entire scene to render. It looks like it shouldn't be, but it is. And it is all procedurally generated, and then it starts off as a flat texture, it gets extruded upwards, and then converted into a mesh, and separated out into individual buildings. There's actually a couple variations of it, like later on when you get closer and closer to the ground, we start to add detail to the buildings that are close enough to the player that it would start to matter. And for when we did the reveal, I really wanted to do an hour-long walk from one side of the city to the other, but we decided to not do that because then people would probably read into it. It also does some cool stuff, like the colors of the lights subtly change depending on the district. So like that district is warmer lighting, I think it's like office lighting tends to be bluer and home lighting tends to be like redder or more yellow. So it's all tinted relatively purple, so it's kind of hard to tell that that's what's going on, but it's there and it's subtle and gives it a little bit of life.
The mixing business and pleasure, etc., etc.
Yeah, and this one's the financial district, you said.
Yeah.
Even though the Lost City definitely did not have a financial system, but the idea is there.
Yeah, it was just to have like something grounded in reality that made it feel plausible, even though if you look at the buildings up close, they do not make any sense.
Yeah. And I remember we had a lot of struggle to make sure that the city still like fits the retro aesthetic. So we had to go really low resolution with the windows to sort of still get that pixely look because of how complicated the actual geometry is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way I did Bridge Burner is like originally, of course, it was just an obstacle course that had no actual meaning. So I turned it into, you guessed it, a bridge that was under construction.
Oh my god. A bridge to burn?
Oh.
True.
Wait, did someone sneeze and I missed
Salad's
it?
first words in 7 years.
Okay, but like in the last dev streams, I kept seeing comments that were like, Heckteck just keeps saying, yeah, wow, that's cool, yeah, wow.
And I just keep swearing.
I'll do the exact same thing.
I'm just gonna, yeah.
Yeah, in order to get like that idea across, now there's the SmileOS 2.0 terminals, which have like little widgets that you can just play around with. Like, oh, they were testing like elevators for like the towers, but obviously it ended up not working out. And they do actually have cables going through, where one cable goes here for this elevator and the other one goes all the way over here for this elevator. And there's some cables here as well, again, sort of connect them to each other of like, oh, this is like supposed to be the same bridge. One's kind of zapping a little bit here and there. And then this one was just like, oh, it's a piece of the bridge that breaks. But so I was like, okay, well, why does it break? It's because there's a crane and it can't support your weight on top of the bridge part. So
It's under construction.
But instead of physics, the bridge piece actually doesn't use physics. It's just a moving platform that goes downwards at an increasing velocity.
Basically,
Because adding actual physics... Oh my god, what are you doing? Adding actual physics would make it inconsistent. And we don't want that. We want it to be consistent because of how much people like speedrun the game and such. Yeah, here's more 2 pieces that aren't connected to the ground because they're held up by this crane. And then there's that piece of the bridge with the crane. Whee. The original idea with this secret was that you would have to use a dash jump and then explode yourself with a shotgun in order to get across the last bit of the gap. But with how many like air mobility options have been added in the game since, like it just doesn't really make sense anymore. So I just switched it for a crane control thing. Again, just to add a little bespoke life into the world. So it's like, oh, there's like a thing that you can use, and it's like a thing that they used. It makes it feel more interesting.
There's so many things that's just like, wow. It again, the impression of like playing a level and just being like, oh, I could explore outside of this.
Mm-hmm. And there's like an actual world.
Someone was asking, why does Lust have a tower so much bigger than all the others? And to that I say, think about it.
Yeah. I believe that was one of the early ULTRAKILL tweets, like before early access was Penis Tower.
Yeah.
And one of the downsides of the new skybox, because I had to do a new skybox because the old one did not exist at a higher resolution, or I couldn't find it. So one of the downsides, like I think it's much better generally, but one of the downsides is because it goes into dark that you can't really see the tips of the towers anymore.
No one tell Victoria.
Why?
Yeah, I think I had to
The two
edit
of them.
the thumbnail for this level in post because I just could not get a rotation of the skybox that made the tower emphasized how it was in the original thumbnail.
Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention is I added a lot of these like faint glow sprites to lights and such to sort of give them a bit more presence, so you can see them sort of glow from a distance, which helps add more atmosphere, I think. And here we get to show one thing that I think a lot of people on stream don't even know about. Is this. Whee! Boom.
Oh my god, wait, that's crazy. Those wheels.
Yeah, because I was like, okay, well, the previous tower was like work in progress, so I didn't want this to be similar. So I was thinking like, oh, these would be like platforms that people used to like bring like things like objects and such up, because there's no way to like bring stuff up otherwise.
You're so right. All of chat just went, what the hell, what? I had no clue. What? Wow, what? I had no idea. When was this?
Yeah, it's in the it was added in the Revamp update as well. And then there's the second one up here. Use that to go further up. And it's like, it's not very useful, it's just a little thing of like to add something, some funsies. And you can also, if you jump at the right time, you can get a nice launch to go higher up. Yeah, one of the things I did with this is there's like, it's only from below. You can't really see it because of how subtle it is, but I had to do like layers of clouds through it in order to add the depth that I wanted without having to like change the fog settings. It kind of has like a fake fog to it.
Well, you know, it's not too late to do that volumetric fog system we were talking about the other day.
Yeah, we just can't right now. We're so fucking swamped. But I'm pretty sure I was like, can we do like volumetric fog like when we're working on violence?
Yeah.
And it's just we can't because we just don't. We just
don't have the time.
We don't have the time.
There's not enough time.
Wow. God, it's already been 4 hours.
That's crazy.
No.
No.
Now this is
Narr.
definitely one of the biggest upgrades. Is just how much better this looks with all the layering of
What?
like the different elements. Yes, yes. Much better. But yeah.
Sorry, I have to catch it every time, but feel free to just...
No, please do. It's better for me to have to keep my guard up.
It's what?
You motherfucker. I'll get you.
Oh, fucking get you. You can just fire me.
No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think we have like no one has ever been fired from the ULTRAKILL development team
Yet.
yet. We can make history.
I'm scheming to change that. Oh my god.
This used to be.
Those are lesbians.
Yeah, this used to be just like standard default pose, but now I just actually post them so that it's clear that they were cuddling by their death.
I love the idea that there's no, like, nothing sexual happens in Lust, because they're all lusting. They're all just, like, cuddling.
I don't think we've ever said this joke that's been running for years and years, but when I started to do model revamps, there was someone online who was complaining and said that I made everything look too good and doesn't fit the PSX art style anymore. And they said that I was a diversity hire, even though I came out and transitioned a couple years after joining the dev team.
I'm so glad you said...
So then we started saying that I'm gonna have to get diversity fired.
There's too many.
Yeah, like
I'm
We
so
got
glad
too many
you
gay
said-
people. We gotta diversity fire some people.
yeah, vertex colors to add some grit to this, because otherwise it's just like looping texture. So added some grit here and there, and then these because we always had the invisible walls that kind of had the glow effect when you get close to them. So now I actually added like these projectors, like whatever, that actually show where the outline of the room is. Because the idea is that like, and it's protecting this these city areas from the hostile winds. So they have these wall things. This was on, yeah, this area took a lot of work to get it to look good. Just the sewer things and these little cubby holes and all that, and frolicking. And one of the big things that was really difficult was getting this building right. Because I always liked the silhouette of it, but then the problem was because it was pure black that it kind of stuck out too much. But I didn't also want it to be normally lit, because then it looked a lot lamer. So instead there's just like a single spotlight here showing like a pink light. So it's not like completely full black. So you kind of get the idea that it's like just shadowed. I think it comes across well.
God, I misread that chat message. The only lesbians in UK are dead. This is the Doom Diary they were talking about. I was like, what? What? Why? They meant ULTRAKILL.
Ah. Oh, this was a really difficult one, because these had horrible transparent layering issues.
Oh god. I don't even remember what we ended up doing with it. I think it still has problems, but
Yeah.
there's nothing to do.
Kind of just. One of the things was we changed the bridge to have a cutout material so that it doesn't have transparency issues, and then I did something with the particle effect, because the particle effect is what gives it this glow that allowed it to be behind. But yeah, it was very annoying. We need to, like, as a society, we need to improve transparency layering.
Honestly, someone figure out like fully deferred transparency.
You don't have to do it deferred, you just have to do one of a few techniques. One of them is called depth peeling. There's a few. In my own Unity project, I have order independent transparency, and it looks really good, but it's expensive.
Okay, glasses with Victoria with glasses emoji, finger pointing up emoji. No, that's cool. I love the is it the light project?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah.
Oh, with the volumetric. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, just again, just Crane's holding this up because I wanted to be a bit more interesting because this bit was always a bit lame. So I couldn't figure. But so I made like, oh, it's like it's being held up by cranes and it's like laning a bit. So it's sort of a down. You go downwards or upwards, and then again, there's a broken staircase or like unbuilt staircase rather. And this, to make this one a bit more interesting, there's no floor here anymore. So it's like an unfinished one of those hologram hallways. You actually have
It's
to.
what?
You have to actually jump and stuff.
Under construction.
And this was a really fun effect. This like I was like, okay, what do I do for the heat effects and the slide effects for the shield walls? So now they have a little blue glow and stuff, which I think looks really nice, and a little trail like this.
That's one of my favorite additions.
The footstep sound for that material, it's like a whoop whoop whoop.
Yeah, we gotta speed up. We gotta go.
Gotta lock in.
Gotta lock in. No more lollygagging.
We're gonna lock in. Oh yeah, no more lollygagging after 4 hours.
Yeah.
Now is the time that we're gonna do.
And
Lock in.
This was like, okay, again, I was like, okay, how do we contextualize how the player finds the rail cannon? It's like, oh, what if it's like the thing that's actually giving power to like it's like some kind of power generator thing, because that's what it's in lore, is like a power generator thing. So once you actually grab it, the room goes dark, because it's like, oh, it's because that was like the thing that was giving power. Now, Victoria, is there anything you want to say about the updated rail cannon?
So, sure. So the original rail cannon actually was the only thing in the game of its kind. It had its own custom shader to do the lighting effects that go down each pip of the thing. And I really hated that because I built out a new master shader system, so basically every single model in the game now uses the same shader, which ties in with the new lighting system that I wrote. And yeah, it was like stupid to have to maintain too, and so I had to redesign how its lighting worked. And then also it has like a fake HDR effect, so like on the nearest, like the large cylinder, you can see that as it gets brighter and brighter, it goes from like blue to white, because that's what happens when things get overexposed. So yeah, it was fun to do some things like that. The shape of the rail cannon actually changed a little bit, and I think it's a lot improved because of that. It was like one of the first models that I did for the game, and so it's nice to see it kind of finally get some TLC.
Mm-hmm. And this was I remember last was when I was really starting to get so fed up with doing the revamp stuff, was so difficult to like get the energy, or like, oh, I have to extend these buildings in order to have them make sense, because there were some buildings in the original version that were so like thin that there could be nothing inside them, so I had to like extend these and then add more ceiling and add more windows, add more trims. And this whole building I added here specifically because otherwise you were able to see the exit, like the level exit, floating in the air, so I had to add an entirely new building to hide it. Which I think was definitely worth it because it also adds a lot more visual depth to, because there's like a layering with the buildings. Ones are closer and some are further away. It's definitely better, but I was like so done. I remember 2-3 in particular is one where I was like, I need to fucking do something. I feel like I did. Sal, do you remember when I stopped 2-3 to do something else?
Maybe you worked on a new enemy? I don't remember. I don't remember what in particular you stopped to do.
I might have just gone to Gluttony.
Oh yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I think that's because we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think that's something that you really mentioned yet, is that you intentionally did everything, like all of the revamp you did in order.
It's the same idea as with the game itself.
With
of
very
like,
few exceptions.
yeah, and that's everything. I always do that with stories. I always do that with music, where I always do things in the order that they appear in, because that gives you a better idea of like. I guess these aren't breakable, but they have the breakable glass, so I'll change that at some point. Is that I always do things in order because that means that it has an organic progression that you can like yourself feel as you make it, as well as the fact that as you get like when you progress on something, you get better as an artist and you understand the piece better. So in order to make sure that the like even though we're revamping
Sorry,
it,
did I cut you off?
huh? What?
Nope.
You cut me off now.
It did just sound like she just said, cut you off.
Yeah. So, okay.
Your internet went out.
Are you there, Victoria?
Victoria.
I think she sent a
I
message.
think
Hello?
she died.
What happened?
I don't know. Are you there? Can you hear us?
I can now.
Okay. I was like explaining the thing, and you suddenly said like, "Sorry, did I cut you off?" I just like stopped, and I was like,
Oh.
"Huh? What?"
No,
You sounded so sad.
no, I couldn't hear anything for like 30 seconds. But I saw you moving around, like the video was still working, but I couldn't hear anybody, and so I got so confused. I thought you got like pissed at me and stopped talking.
That's happened like multiple times now, where I've stopped talking, and you think it's because I'm like mad at you or something, and it's just because I had like my
Okay.
headphones off or something. But cut you off. So yeah, I do
natural
everything.
progression,
Now you cut
and
me
you
off.
develop as an artist. Sorry.
No, yeah, I do everything on work because you are progressing as an artist when you make a piece of art, so that you better understand the thing, and then it keeps improving the further you go. Because like, at least in my opinion, it's like important to have the sort of worst part of the game be early on, so that it's a constant uphill climbing in terms of quality. Because it's always so disappointing when you play a game and then it like dips in quality at some point. As long as the first section is good enough, then it's better for it to be the weakest section. Obviously, it's a problem if it's not good enough, because then people stop playing. But
I will say you went through Prelude like 3 different times at least.
Yeah.
Like full sweeps through Prelude multiple times.
yeah, it was the most difficult to get going properly.
I think that's also just because you kept learning new things and
Yeah, like vertex
applying them
colors.
to the like vertex colors, and Did you end up going back for? Because I know you didn't for Prelude, but I'm pretty sure when you learned about like how to do the curved hallway ceilings. With
No, the violence ones are still
Taurus.
fucked up.
Oh yeah,
They're fucked up and evil and awful.
yeah.
Yeah, here's some like really cool trims that took a while to do. That help. It kind of looks like the buildings have lingerie or something.
That's a fascinating insight, and I
Intentional.
don't see it at all.
Like, well, garter
I
belts?
see
Is
it.
that the word?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, yeah, I was supposed to say that I did all the revamps in order because I still wanted to have that progression of quality. Whereas, like, if I were to like go back and do, did I do power? No, I just. Yeah, if I were to go back and do them in mixed order, then it would like the quality would start jumping around. But so I still wanted to have the upwards thing of quality, which I'm glad that it ended up still happening because that was important to me with ULTRAKILL, which is why I originally didn't really want to touch up the levels. Yeah, very roundabout, but yeah. Was I would ask, do you listen to your own music asked while making it, Akira? Yeah, I mean, I like my music. I know a lot of people have issues with sort of enjoying their own art, but if I don't like my music, then no one likes it, so kinda I had to be my own strongest warrior.
When we're talking ULTRAKILL music,
Mhm.
like all of it, or
All of it.
generally like your
Even
cool.
even the music that I made in the past that I think is bad, I still have like emotional connection to it where I can still enjoy it.
Yeah. To be fair, I do go back and listen to tracks, but I don't think it kind of triggers the same part of my brain as like, you know. That's interesting.
Yeah, because like I think a lot of the early Heaven Piercer stuff like Zen and Flowerworks is like the fucking pacing on those albums is dreadful. It is so fucking repetitive and dull. But like I still can look past those aspects and still enjoy them for what they are and what like specifically I was at the time. Like it's a portrait of how I was then. Yeah, we should talk about this instead, which is yeah, they wanted to get again, like there was a side room, so it's like, okay, what if it's like a control center, and instead of the things like they're like doors and like they open and it's like a security thing and there's a door here, and then these light shafts, like this room was really difficult to get right, but then when I finally added these like little lights that have light shafts where one side is like blue and one side is like slight orange, it sort of finally brought it together. And here's like a floodgate for if they need to stop the water from flowing, they can lower that and then only like this drip feed from the sides comes in. Stuff like that.
Bisexual, I think.
Do y'all remember that this room would
Oh my god.
with the water would trigger a very hard to reproduce bug where you would get permanently stuck in an underwater state?
Yeah, and we didn't.
And
really
it took like
figure that
weeks to even reproduce, and then like finally we figured out. I can't even remember what it was, but it was such a nightmare.
Yeah.
Something to do with climb stepping, not exiting from the trigger.
Yeah, it was the climb stepping system, I think.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, again, it's like, okay, we have a vent, so the vent has to go somewhere. So the vent goes to like more vents on the sides. So it's sort of, even though it's a little cubby hole just for a secret, I still felt like it had to have some kind of in-world explanation. There's the crushers. Oh yeah, this is where you can see the city street. Go back up here so we can see it a bit better. Yeah, there's like the street and there's some street lights and stuff, and the up-close buildings are much higher definition than the far-away ones. You can see their comparison. And this was really, really difficult for me, was figuring out a way to get the level geometry to like not stick out from the city. And the way I did that is with this like vertex color, like you can see here, it's just like a transparent like sheet to turn the just like fade into black, so that the building itself, you don't see the like the flipping point where it intersects with the building. So otherwise it looks like this, and it just looks awful. And one of the fun things about this level is that a lot of this space is like in the original version, you would not see any of this. This was all new geometry. So where the secret exit is, that's actually like impossible space in the old version. But in this version, I added actual exterior for it. This one is still impossible because when I added the exterior for that, like it just blocked off this whole view. And I was like, that sucks. We'll just keep that as like hidden until the player enters that spot. This was, I didn't really know what to do about this whole pool thing to add some variation to it, so I just did like little dips like this, little ground level changing, and here's a little thing, and for this gap specifically I made it circular so that it feels a bit different, a bit unique.
People asking about, so sometimes people recommend trying to ensure that something peaks at the start to hook people.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, what are your opinions on that?
My opinion is that that makes a lot of sense in most cases, in that like if you can't make sure that the worst part is good enough to be like hookable, then it makes sense to like do the first part last or whatever. It's something that I've always found very disappointing. Like original Doom or something. That game starts at its best moment and it's just a downward hill climb from there. And that's always like really disappointing to actually play through the entirety of Doom instead of just episode 1.
And it's like, I feel like the challenge, I feel like it's a lot easier to hook sometimes than it is to maintain attention. And mix things up. Genuinely, ULTRAKILL's pacing is just insane, though, like in a good way.
Yeah, I'm very glad that's something that I learned from making music, was how to pace things.
Yeah.
Also, look at this. There's a little tray vertex when that rotates.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can see into it. It's silly. Yeah, these I'm probably the happiest with this lighting. It's like there's so many different colors with this room, but they're like sectioned off in a way where it's like, oh, there's the hot orange, there's the blue, and then way back is like the purple pink.
Yeah, and it helps with like navigating. It's cool.
Oh yeah, and another like little bespoke moment is just the windows open up instead of just not having any windows in the first place. Because I just wanted a bit more light this level. Because this was about, I think Lust is where the pacing is hurt the most in terms of like a playthrough, or it like.
I think. Yeah, like it's the most potential drop-off point, and I think it was, like for me, a bit of a slog before. I don't know so much about now. I feel like it's improved.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I did try my best to make it a bit more interesting. And here's one new piece of geometry, which is pretty rare. But I added a ramp here so that if you jump over here into this spot, then enemies don't have to run all the way around to get to you. They can just use this.
Right. Is it safe to say the bisexual lighting for Lust was intentional?
No.
No,
it was an accident.
Really?
Yeah. I just wanted to be like pink and cyan, because that kind of had like a very striking look.
It's striking. Strikingly gay.
It being unintentional is so much funnier, though.
It's so much
funnier now.
So much funnier.
This was another tricky one. It's like, this is just like a gap for some reason, and then there's the secret. It's like, okay, what if it's like a kind of like, I don't know, a thing, like a chute, and then there's like a door and a screen here for opening the door.
Oh yeah, you were like racking your brain about that one for hours.
Mhm.
Funny because level design is like arcane to me, and like seeing Salad kind of pick some of it up from you is like, oh, wow.
It's also funny because
Level
I'm
design
not
is
really a level designer, otherwise I just had to be born for ULTRAKILL. And a lot of people obviously will say that, ULTRAKILL level design sucks because it's just a direct, linear path, but there's a lot more to level design than just, complex pathing.
Level design is when
Is when there's a siren or when there's a fan with light shafts.
There's a cool
no, level
arch.
design is when a YouTuber can make a video explaining a level for an hour.
Yeah, no, because I've always my favorite levels in video games ever since I was a kid have always been the ones that are essentially just obstacle courses. I want ULTRAKILL levels to be obstacle courses rather than exploration, open areas and things like that. So the important thing with obstacle courses is of course the pacing of the elements and how things feel compared to each other. So I would definitely not be good at making actual Doom style open levels, but that's not really what I want to do anyway.
Which is interesting given some of the game ideas we've talked about outside of ULTRAKILL. That's fun.
Well, we don't talk about those things.
Nope.
Use a broken elevator.
Hell yeah.
Because the guy was like, okay, I will always make these into broken staircases, but that would not only be really weird here, but also repetitive. So instead, it's just a broken elevator this time around.
Next. Actually, maybe that's...
You talked about the lighting, and how much in that previous room you did a lot of colors and a lot of variation.
Oh.
And I figured it was kind of a good time to talk about the new lighting system, because previously, and the light baking, because previously Unity by default only supports 8 lights per object.
8 vertex
And
lights.
if you have 8 vertex lights. And so if you have more than 8, then it will pick whichever ones it considers to be the most important, usually the ones that are the brightest.
Sorry, quick thing. Someone says crushes disappear when you drain the water for some reason. No, they're still there, they're just stopped because the energy has gone out. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Yeah. So the where was I? So it only supports the 8 most important vertex lights, and on Lust it was a huge problem because there would be flickering, and people probably... Oh, I see.
Okay, that's something I would need to fix at some point.
There's a lot of flickering in Lust previously. If you download an old version of the game and you walk around, it's really, really noticeable. So with the new light baking system, it supports 32 plus 8, 32 baked lights and 8 real-time lights, and they're not technically baked like in a traditional game where you can't change the brightness or anything, but it's more like they are baked in their positions in space, and so that's what allows each mesh to quickly look up 32 additional lights that can affect it.
Yeah, the 0-2, they're spinning. Oh my god, there's a gap here. So many issues. In 0-2, the room with the spinning alarm thing that's red, that's actually still baked in.
Yeah.
Even though it's a dynamic, moving light.
Yeah, things can rotate. Lights can rotate. They can also actually move, but if they move, then they won't affect new objects that they haven't been baked for. And so it's a big complicated system that pretty much makes all of this stuff possible. Without it, all of this visual upgrade it runs a lot slower.
No.
Yeah, the range can increase
No,
under certain circumstances, I think.
Okay. Because the range,
Oh,
that's
no?
why I had to change the flickering lights from changing range to changing intensity.
That's right, that's right.
Oh yeah, this is
But
another
yeah,
case
yeah.
where we kind of cheat with geometry, because if you enable this room, then it disables the like the exterior version, because if they were both enabled at the same time, it would flip through the ceiling a little bit. Mind Flayer, we added a boss health bar because Lust only has one boss otherwise, and specifically because the Mind Flayer is like the first enemy to have nearly as much health as this. So it's like, okay, well, it would be good for the player to know how much they're making progress on killing it. And then I considered also adding one to the second Mind Flayer here, as like a gag about like, oh, it's funny because you fight the same boss twice in a row, but it kind of just felt bad. I didn't like how it felt, so I removed that. And this is like one of my favorite bits in terms of depth. It's just like you have the smoke and the glow, and then the grid, the laser grid window, and then like multiple buildings in like ascending order of distance. Just has a very nice look to it. And this was also.
I gave you. Sorry, go ahead.
No, this was also just a really difficult room to do the lighting in. It was like I was so fucking tired of Lust at this point.
I was gonna say, I think I gave you like individual buildings that you could place around for extra detail.
Yeah, that was 2-4. Yeah, the way I actually managed to finally do the lighting is I just made this side completely red, and then this was like filled with the pinks and purples and blues. And these cylinders, they were originally just supposed to be like pillars or something, but then they were sticking through a little bit, and I was like, oh, that actually kind of looks cool. It's like a chimney or something. So now they have like smoke coming out of them.
It's a cute detail.
I don't think there's anything to show with 2S because it doesn't even full stuff. So just carry on. Oh yeah, one thing about 2S though, I'll just say real quick, is that I think we'll change, because like people have complained about SmileOS 1.0 UI and that, because it blocks off too much of the graphics. And while I do like the sort of retro PC graphics specifically for like the visual novel segment, I do think that's a fair complaint. So I think we'll change that to like the V1 OS at some point. So it's still like transparent black minimal stuff. Yeah, sorry, Victoria.
I was just going to say, last thing about the baked lighting system. In the graphics options, there is the option to disable new shaders, and a lot of people think that it's like, oh, well, I have an older PC or, worse hardware, I should do that and my game will run faster. No, you should only have that setting if you are having problems with the new shaders. The new shaders actually make the game run better under 99.9% of hardware conditions. Like out of thousands of people, there have only been like maybe 2 people where it runs worse, and then there are some very old machines that just can't run the new shaders, and it will automatically detect that. So leave that setting alone. That is only there for if you need it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, so let's say another word.
Another word.
Thank you. All right, so this is like mostly about the same, because I already liked how this looked. I just added a little bit more trims. Then I did this thing where the lights change between the segments of the tunnel so that you get a better sense of the depth. So it's like some of the lights are off, some of them are flickering. It also gives the sort of idea of like it being abandoned and run down. Here, another of like, oh, there should be a door here, so it's just being busted through. Chairs are, I think, the same. I think the stairs and all that is the same, because we're starting to like reach the point where a lot of these didn't need much improvement. It was just little details. But yeah, like this one is like, okay, there's an altar here, so why does the altar affect like technologies, like, oh, because it's tied to the PC, like there's a cable running from it, so the energy gets sent from there to the PC and then onwards. And this used to be so that you couldn't move forward until the door is completely opened, but that was really annoying and unintuitive, so that's why I made it so that the door only needs to be halfway open, and in order to show when it's open and when it's not, we have this little light that changes from red to green. Oh yeah, there's the one detail of, like, if you look from here, you can see that that in the tunnel, like the curve there, is completely fine, and it's only after the arm breaks through that it like becomes like a broken down segment. Bye. Yeah, you can see that now it's like mulched through, because that's where the arm came from. Flickering lights. Yeah, and this I didn't really need to do much here. I just added like trims and such, because by this point I was already kind of thinking about the space as like a thing that makes sense. So there was already this like blocked off doorway and such. I didn't add those in the update. Oh, one thing with this, like, initially I was like kind of worried about the sounds of SmileOS 1.0 being kind of goofy, but sort of then I was like, actually I really like the sort of contrast of it, so if we can get it working, it'll be the funniest character we ever had. But specifically I made it so that when you defeat the arm and you start using it, it plays the jingle again, so it's like a little mood lightning moment. And the big thing with this level was I had to mess around with lighting a lot to get Corpus King Minas to look good, and then these were the buildings that I added manually to sort of add some depth. And initially I was like worried because like, oh, it'll make the corpse look smaller like compared to the buildings, and I have no idea how, but it actually makes him look bigger, like because of the buildings being there. Then there's some smoke stuff, and one thing I did was I added these spotlights in the back, because the sort of surrounding area is so black that in order to have the corpse not like blend into it, I added these like those to add a bit more light so that it's easier to tell where the corpse ends and where the environment begins. Oh yeah, and this was one of the things where this was Dave's feedback. Because originally we still had the 2D chains, but then Dave said like, okay, now that like the levels are much higher quality, than having just the 2D sprite chains here looked like too low resolution and such. So once the head falls down and there's like a bunch of smoke and stuff, in that moment we switch it from 2D chains to like 3D chains. And if you can break them in case they get in your way. Gluttony. I really gotta step this up. One of the with Gluttony actually there was a thing with like the first 2 rooms, I think, where in the previous version the texture resolution was actually half of what it was supposed to be. So we had to like redo some of the textures to make them like double resolution and such. So a lot of these are just either completely new textures or just remade versions of old ones. There's mostly the revamp stuff is just making things more organic feeling, making it more gross. So adding like water and the oh yeah, the sort of dripping thing on the sides. I think that was we add that specifically for 5.2.
Yeah.
Yeah. We added like the sort of rain option, and then I was like, oh, actually, what if instead of rain, it's like mucus? So this is like the rain shader, but just way thicker and tinted yellow. And then from the ceiling, you get like particle effects for like stuff like dripping down. I think Victoria, you remade the eye, like texture.
Yeah, I did.
I couldn't find the original one that I used. And these used to be like stone hands, which were literally just Corpse King Minus' hands reused across the level. But then we switched them to more appropriate, like sort of fleshy, bony, melting hands. At some point we were discussing like, oh, we should add like an option to make the level less gross for people who are like way too grossed out to like play through them, but like we just didn't have the time to do that, so we might add some. Oh yeah, and the acid just reuses the lava texture, but grayscale and then tinted yellow.
Jeez.
And here's another little bespoke dynamic level moment where the mouth opens up and shows the eyes to add a bit more life to the place. And this was just one of those rooms where it was very bland, so I just tried to add more things to the walls to add a bit something, so there's like more mouths and more hands and stuff. Oh yeah, and down here it's, I'll show that after I kill turtles. Yeah, down here I wanted it to look like this is a chunk of flesh that was down here first, but then it's kind of been ripped off and pushed up, so there's a lot of these like strains of flesh from when it was sort of pushed up.
Ugh.
And instead of the bridge now, like instead of the bridge just being like blocks, now it's like actual rib cages and stuff that Victoria made. And I remember we had to
This
do
is
a
one
lot
of my favorite rooms now.
Yeah. I remember we had to do a lot of back and forth with how high fidelity they were.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to do some stuff about like smoothing.
Yep.
Because I didn't know how to use smoothing initially, and I learned later on. So we first like it was like, oh, take the smoothing off because it doesn't look like level geometry, and then I'll put the smoothing back because now I'm using smoothing.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this level is that I made an entire modular building kit to make levels out of bones, and so those are in the game files, and so modders can make really complicated structures. Like the final room that is coming up is entirely made out of the kit.
Someone in chat, username Take My Bones, says, this is my favorite change in the revamp. Yeah, I bet it is.
Yeah, this is also a rare room in that I actually changed some of the enemy placements here. Because instead of you getting 4 street cleaners up front, now you get 2 in the front and 2 from behind, so that it's more of like an actual ambush instead of just, oh, there's some enemies walking towards me, I'll just shoot them. And then the last encounter here used to be 6 soldiers, but now it's 4 soldiers and 2 strays, just to sort of improve the pace and flow a little bit. This was again really annoying and like, okay, well, we had to mess around with fog in order to, because this room has to have fog, so if you look closely you might be able to see some bits from where the fog disables and enables. But in order to do it right with these doors I had to do some manual like vertex color, shadow shading and whatever. And this was initially not really improved, but it looked really bad compared to everything else. So I was like, okay, I'll just redo it. So there's like a cool eyeball with like a hand kind of grasping over it and a bunch of bone stuff and such. Oh. And this was another one where it was really difficult to do the fog settings properly, because the fog has to be disabled, then enable, and then fade away and whatever. Yeah, because once the arena goes dark, we have to like fade the fog away, because otherwise you would see the silhouettes of the malicious faces really easily. So once I kill this last enemy, you'll see the fog like roll away. Now it's like pitch black until you get the light. So fog is very, very annoying to use, because it's like you have to plan everything around the fact that there is fog. Because you can't do like regional fog, at least with like Unity as a default, so we would have to make like an actual volumetric fog system in order to have fog be in some places and not in others. You can only change the entire level's fog at the moment. Yeah, here's some of the modular bone kits as well. It's like this sort of bone wall thing. And then instead of just having like a bridge piece or something, I was like, oh, let's make it a hand that's like breaking out of the flesh and like grasping onto the bridge to make it a bit more visually interesting. And here's a new texture down here. It's like it's a bunch of skeletons and bones and stuff. Sort of help get that across. And here's some more pieces. It's like the skull bit, and then this like row of bones. And with this one I wanted to have the eye up there, so it kind of looks like it's part of the head of the skull, even though it's broken off. And then there's this little flesh strand that goes up the nostril.
That's so gross.
It's really funny because like
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, because initially like people were like, oh, Gluttony is so gross, like we're making it so much grosser, like we kind of have to do something to help these people out.
So much grosser now.
So much grosser now. And there's another new texture. I know there's a little gap here where it's like this sort of screaming faces flesh wall. It's used here and there just to add a bit more visual variety. But yeah, this was the bone kit that Victoria made for this arena specifically, and then I reused it in the earlier rooms. I don't have time for this. We have to get out of here before the day ends. Yeah, here's like the skull that I used earlier, the half skull, and there's like a pelvis, I think, and then there's in the gaps there's teeth. There's this one's like a hand with the fingers creating the slope. You can walk up. Just a lot of cool and body horror kind of stuff. Oh yeah, there you can see the faces really nicely. Here's the completely remade first room, because the original was just like a fucking cube rectangle. I was just like, instead of trying to fix it, I'm just gonna remake it from scratch. Because this was about the part when ULTRAKILL Early Access was about to launch, that I was like, okay, I need to like rush the actual level geometry. I need to make it as fast as possible to get this stuff done on time. I can't use the shortcut right now because I don't have the nail gun. But if you shoot with the saw blade launcher, if you shoot that, then it'll drop the eye and actually break this into like a secret path to the game arena. Because this was like, these and 2-4 are the only boss levels that don't have a shortcut, and 2-4 still doesn't because it kind of can't, because the hand, you have to fight the hand anyway. But with this one, it was easy to add.
We went back and forth on that for a while. on like whether or not the fucking shotgun chainsaw should be able to cut it.
And I really wanted to make sure that the first time you play through this level, you cannot use the shortcut, because it's so important to introduce Gabriel properly. So we were thinking like, okay, if you try to use like the chainsaw on it, it'll have like a text box thing that just says like, oh, it's not strong enough. But the actual system for checking what weapon is doing the damage for like level design purposes was gonna be in the enemy rewrite. So instead it's just like, okay, well, you just kind of have to figure it out from the fact that it's not breaking.
Machine turned back.
Uptime. For all the people who have not played ULTRAKILL, who are watching the stream for some godforsaken reason.
I think Heckteck is asleep.
I think
I so too.
Yeah. I'll boot her out. There we go. Not an uncommon sight in the Homo City. Just falling asleep in voice chat. Yeah, just like rows of spines and teeth to add anything to this room, because again, it was just a huge empty box. And the moving platforms are now like rows of teeth and gum. And the pit is now again bones and skeletons and such. Then we get this fucked up thing where you kind of, it's supposed to be like you get you kind of go into a vein. You're kind of riding down a vein. Wee. Then you get out here. And the original arms were all the same pose, but this one I changed them around a bit, so this one's like very open and pushed down, and this one's a fist, and they were slightly different. This one I really like, with this spooky, ominous light that keeps pulsing through. And I had some difficulty with this as well, which is because it teleports back here whenever it goes to the other side. It would have a thing where the sound would have a super extreme Doppler effect applied to it for that like one frame. You would just suddenly, it would like boo, whoop, boo, whoop. And I had to do some kind of fucked up weird thing of like disabling it for an extra frame in order to get it here without the Doppler applying to it. And yeah, here's where you get dropped off. And it was really easy to do that secret, because all I need to do is have the drop section, the one that's like the inside the vein. I just had to have that turn 180 at one point, and then it places this like directly below the player start room.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how well it aligned without very much work. Oh, the mouth.
Oh yeah. This arena was another one. It's like, what am I gonna do with this arena? And then it's like, oh, what if it's like a mouth that's like being like ripped open, so that there's the lower jaw and the upper jaw that are like become like fucking flat. It's like what was it, like when it's like in Godzilla vs Mechagodzilla, where when Mechagodzilla, pretending to be Godzilla, rips Gyrus's fucking face open.
Something like that.
I had Godzilla vs Mechagodzilla and VHS when I was a kid. I watched that shit thing like fucking 7 times.
I was gonna say about the meat tube that you walked through. I had to make a thing where the vertex wobble avoids the camera if it detects that it's getting too close.
Yeah, because the camera kept flipping through the little crevice when the flesh would pulsate.
Yeah, I found some like cool math to make that work. It pretty much just gets the distance to the camera for the vertex, and if it's too close, then it pushes it away. And it actually makes the meat tube look like it's reacting to the body of the player, and it looks even more gross. If you watch the walls as you walk through it, it's nasty.
Yeah, and I did make a mechanical change here as well, in that the way back I initially thought like, oh, maybe I should add like a couple variable attacks to Gabe's moveset, but then I felt that like actually that kind of makes him too similar to like Ferryman and his second encounter, so instead all I did was I made the axe throw have like a single big hitbox instead of two small rotating ones, because it used to be so inconsistent. When the player would get hit by it or when the player would be able to parry it.
What?
And yeah, the card actually has like a reflection thing. You can see the eye, this eye over here, because it's like so wet and gross. And then there's a couple like in order to not have this not be a black void, I just added like some pendants or whatever that are like hanging in the distance, kind of like the end of Prelude. So it's sort of opening and closing the first act with a similar visual. Okay. I need to take another quick break. So I'll leave you to talk about something before we blast through Act 2 as fast as possible.
Oh boy.
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna grab a drink in
so
a second
sleepy.
one. I know, me too. We're getting through it though. We're picking up our pace. Well, does anyone have any questions that we can answer while we're chilling?
Someone said, "Is salad real?" I don't know.
Depends on what you mean. How is your sleep schedule? Horrible. My
Horrible.
favorite model? Oh. That's tough. Honestly, I think my favorite, if it has to be something that's in the public build right now, I don't know. But if it can be stuff that's not yet, then the new city is my favorite.
Someone asked, "What is your worst fruit?"
Worst fruit?
I guess.
Persimmons. They taste like
What?
something that I cannot say what they taste like.
Oh my god. I think mine's cantaloupe. I don't fuck with cantaloupe. It's like watermelon, but like worse.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm gonna type this to you, Salad.
I feel like I know what you're about to type to me.
Salad blink twice if your health
Yeah.
by Hakita.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true, I think.
They do.
They really do.
And it's like, there's no replacing the real thing. That's all I'm gonna say.
Someone said, "Girl, you must have had a bad one." I think all persimmons are bad ones.
Alright. Yeah, the heat waves add a lot to this outside area, and well, yeah, one thing I did, it doesn't actually. I talk about it. We can talk about the sand stuff in 4 too, because it's better there. It's more visible there. So quick. And there was the secret here that was just like on a platform, so I just made it like it's broken into the base of it. Oh yeah, and this one's fun, is that the water, the water kind of looked like slime in the original version, and that's just because the lighting is so yellow that when combined with the blue surface, it made it green. So instead, this water is now completely unaffected by the exterior lights. It's basically considered an interior water, and then I just had really strong blue spotlights blasted like interior lights into this pool in order to make it blue.
I want to drink from that pool so fucking bad. It looks so like hydrating.
Oh yeah, and this was another one where I didn't know what to do, but then once I actually started putting the the sort of side pillars and stuff on the sides, then it really came together very quickly after that. And at this point, we're far enough that, like, even though I was still like trying to do stuff like this, where it's sort of explaining bits of like, oh, you know, there used to be a bridge here, but it's broken, and it fell down here, and same here. It was sort of like, okay, this like whole platform like has no particular purpose, but since you're going deeper and deeper into hell, like at this point, it doesn't really need to have a purpose because there's influence to its construct that is not made for human use. This is another room did not require barely anything because it looks good as is. The only thing I did, I think, I added the small stair on the side to add a little bit of elevation difference. And again, here it's like, I don't know what to do, I'll just make it fucking wooden scaffolds because it was under construction or something. Because this is one of those geometry fucking things that just, there's no way to make that into anything sensible. It's just whatever, we'll just imply that it's something sensible and move on. Because I was so tired of doing the revamp stuff at this point. But I did add this vertex color glow to where the lava is, so that it doesn't just abruptly become lava. It's like the heat is sort of emanating off it. Oh yeah, and here's the this is definitely the best part of this level. It's like, oh yeah, it was a bridge at some point, but it's kind of like fallen apart by the wind. So there was like a bridge up here as well, but it sort of leans over, and then the last bit is just like completely fallen down. And then in order to add a little bit of more like dynamic bespoke event stuff, I did this thing where that falls off, so it's like instead of just already being broken, it's like, oh, it's still like very precarious, so it like breaks off as you approach it. And then that led to me wanting to do that the second time, so I was like, I can just make it an ending gag where he's just walking here and then, oh, then you fall down. But you can't die from that, so it's not like a cheap death or anything. But yeah, and then they hit the ground and they create a little mound of sand, or gold rather. Over here, make this one make sense. I was like, okay, this is like a grave or something, so there's just empty sarcophagi. Because I didn't want to try to figure out something really advanced. Last room, I think all I really did was I added a bunch of like dust, because I needed the room to have more depth. So there's a bunch of dust that gets like colored by the flames, so you get sort of like orange and green sort of smoke or mist or whatever. Then there's some little, oh yeah, I didn't even mention the I'll just kill the enemies with cheats and go back outside to mention the biggest smallest change, which is that instead of just being like boxes, now these buildings are actually have like this sort of sloped sides and the rimmed roofs, which makes it look a lot more like Egypt themed instead of them just being like boxes of bricks. It was very easy to do, luckily, and it helps a lot with the exterior areas. Make them look not terrible. Oh, the elevator change at the start, yeah. That's a pretty fun one, because I was always like, you know, it's a shame that we always have to have the elevator pit because we can't do like any kind of advanced changes. But actually, then I figured out that you can do this where it's like, oh, it's impossible space. But how it works is there's actually a trigger in the hallway. So here I think is an invisible trigger that causes this end of the elevator, the pipe for the elevator, like to appear, and then here is another invisible trigger that causes it to disappear and get filled in with this roof. So you can sort of cause that to appear and disappear, but in actual gameplay, it's completely seamless. Because yeah, it just kind of looked weird for the pipe to be sticking out from here. In the next level, I think it's a good part of like the level design, geometry, and visual aspect of it to keep the pipe anyway. But in this level, it kind of just looked weird.
Picking up the pace. That was only 6 minutes.
I'm trying my goddamn hardest.
Yeah.
But now we have to talk about the sand, Victoria.
Okay.
Gold dust shader.
So everything in the game uses vertex lighting. The sand is the only thing, or like the like glinting shader is the only thing in the game that uses per pixel lighting, but it's actually doing some math, so it is per texel lighting, so each pixel is individually lit in the texture. And so yeah, that kind of still gives it a retro look, and it does a bunch of math to randomize which pixels are like glinting at what moment, and if you look at it at certain angles you can kind of see it like sweeping in patterns, and it looks really cool. It's a little hard to see since the level's so bright, but yeah, it took a long time to get working, but it was super worth it.
And my favorite thing is that if you look closely, you can kind of see like the wind like sweeping the sand a bit on the surface, and that's actually water caustics. So this is actually the effect on the shader that we used in layer 5, where you can kind of see like the light bouncing off the water into the walls. But I just colored it in a specific way. I made it big enough that it kind of just looks like the wind is getting swept. Like the wind is sweeping the sand. Oh yeah, we can show the amazing improved monuments. Because I had the really crappy cutout ones originally, and then Victoria was just like, no, I'll redo them. But
also, I realized that yeah, they're still there.
Yeah, we kept the old ones just for good time's sake.
Something that I realized is that we left backface calling off for the Eiffel Tower, and it should be, or we left it on and it should be off.
Yeah.
But you know, no big deal. We'll fix it eventually.
And here is the Statue of Liberty. And inside the Statue of Liberty, we have another new Easter egg, which is the oh yeah, this is supposed to have culling as well, or like culling disabled as well, but it doesn't. We have the Liberty City heart, or whatever it was from GTA 4, except instead of a heart, it's a big Victoria plushie that's just pulsating inside. And I think that was Cam was the one who asked for us to add that in.
Oh yeah.
Because Cam really likes GTA.
Yeah, and this level is the benchmark for the baked lighting system, and I think it boosted the FPS on my machine by like, it went from 200 to 500.
Yeah. Yeah, this level was rough before the light baking. Because it's so open that you can't just disable any of the rooms in order to save on performance, so almost the whole thing had to be difficult at all times.
Someone said works on my machine. Yeah, no, I mean, performance games are all relative, and when you say things in FPS, what you should be doing is converting to milliseconds before you do it, because FPS is a logarithmic scale, and milliseconds is a linear scale. Logarithmic or exponential, whatever.
Yeah.
You'll know what I mean. It misrepresents the performance boost.
Yeah, and one of the things is like even with the graphical rehaul and making things look better, one of the important things for us is that the game remains like performant on even worse computers, because obviously a lot of people straight up cannot afford like strong PCs, and we want to make sure that they're still able to experience the game. Oh my god.
Oh, and since this is a sand level that has the unique version of the heat waves, which is literally just a single plane that floats in front of the camera that applies warping to everything in front of it. And it uses the stencil buffer to figure out what is indoors and what is outdoors, so it will not cull anything that's, or it will not warp anything that's indoors.
Yeah, you can see it get cut off here, where this rim of the door is warping, but nothing inside is warping itself. Because that was the big thing that I was like, okay, we can't do a thing where like you walk in and suddenly the outside stops warping, because that looks terrible. So we had to figure out a way to have the warping work outside, but not inside.
Yeah, as a consequence, like enemies and stuff never get warping applied to them, but they still look really good, I think. So it's not really a noticeable thing. So yeah, no, it was more important for this to look right.
Here, I don't think there's much to say here. Just carry on. These one, are these new? I don't remember if these are new. It's been too long. I'll just these are like, but at least the ferryman statue is new, because this is we're approaching the part where ferrymen actually become irrelevant. So I wanted to sort of remind players that this is a thing. I forgot you can fly. Whoa.
The miracle.
Yeah, if you have multiple dual wield powers, spinning the sharpshooters will actually give you upwards momentum. So if you have two, you can kind of float up a little bit, and if you have enough, you can straight up just fly. So if I give myself a bunch more of them, I should be able to take off. Goodbye.
Showing a little Ben.
It's
damn, you can really see the caustics when you're that high up.
Yep, it's very obvious from high up, but like actually when you're actually down to earth, it's like not noticeable that they're just caustics. Yeah, there it is. Fucked up Ben. And here again, the clock actually shows the time, because we have the technology. Might as well use it on every clock.
One of the funny things about that was when you first did it, every single clock would independently pull the system time, which sounds like it should be a cheap thing to do, but it's not. And so you had essentially 4 clocks on the same level, all querying the system for what the current time is, and then having to like parse that time data into minutes, hours, seconds, and rotate each clock hand. So that is 12 times the calculations that were necessary, and so I had to go back and make a new clock system just to make this level run better, because it was knocking off like 50 FPS just with that.
We gotta keep it up. I can't wait to can't stop to fight enemies.
Someone asked you if there are any levels that you would deem too hard for yourself.
No, because I make them.
Yeah,
if
I
it's too
wouldn't think
hard
so.
for me, then it's definitely way too hard for the player. A lot of the times, if like an encounter is like too actively engaging for me, that means it's too difficult at this current state and needs to be made easier. Also, nobody notices
You can
this, but
like those?
yeah,
Fuck.
there's a couple
What
of like
the fuck? You can do that?
you don't remember? You were here.
What the fuck?
No.
Yeah, there's a
don't.
couple torches here that are turned off for visual purposes, but you can light them because you can light the torches, and I felt it was silly to not be able to light all of them.
Oh, I love the footstep sounds on these materials.
Yeah, the sound up, down. This one.
Yeah.
So crunchy.
Yeah, it's a shame Heckteck fell asleep because this level has a bunch of alchemy stuff going on. This is... I don't even remember the materials anymore, but we had like a specific thing of like this and sort of... That's what's... it's like...
Was it charcoal?
No. Like copper sulfate. I think.
Yeah.
So the ones that activate like the main door have like these copper sulfate things where if you burn the copper, then it combines with the whatever it is. Magnesium. Yeah, so copper sulfate and burns into magnesium, and then that creates this alchemical like effect. So rather than using like technology, these two uses exclusively like alchemy in order to function. And then the smoke goes up there, and then that goes into like the door itself. Yeah, mostly just adding clutter here, like these cool little, I don't know what they're like drying things. Because I've seen them around in like Middle Eastern buildings and such. Scaffolds. Here again, in order to make this make sense, instead of just a dead end, it's a hallway that's been blocked off. Here. And if you stay close here, you can actually hear the magnesium like sizzle as it's burning. Or like or something. And here's a lot of just magnesium down here. Being fed into. And then up here, in order to make this look a bit nicer, it like this these slopes. I guess the that's a bit broken, the bonus thing rendering wrong way around. I keep forgetting. I'm so used to like actually playing the game whenever I test it that I keep forgetting I can just kill everything instantly. But yeah, here I thought it was a fun gag if like you enter through the wall but you come out through the sarcophagus. Then all the skeletons here have skulls, but they're salt skulls, so they're useless. And these gold, because this is supposed to look like piles of like treasure or gold or whatever, so they kind of have the same shimmer as the 42 sand. You can see it here.
Oh yeah, you can see the Texel lighting on it, because it's not perfect, but it's close to perfect.
This is about the same, just some cool curves and such. I'm not gonna do the druid knight fight. Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite little things, is like doing this kind of thing where it's like straight and then slope and then straight again. Looks very cool. And here a small change is basically just instead of a black void, there's like walls on the edges that you can see once you light the braziers or whatever they're called. So it sort of makes it feel less like you're in a void and more just like you're in a dark room.
Okay, this isn't... someone asked, can machines use blood from animals?
I don't know. That would be something that I would have to actually, like, in order to answer that question, I would have to, like, think about it for a long time and consider the possibilities of the ramifications of those choices.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, though.
And the answer is, I don't know. Ask me again in like 20 years. I might have an answer that time around. Oh yeah, and here's a fun thing where like this is kind of broken and it's dripping water down, and that explains why there's like a collection of water down here. And this is, I think, my best scaffolding or like a temporary build. That actually looks pretty good. Oh yeah, and this one is like a big one. It's the new lights and the and this is actually a salt altar that activates with a non-skull object. So you can see there's like a buildup of salt at the bottom of it.
And these are also baked lights.
Yep, everything, all the one moving lights and stuff are actually baked in, which is wild and helps performance a lot. And then what I did also is, again, to do the thing where you can sort of get the idea that this is a bigger space rather than just a void. I added more of the rotating things on the sides that activate when you activate this. Yeah, this is also a salt skull, and it just has a mound of salt under it. So that's related to this whole salt mechanism. And then here we have like the grates that like spew some smoke, and this one we had to do some like arcane transmission stuff in order to get the smoke to actually get lit by the light.
Yeah, it does a subsurface scattering through the smoke volume. I forgot to mention too that while we were developing the baked lighting system, every time it would change, we would have to completely go through the entire game and rebake every single level.
Yeah. Wonderful. Great times. Luckily, it should be noted that whereas like Gloomwood, where baking a level takes like hours, ULTRAKILL it takes like a couple seconds.
Yeah.
You just hit the bake button, it takes a couple seconds, and then it's done baking. Because if we actually had to do like Gloomwood level light baking, I would just say like don't bother with the light baking.
Yeah, it's just tedious, and we had to do it so many times.
Yeah, and here, this hallway leads to the right now, and instead this is like a broken wall to lead you to this spot, because it was weird for a hallway to actually lead to a jump pad, like it was made for a jump pad. Oh yeah, one of the things I did is for Revamp I added like a player magnetism thing, wherein the pits like this, what they used to do is like when you get launched by something, you would just kind of keep your original momentum. You would always like smack into the wall like this. So instead I made it so that there's a couple pits like this where the pit like pulls the player towards the center. So you can still like fight against it by pushing into one of the sides, but it'll like naturally bring you towards the center so that you don't hug the wall whenever you go up or go down. And there's like a little winch thing here to sort of explain like, oh, that was like that all the way down there. It's like a grave, so they were like they would have been lowering the sarcophagi with like the winch in order to get them all the way down to the tomb. Oh yeah, here's Victoria's favorite model because it's a big guy. Big naked guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, this used to be just the Minoscorps reused, but then it's like, okay, since we're doing so much, we should probably just make a new prop for this moment. I do think it's a lot better. Oh yeah, here's the new lighting.
Yeah.
Lightning. And this used to have a light floor, but we changed it to a dark one because people kept thinking that the whole like floor was like damaging sand instead of just the sand itself. Had to change. My fucking voice is running out. We gotta go faster.
We're past the halfway point.
Yeah, and also there's just less and less changes
Yeah.
later thing. Talk about here. Yeah, the V2 arena. Originally I was like thinking of all the ways that I could like try to make it more fancier, but in the end all I did was like I added these little trims to the walls and sides, and then just did a particle system to create like a fake fog so that it has some depth, and that was enough to sort of give it juice without getting in the way of the actual gameplay. Die. Over here I did a small thing where some of the bricks are like sticking out a little to give you more of a three-dimensional idea of three-dimensional space. So you can see they actually, the way they work is like once they reach the end they just get teleported back to the start. Because this is just a one like big plane instead of actually moving anywhere. Oh yeah, but one thing is like for this part specifically, in order to get the skybox, I had to like specifically make a variation of the skybox that gets swapped as you go to this area so that it's like at an angle instead of actually horizontal. This is a bit to get this right as well, but I'm really happy with this sort of deep orange silhouettes that we got with this part, because it kind of looks like a sandstorm is brewing up or something, and it gives it a unique look from like 4.2 and whatever bits you 4.1, because I like it if we can make similar segments actually look different, give you more of a feeling of like full variety. Yay! Water caustics. Is there anything you want to say about that, Victoria?
Uh-oh.
Is
I
she
think
dead?
it happened again, maybe.
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you want to talk about the water caustics?
Sure. Yeah, there's a couple different systems for it. One lets you place caustic volumes and it will project the caustics outwards from a central point. And so, like right here, we have a caustic volume that floats in the center of it, and it projects the pattern on the walls and shifts it around over time. They're pretty cool because they have like multiple layers of noise textures which add and subtract from each other, and they've got kind of that like not chromatic aberration, but what is it, dispersion, where the wavelengths of light kind of result in those different hues. Yeah, it was cool to get all of that working. I think we first used that in the credits museum, right?
Yeah.
And then we built it up for this room specifically
Yeah.
to be able to support caustic volumes.
Yeah.
And we've used that like everywhere now.
Because
and also you can vertex paint where you want caustics to be.
Yeah. Because otherwise, with the initial system, it was like, okay, if you put caustics on the wall, then the entire wall, all the way up here, is just filled with caustics. So the caustic volume system makes it so that, like, the further away it goes from, like, the volume, then the fainter the caustics. Say that your game has any noticeable steps with levels. Yeah, that's on purpose. That's a thing for pacing wise. For structure is that some levels are easier than others in order to sort of get a flow or like stop the player here and there. I'm not gonna drain the water, but yeah, looks about the same. I think the caves. With this one again, I had to do some kind of a fake fog with particle systems in order to get a bit more depth going. But I do think it looks really, especially here, it looks really nice.
But yeah, you also ended up making different designs for the different hook points.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because of like the possible color blindness issues, like the blue hook points have the rings always facing the player, with the symbol in the middle being like a pyramid. Then okay, they're not spawnable outside of sandbox, but the green one has like a different one, and then the yellow one has green one has the sphere, and then the yellow one has the cube. Yeah, and this is basically like all I had to do is I just kind of altered the towers here a bit, and they do pretty much all the heavy lifting for the aesthetic of this room, and the caustics. Added the caustics on the walls and stuff. And of course the bell that you can't ring underwater. This was difficult to get like the actual values correctly, because what it does actually work like a bell where like this thing hitting like the side of the wall, side of it actually is the thing that makes the sound. So whenever it hits that, it makes a sound depending on its velocity of like how loud it should be. But yeah, the bell was a thing that I always wanted to do, but we just ran out of time when we were initially making Act 2. So the Revamp update was a lot of things like that, where it's like, oh, this is a thing that I wanted to do but didn't have time to. And then for this update, we had the time to do all that, so... Dope fish, get back here.
Kill.
I should just run invincible. Oh yeah, these look way cooler with like this sort of grading and the much cooler lighting. Here looks
How much cooler?
So yeah, again, same thing here as with 2, where it's like, okay, this looks a bit boring, so I'll just make the center platform like kind of angled so that it has a little bit of visual interest. And there's like these platforms that were originally like connected to each other, but then obviously they broke down over time. So the idea was these stairs connected these stairs, and these platforms connected this platform. It's like a mix thing. You mix them together. And yeah, here, because these are blue altars, you know that they activate something. Specifically, what they do is they cause the energy to sort of go out in these areas. So these pillars that used to be spinning, like, stop whenever you take the skull. And then you can see that there's no skull light there anymore. Yeah, and like here the pillars stop, and then even the here this rotating part that's in these tunnels, like a small detail in most of these, but in the last one, this one, it's the most obvious because it actually changes the temperature, like the color temperature of the room. This is like bright orange, but then as you take the skull, it like cools down into like the dark blue that all the other rooms have also. Because it gets shut down, and that also explains why these skulls are here in the first place, because they're like being used to power the water siphoning facility that was created for the inhabitants of Lust to be able to get power using the water from a raft. Which is also why these places reuse the Lust textures, because they were actually built by the Lust inhabitants. And then just to drive that idea in, we changed the color from like the sort of reddish, I don't know what you'd even call the original color, into the actual like purple and blue of the last layer. And then here's like in order to just drive that in, we have the actual text blocks of like, the last layer is a peaceful city. This plant siphons infrastructure vital of water to us. You have escaped. If you have escaped the ocean Styx, use these pipes to send us a message. We will rescue you. Because the last inhabitants were trying to like improve their state and like the state of all the people in hell. So no, just kill them. I think this is about the same outside of the lighting changes, and then the shafts of light and stuff. Blast through, because we need to get done. Get done. Oh yeah, this is I think one of the biggest improvements visually, because I really wanted to get this right. It's just there it was, I missed it. The Victoria can mention about these lightning strikes.
Yeah. So I did a Blender geometry node setup. I looked at slow-mo, like ultra slow-mo videos of lightning, and it actually does what lightning does. It slowly traces out the shortest path to ground while exploring other possible paths, and it's slowed down by like a factor of like a lot to make it, look interesting. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of the same thing as like the lava texture, where it's exported out as like a PNG sequence, and then a flipbook. That's the word I was looking for. Mm-hmm. And then it cycles through the flipbook really quickly. And there's a few different randomizations of it, so it doesn't feel repetitive.
Yeah. Because the original was again just a crappy paint lightning bolt that I drew ages ago, just scaled way up. Yeah, this is the level that we made the rain, or Victoria made the rain shader for. Actually, technically, you didn't make it for ULTRAKILL.
What did I make it for?
Did you do it for Ina?
I did do it for Ina. Yeah, I made a rain shader for Ina Dream Barbecue a few years ago, and I just took the lessons that I learned from that and made it a new version for ULTRAKILL.
Yeah. And there's the mountain that I mentioned in some previous commentary track that I wanted to add, so now it's finally there. And there's a bunch of more cliff sides and stuff. And the rain is just a big improvement over the old one, because I did some weird fucked up stuff to make it get it angled and stuff. So it looks pretty bad if you look directly upwards because they're like vibrating, but you don't really do that. So I think this is basically just a huge improvement. And with the lights, I added little moths to add atmosphere. There's little moths circling each of the lights. And the lighthouse is actually functioning. It actually lights up the level where you can see the light traveling like this. Very nice. There were just a lot of small details that I kept adding into this level to try to get it to look the way that it should have always looked. And especially because I wanted to keep the fact that like this is a big jump in like visual fidelity from 5.1, because that's something I always liked, is that you have that extreme contrast.
Here, I will be right back.
Nothing of interest here. Actually, one thing of interest is most of the platforms even in like the exterior areas are like slightly angled. Not enough to really affect the gameplay, but enough that like that it sort of gives you the idea of like this is like rickety and not grounded very well. Oh yeah, we have the new idle shader, a blessing shader.
Probably not too much to say about that. It's kind of just an inverse Brunel effect, like what you see on like Mario Galaxy and like Nintendo Wii games. That was like way too aggressive, but it also inverts the colors, tints them blue. It has like a pulsing effect that goes down that you can kind of see. And then also for every enemy, it uses a custom smooth normals for the enemy. So like even on the Gutterman that has like flat shaded normals, it still uses a separate normal for that.
Yeah.
So it appears like nice and consistent.
Yeah. You can see
it's
here
pretty
that,
simple.
Yeah, you can see here that like all the bits that are dark get lightened, all get lightened up, and all the bits that are light get darkened. That's the inverse idle effect. That was specifically added just because some people were having difficulty seeing which enemies were idled, especially virtues. So we wanted to add a special effect to make it more visually obvious.
Yeah, and the inverting the colors rather than just like adding blue on top or something. Like it pops the contrast on it a ton.
Oh yeah, and here's the little detail of like the unfinished idols. So you can see these are like the blocks of like stone-like material that have the like the guts and stuff inside them, and then the ferryman harvests them out. As you can see, it's sort of getting the idol partially already excavated of the idol shape. Because the idols don't actually look like idols originally, they're just blocks of matter as mentioned in the enemy data file.
I forgot that I did that.
We did a lot of stuff.
It was actually hard to make it look like unfinished rock. Or like rough carved.
Oh yeah, someone brought up like what these are representing. Yeah, the idea is just that it's supposed to be like a mother protecting her child, so that's how, because it's like the idols protecting other beings rather than being baby Jesus. Yeah, this one I really like is how the lighting comes across with these windows now. So you can see like the drain dripping down and stuff, and whenever like a lightning strike happens, you can see the actual glass like light up. And here I just changed the lighting so that the spotlight is there's like a spotlight on the Gage statue instead of the torches being on, because it actually pulls the attention towards Gabe now. You can still destroy it if you want to. Oh yeah, and instead of like a weird glowy thing, we actually switched it to a bell as well, so it uses the same bell stuff as the bell in 5.1. But there's like visual consistency in the layer in how the non-last technology works. Yeah, this house is like considerably angled now. Actually, was it always? I feel like it might have always been considerably angled. But that's always something that I've liked. But yeah, here you can see what an idled Virtue looks like. So it's like all like black and white and blue instead of having empty gold stuff. So it makes it easier to tell that it's idled now. There you go. Oh yeah, and these rocks have like some moss on them, and that was done through vertex colors, because otherwise it was just a flat stone texture, so that helps break it up a bit visually, and it doesn't look like it's just looping a texture.
Okay, someone said, I can't wait to hear about the dithering being removed from the ship texture. Yeah, the dithering was only there because I wasn't really happy with how the texture came out the first time, and so I threw dithering on it to make it look like it had more detail. I'm still not 100% happy with like the whole texture, but it's a lot better now. Oh yeah, and there's reflections in the windows and
platforms, even though you shouldn't be able to see them from up here, but the way reflections work, we kind of have to make those concessions.
Yeah, they're just cube map reflections.
Yeah, we can't do actual like ray tracing. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Well, and would look terrible in a retro graphic game. That's weird.
We can do portal reflections now, but Oh, you know what that is?
Because of the kill cheat.
Oh,
okay. I'll just restart the mission and just no-click. Yeah. Grab that. Put that down. If you could give ULTRAKILL higher graphics without killing the accessibility, what level of graphics would you go for? The same that I did, because the whole thing was I wanted to have like PS1 style graphics just because I like the look of it. And it's kind of evolved more towards like PS2 era now, but it still has the same essence of what I like about those 3D graphics and textures. Die. I don't think we really did much with the ship. Just the reflections.
Yeah. Well, the whole texture is completely redone. Like on the that was like this wood texture was updated, but like on the outside of the ship.
Okay.
Yeah, that was all redone as well. Like there weren't lines on it before. The windows now reflect things.
Yeah.
The gold trim is now more detailed, but not too much to say there.
Yep.
Quickly. I am back.
Welcome back. Well, you're just in time for your favorite level.
Oh, yippee!
Yeah, I think this one is another one where like the improvements are really noticeable and big. Because like we did all this cool chandelier stuff to look like that's again helps make the level feel a bit more unique just by having these little interactions that you don't get in other levels really. And we wanted to do a lot more because the ferryman is supposed to be kind of an artist in that he created like this painting and such. So we wanted to put more emphasis on that, and this this statue is some ferryman fighting the previous ferryman who has like the rocket launcher arm. So it's sort of showing the actual like ferryman dueling stuff that's mentioned in the enemy files. And here's because the level the blue path doesn't have any Leviathan teeth, so we had Jericho make a painting that actually teaches the Leviathan. And the idea is here that it's supposed to kind of, for people who don't know the Leviathan, it's supposed to just look like there's like a guy here with his arms outstretched, but it's actually the tail. Anything to say about? No, not really. There's trims and bookcases and props and such to add more detail. Oh yeah, and this one's a big one, because this one was just a dead-end room, so I was like, okay, I want to give this room like a purpose. So this is like a dance hall or something, where people would be sitting on the sides, and then you would get a band to play on this stage, come through these like curtains and play on the stage, and then they could go dance on the reflective dance floor. They're really fun.
I think this room in particular was a contender for the new level thumbnail.
Yeah,
it's a very nice room.
One of the big great thing about Victoria's reflection stuff is that you can see the chandelier in the reflections, but then once you break it, reflections update, so the chandelier isn't there anymore, I think. Or is it? At least in some of the rooms, it works.
It might not have been set up on that room, because it has to be manually set up.
Right. I forget these things. And just like nicer ceilings, just adding a bunch of stuff.
I know it's set up for the lights in this room. Whenever a light breaks, it updates the queue map.
They're like,
Might not even be able to see them that easily, though.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Fine. Oh yeah, this is something that we need to fix, is that you can still see the edge of the room here. Because I completely forgot about this window, so we didn't do like an exterior thing here. Gotta fix. And this is nice looking, in terms of like the arching window and stuff, so you get a bit more of the exterior, and the giant gauge statue to sort of bring a bit more light.
Salad, question for you. How do you do level thumbnails? Are they just level screenshots with enemy spawns off, or are they screenshots from the scene in Unity?
The former, because a lot of stuff looks really weird in the editor. So, hold on, let me chew. I got food in my mouth.
Yeah, also to note that I did the original level thumbnails, and Salad did the pre-vamp ones because we were like running out of time. So we were just asked Salad, can you do those? Good. Oh, and here's you can actually see like the ship exterior instead of just like block out and stuff. So it looks way cooler, and is a lot more. It sort of gets the idea of the ship across better. And this one was one of the ones again where it was like a secret that wasn't tutorialized in any way. I thought it was fine since it's a secret, but some people took issue with it. So instead of being like a stone button that you shoot, we did like this kind of thing. It's like, oh, the door is blocked off. If only there was a way to destroy the plank on the other side, but then there's this broken window and you can shoot through that to break the plank. Then get to here. And I was thinking like, okay, well, what is this? It's like maybe it leads to like a theater, so this would be like a ticket booth where people buy the tickets and then they go into the theater or something, but it's closed off layer.
Yeah, about the thumbnails, yeah, in developer builds, there's an extra cheat to disable the UI, like all of it. So I just enabled that, and then went to all of the areas of the previous level thumbnails that still looked fine, and then tried to angle myself up as closely as possible, and then just eyeballed it, took a screenshot, imported it in the engine, and then swapped it.
I think these rooms are pretty much the same. I might have done some colored stuff to sort of give it more contrast, but I think it's about the same. But then this is the big change, which was this super fancy curved staircase. I think really like works as the centerpiece of the level now. And some people have argued that it's too like high poly for the graphic style, but I don't think it really pops out in like a bad way, just in a good way of like, oh damn, that looks beautiful. And you can slip and slide down this side if you want. Let's see. Whee! And this we did some shader changes to make the hologram feel more hologrammy instead of just like a transparent blue game. I wonder if this room is set up. Yeah, this one's set up to update. Yeah, you can see the chandeliers disappear from the reflections when I destroy them. Oh yeah, and this was another fun one of like, okay, well, what is this thing? It's like, it's just like broken in, and it's like, this is like the back area of it, so there's like spider webs and stuff. And this door is completely blocked off with light tables and such that would be up here, but aren't, in order to not be in the way of the player. Then we have the like more residence bases, so that's where the soldiers come through. Just kill them. And then here's the ferryman self-portrait. The idea specifically is that the ferryman is like looking towards the camera because it's he's looking at himself in like a mirror. So that's how he manages to make a self-portrait. You can see there's the painting that he's painting, which is the self-portrait that he's making right now. About the same.
I guess that means the... Oh, go ahead.
No, yeah, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, I guess that means that the ferryman is left-handed. He's painting with his left hand.
Could be. And yeah, here it's mostly the same, but I added some stuff in order to add more detail and then change the lighting around a bit. But yeah, at this point it's like pretty small changes, both because there aren't really that many changes needed for these levels, and also just because I was so fucking tired of touching up old levels. It was such a fucking relief to get to do the encore levels, of like finally getting to change things up instead of just touching up pre-existing things.
I remember this one in particular was like really exhausting for you because it's such a, like, the scope of this level is insane.
Yeah.
And needing to match things between like the normal state and the shipwrecked state.
I still kind of cheated in some bits because, for example, I broke these chandeliers in the other version, but I was like, if I have to like start matching those, like depending on what you broke and what you didn't, it would like be way too much work. You would have to like work around adding door zones, like communicate with each other and such.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but this is really fun, is because I made these like things curved, that also means that you can ramp up them with the slide. Whee! Oh yeah, and this was because there was a checkpoint. There's a checkpoint here, but it was originally just floating. So I was like, okay, shit, what do I do? Because it looks bad when it's floating, and I can't like add just an extra piece of geometry because that would also require that extra piece to be in the upside version. It would look bad. So it's just there's a mound of sand from like poured in from like a hole or something, and then that's what the checkpoint's other side is connected to. Why not put the checkpoint in the door frame? That would mean that when you checkpoint into the door, then you would be inside a closed door while it's trying to open. Run into a lot of issues. Let me see if there's anything over this path. I don't think. Not really. There's some Z fighting, that's pretty notable. I don't think I'd really changed much here. I'll just carry on. Oh yeah, I did add like a dark spot here to show where the painting used to be. But loading. Oh, then we get the Leviathan. That's actually a big change. So we just added a whole new face to it. Oh yeah, and here, this is a really good one. It's like the floating bodies that are like barely just light enough to be able to see like the silhouette of here and there. Really adds to the sort of ominous build up. And this is, I think, the level where I originally got the idea to like add the glow to lights, and that's why there in the revamp a lot more of those got added in the previous levels.
God, it's even cooler being able to see like the silhouettes of the bodies.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this was like, oh well, what is this arena even? It's like some kind of pier, but like it just kind of looks boring. So it's like, what if it's like a broken pirate ship? And like you can see in the distance, there's like the silhouettes of other like broken ships, so that the Leviathan is actually like actively destroying them on purpose. And these like little
Go ahead.
yeah, just these little things of like, I forget what they are called, but
Masts.
yeah, masts. We had to add them in order to make it clear that this is a ship, but they would also get in the way of like tail sweeps and whatever, so we made them destructible.
Salad, do you remember the woes of the terminal UI and being on an outdoors layer?
Yeah.
Specifically this level.
Let me restart because I
had to
parry.
I had to make an invisible mesh that reset the stencil buffer.
Yeah. I think it's something about one of the UI modals is still fucked up. Like if you scroll down all the way, the UI like leaves the canvas and it fucking extends outside of the terminal model. But I've only seen like one person ever report that post hotfixes and patches, so I cannot be asked.
Yeah, but to give us some background on this, is like Leviathan is like one of those fights that's mainly just supposed to be like spectacle rather than actually difficult. But people were generally, a lot of people were like complaining about it because it was lame and boring and whatever. So we had to do a lot of changes in order to spice it up. And I think one of the big changes visually is just I redid the lighting so that there's like directional orange lighting to sort of contrast with the dark blue, so that like from this direction you get dark blue and then in the other direction you get orange, so that specifically at the start of the fight especially you just get this like orange rim light that adds a lot more presence to the Leviathan. And then rather than the two phases where you get no tail first and then tail second, this is we had both of those be in the first phase where it changes halfway through, and then the second phase is actually just like a completely new thing where it gets a new attack and the arena changes from like a big ship into this like thinner platform. And this was really difficult to get right, is the actual spinning, because there was just a lot of stuff to it. But luckily we got it working, and it's definitely a lot cooler now than it was originally. And then death animation is much fancier now too.
There were a few questions. Someone was asking about something about Leviathan code. I don't really know what the question is though. I think they want to know about like chances of attacks happening or something.
In the first phase, I think it's a random chance which one it starts with, but then it would always do like vary them up back to back. If it does a projectile thing first, then it does a lunge, then it does a projectile thing, and then it's a lunge, and so on. The second phase, I'm not. I think it's the same thing, but like every like fourth attack or every fifth attack or something is the laser spin thing.
Mm-hmm. A few people were asking if the bodies floating in the water were in the beginning of the level, if they were the beta models for the
I think they are.
strays with filth. I think so.
They all had the same model initially. It was just like warped around. But yeah, I do think that it's the beta model thing.
And then what was the other one I wanted to ask? I think it was like, oh yeah, was there ever something you did for pure rage bait?
Pure rage bait?
I don't think so.
The entirety of P2, maybe?
No, because that's still jokes. Like, it's not supposed to make you angry as much as it makes you supposed to go like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Here's another question. What made you change your mind on a title card of this level?
Where is the title card? Oh yeah, it's right at the start. It was just that, like, because people were pointing out that it's the only level that doesn't have one. Initially I was like against it because I was like, I don't think there's anything where it would fit. But then once we added the corpses in, like, it added so much more weight to the intro that it's like, okay, actually, right at the intro, I think we can do the title card now. Because people were suggesting that we would do the title card like when you first see the Leviathan-like silhouette, and it's just like, that would be so lame, because you would just see like an ominous silhouette and you're like, oh, what is that? And then you immediately have an answer of like, oh, it's Leviathan. It's like, oh, okay. And the other suggestion was like when it actually pops out in front as the boss fight, but then you would have health bar Leviathan, level Leviathan. It was just like, that's just dumb. Yeah, now that we extended or like put more emphasis on the intro, it fit in pretty well in that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Heresy! This was one that I thought that I would barely have to touch up, but then we ended up doing it a lot. Because like we're reusing the chandeliers from 5.3, and then we wanted to add the burning coffin, so I ended up putting a lot of those around. And then I just did redid the lighting a lot, of like I started doing the light shafts and stuff to add more depth to the image and things. And there's the screaming, of course.
The chandelier was originally from 7S.
Oh yeah, the chandelier was original for 7S, and then it was added to 5.3, and then it was added here.
Oh my god, I hate the sounds so much. It's so awful.
Yeah, this was one. This bit especially is like I wanted to add more to this room. I'm like, well, what do I do? It's like, oh well, I just have like this bizarre, surreal visual of like the furnace is being carried across the tower that you're inside. They're like on chains, and in order to make it work, I had to do these door things that like activate and open and close whenever the furnaces go through. Because otherwise, the player would fall in right now from here.
The doors are one of my favorite touches, like in the entire game. It's just such a subtle, silly little thing, but it makes it so cool.
The door.
The door.
Oh yeah, this is no, did we change anything about the skeleton?
You changed the
Yeah,
posing, I believe.
Oh yeah.
No, I did a custom skeleton just for this.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's
And
It's a
that's-
slightly higher poly version of Hank.
And that's why I changed the posing, is because we changed the model anyway, so I decided to also redo the pose. And this one was tricky to do because we had to do something with the baked lighting that was like weird. I don't remember exactly what it was. Oh, it was because I did this thing where you have these like with vertex colors, where you have these like veins on the ground, where it's like pumping the blood like the bean juice out of, and those have to like fade out once the pipes break. That took a bunch of like manual labor to get that working because of just how many tubes there are. Yeah, I think Heresy, especially with the it was already like it, but with the revamp, like really emphasized like that this is like where things like get really dark and uncomfortable. Oh yeah, and we replaced
animal
the
skulls.
yeah, we replaced the 2D sprites with Victoria made 3D versions of them to have them fit a bit better.
You originally just had the texture kind of protrude out of the wall, and that surprisingly worked pretty well.
Yeah.
Obviously, the 3D model is way better, but
Yeah, it worked really
It's
well
still-
initially, but then as we did the revamp, then it's like, okay, we do actually, at this
Yeah.
point, we need, since we're going for that kind of almost PS2 look at this point. Yeah, this was a lot of like manual texturing and vertex coloring to get both like the lava glow as well as the veins to fade out. And I remember I had a lot of bugs with this setup specifically, because some of these have to go down instead of up. And yeah, they go into the lava, so that's why they're hot and burning all the time.
And for some reason, heat waves were broken in this room forever.
Oh yeah.
It was something to do with the like particle system sort mode and
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I actually, for the revamp, I actually widened this room a bit. That wall used to be like here, but I moved it a bit further so I could have these cool windows with the light coming through. Because that was definitely, I was like, oh, this is like the best visual in Heresy. Like, I have to add these windows everywhere.
someone asked, is there a reason some enemies are unlit and some are lit? Some have some sort of shader.
Yeah, usually we have unlit enemies just so they're easier to differentiate from the environment. Because with ULTRAKILL being so fast, you have to be able to always see the enemies. But then where there are spaces where like the darkness would actually be like affect the look. Because like in a place like this, in most lighting, like the unlit enemies look fine, but in a place like this that's like pitch black, the enemies like pop out in a way that like rather than just for visibility, it kind of ruins the atmosphere. So in really dark spaces like 4-3 and some of these spots, we have lit enemies to make sure that the atmosphere still stays dark and evil. And this was fun in like we're doing like, oh, how do we do the city of this? Because the idea was always that in the skybox you can see like the towers and stuff, but it's like, it doesn't really work off. And it's like, okay, how about I just take the last city and put it upside down? And it is the exact same model, but just with a different material. I think that's the financial district over there. Because like, why make a new one when the old one works? Yeah, like the model is the last city. Of course, like in the universe, it's not the last city, but it's the same model. I used all these furnaces. Oh yeah, this was like, oh, what the hell is this thing supposed to be? It's a place of worship. There's just an altar here, so people can go all the way up here to worship whatever heretic religions they have. And here's a variation of the skull that doesn't have the glowing eyes. I think these are, because the building exteriors were already pretty cool, so I didn't really feel much need to change those. Look about the same, I think. But this roof I like redid because it was awful. It was just like completely flat, blank thing, so I made it into like this stairs thing, and then there's a symbol on the ground. Oh yeah, this one's a big one. Of like this room was greatly improved with the heat waves and the new lava and the vertex coloring, and then I added these curved stairs to sort of imply what these platforms may have been instead of just video game level design platforms. And of course the furnaces. It's actually pretty funny because they do actually flip through the ceiling, but going... Let me see if I can like... No, just go, because just going outside disables them, but they do clip through otherwise. So I have to do some selective disabling and enabling. And these ones we kept as just the sprites, because having the actual models here would mean that you would like stumble on them and they would impede your movement. Oh yeah, and here I connected the platforms that are otherwise just standing on their own with like chains, but you can't walk on them if you try to stand on them, it just drops you. Oh, but we can do, because we used to have the arm boy up here, but now that we actually meshed the tower that you come out of into the city itself, we had to move arm boy somewhere. So we moved him all the way back here instead, and the penis, like the Easter egg doesn't really exist anymore. But Arm Boy does. Arm Boy!
Arm Boy got a way better living space.
Yeah, he's got a bed and everything. This is vibing.
I haven't seen this actually.
Have you seen the fact that he's a novelist?
No.
Here, he wrote a book for you. Arm Boy!
True. Someone has been asking, if you had an unlimited budget for ULTRAKILL, what would you change?
I mean, I don't really have limits to my budget.
Yeah.
So, nothing, I guess.
You had infinite time and infinite motivation and infinite bacon with no bacon.
Yeah, that hasn't really been an issue so far, so...
Yeah, it's like, oh, but you could have like a really big team, and it's like, I don't want a big team. I wanted this to be very much a game where you can feel the personal touch of the developers. So in like, even if in future games I might like have a slightly bigger team, I still wanna keep things pretty close. It's because even though obviously it makes development a lot slower, it does have a lot of benefits in that we're very flexible, in that I can just come up with an idea and then we can change things around to do that instead of having to pre-plan everything and It's like, oh well, I just had this idea, we could try it. It's like, no, well, this part of the team is already working on this thing that we decided on months ago, and we can't really do that without like scrapping a bunch of work.
Yeah.
And I much
No
prefer
game
like,
design document.
yeah, and I think it's a lot more fun, and I think creates better end result for my process by like having that kind of flexibility. Because a lot of the time I just come up with ideas on the fly where I'm like doing something and they're like, hey, what if like this and that, and then it's like, oh, we can try this, and then it's like really cool. Very like improvisational almost. You can't really do that with a big team. Almost there. We're almost there.
Nearly there.
Shafts of Light. And the idea with this one was, again, I was like, okay, how do we make this level with a similar theme feel a bit different? So it's like, okay, this is in one of the towers, but it's like an abandoned tower. So all the furnaces here are just like emptied out and just laying around. And there's like the chains that normally carry the furnace coffins are just like broken and inactive. The platforms are all fallen apart and things. Oh yeah, and here we actually have it's a skull light. Yeah, again, it's like, okay, what is this platform? What does this exist? I keep saying again. What does this spot exist? It's like, we put a door here, and then that's where people would have walked. Whatever. Oh, there isn't a skull, I just spawned one. Otherwise, I don't think I did much here. Like, the opening room looks a lot cooler. Chandeliers and the shafts of light and stuff, but it's functionally the same outside of... Oh yeah, this used to just be a hole, so now I made it into like a thing that was broken in. Then this has like arches and stuff, instead of just being a blank square room. And I think this is the best looking door in the game, with like the cool animal skull and the lighting. Does Gabriel actually play the correct notes? No. I just hadn't flopping about. I'm not much of an animator, so I'd rather not spend too much time on animators animating stuff. And this was a big one, is because this room used to have water, and people were like rightfully complaining that like that caused the conduction stuff and such. Rather than making it inconsistent where some water doesn't conduct, instead I just changed it out so it's like a huge pile of like skulls and skeleton parts, and when you walk around they pop up and stuff to give more of that emphasis. And then to fill it out, I added these skeletons that are praying to like their own heads as like a symbol of heresy. And then Victoria did these cool candles. Specifically for this room.
Yeah, and the candles use the same subsurface scattering as the fog and the I don't know what to call that room that was in Greed. But yeah, makes the light shine through them, that makes them look like waxy.
Yeah. Why even wash their water before? Because it looked cool. Yeah.
Machine,
I don't think there's anything notable with the fight itself. Oh yeah, there's actually these like kind of like sewer grates where the bones would actually get like shot out of into this bone pit. Shut up!
Twice, beaten by an object. Twice. I've only known the taste of victory. This taste is this my blood? I've never known such relief. I need some time to think. We will meet again.
Okay, why don't you play the shut up clip? the soundboard.
Yeah, hold on.
May your woes be many, and your days few. Shut up.
It's from fucking, it's Dolomite in PD Wheat Straw. Shut up, or I shut
Oh my
your
God.
ass up.
I was almost overtaken by some otherworldly force to play the fucking 17,000 dollars.
Yeah, no, play it. Play it.
Play it.
Okay. The price master.
Yeah, there's a couple times in like the New Blood meetings where like Dave was saying something and then I played the sound clip and he had to stop talking for like full 5 seconds because no one could fucking hear him over the sound effect.
You know, every time he would like say a number for any reason, he would do that clip. And you could feel how annoyed he was in the pause every time.
But it made Cam laugh and that's all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and our best, current best soundboard though is bitch!
Bitch!
Bitch! Bitch! Yeah. Are any of the songs in the game getting re-recorded or redone? The only reason I ask because the world looks red. Audible, yeah, or something. What the fuck are you talking about? No, it doesn't. I think you're just hearing things. Oh yeah, we have the trees! We forgot to do the trees! Yeah! Victoria's
That's the,
fucking
yeah.
incredible trees. Greatest trees I've ever seen in a video game.
They're so fucking good.
They're so fluffy.
Yeah. Like they're so good that Salad is like trying to steal them for his game.
I want them so bad.
Well, if you want some help setting up trees like this, I can. I also did all the programming for the trees, which, I mean, you know, doesn't sound like a lot, but it like has to detect whenever something collides with it in order to do the rustling, and yeah, it's fun.
Which is particularly tricky because like ULTRAKILL has such a mess of different layers and types of things that can and are supposed to be able to interact.
It does delete some things. Like I think it just deleted the rocket there.
It's fine.
Oh no, it doesn't.
I think it does.
Nope.
Okay, no. Alright. What did I even... Because I know I did some changes to violence, but they're very minor. Huh. 7-1.
I can't think of a single one.
I know in
you had
7-2
a
and
fucking light shot.
7-4 is like huge though. 7-4 was like...
Oh yeah.
Almost remake. But 7-1, I don't think I really added. Changed much. No.
No.
No. Useless. Nope, these are the same. Have witness here. The bull. All about the same.
Oh yeah, did you ever mention adding the reusable circular checkpoint in 2.2?
Oh yeah, I didn't. I forgot that it didn't have that originally.
Yeah.
But yeah, that works as the sort of introduction to the circular checkpoint. because we didn't actually properly tutorialize it, and also that level really needed a checkpoint.
Mhm.
I think I added these trims here. That's a change. Yeah, it's very, very small, because like the violence was so late already that I was pretty close to already the level that I was working on with the revamp.
Yeah, I mean, the revamp was mostly to bring everything up to violence standards. So,
And it worked. It actually went a bit above that,
yeah.
but I don't think there's a discrepancy that's like big enough to be an issue. Whee! Go! Hello. Whee! Bonk.
Boing.
Yeah, this is all pretty much the same. I think I did some small things, but it's like I would have to do side-by-side comparisons to recognize them. Skip that. Get on out of here.
Those jiggle physics. Thank you, Cobalt Care. Very cool.
Thank you, Kobold Care.
This is all the same. Oh yeah, we have the yellow hook points here. Yeah, the green ones are like rotating sideways. The yellow ones rotate. Oh yeah, and I did that thing where you can actually see how much time left there is, where they're like rotating towards you, but then once you click them, they go completely flat, and then they gradually click towards being even, and then that's when the time stops. Oh, I added chairs. I added chairs.
Why not?
And here's something that a bunch of people have pointed out, that I broke all the turrets except this one. That's the only one that shoots anymore. So I need to fix those at some point. But here a really big, small change that made a really big difference is sort of this layer of clouds. It's really dark and you can barely see it, but it adds movement to the sky that like really helps bring this spot to life. But I think otherwise it's all just about the same. Oh. Yeah, this is the room specifically where I was like, can we like do some kind of volumetric fog thing? And we didn't have the time to at the time. So it kind of looks flatter than it should. But we can hopefully find the time at some point to do that and then add it here. Would be very nice. Yeah, since I mentioned earlier, like even with the revamp update, like we still weren't doing everything we possibly could to make things better. Because one of the ideas I had that we just didn't end up doing was that I was thinking like the Earth Movers would actually shoot out the pods that these enemies come out of and drop out of and stuff. But then it's like, okay, well that would require a lot of scripting and timing and figuring out how to make that all of that make sense. So it's like, it's not worth it. But that's just small detail. There's the poem. I don't think there's really anything to say about it, except that I like wrote it in one go. I was just like, I just had it in something in my mind, and I just wrote it down, and then I was like, I'll let it to tomorrow to see if there's like anything I want to change about it. But then I just didn't. I was like, it's fine, I'll just keep it. There's the boy. Oh wait, it's not because I haven't opened this. There would be the boy. I think we already talked about that in the previous commentary stream, right?
Talked about what?
The excavator thing.
I can't remember.
Well, some no clipping. You get that? Okay, we didn't. All right, we'll go through that then. It's just complete. There we go. Did I press it? I think I pressed it. Oh, it might have like cancelled because I went out. Yeah, I have to wait for it to complete. There we go. Yeah, here's the Weg der Wandelwalk. We specifically, the idea with this robot was specifically like, is based on one of the scrapped concept arts for Gutterman and Gutter Tank, and the idea was like we just wanted to make one of those robots that just kind of expands the world of like implies like, oh, there's so many more kinds of robots that you haven't seen in the game that were during the war. And then what we specifically wanted to do was have the design be in a way where it sort of implies as much story as possible, which is why you get the flag. And the best detail is this small thing where in the actual like excavating equipment you can slightly see that there was a different logo underneath, but that's been painted over with like a different shade of yellow because they did it slapdashly and then added like the whatever military emblem that is. So you can actually tell that this wasn't originally a war machine. It was just repurposed for that purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for the design, I basically took like all of the scrapped concept art that we had and I combined them together and painted over it to come up with something a little bit unique that made it feel, suitable for its purpose. And I also tried to make it look sad because I wanted you to feel bad that it was dead.
Yeah.
And we left a clean version of it in the game files for modders to make custom enemies out of it.
If they want to. Because you should be, once you're sad, you should also want to kill it.
Yeah.
Let me change setup slightly to get my goal.
Everyone always asks what animal is on the logo. Have we ever said?
Nope, and we will not.
Yeah.
Because that reveals too much. People will find out eventually or never. Same with like why we're not explaining all the like visual storytelling aspects of the excavator in general.
Someone in the Discord said, "The fuck you mean a deer shape reveals too much?"
I mean, it reveals too much in like specifically about the machine that that's supposed to just be visual storytelling. So I'd rather not just like explain things because that takes away from the whole idea.
Yeah.
These could definitely be improved, but it's kind of tricky in a way. So I sort of like, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. This could not be improved, so this is perfect.
Were the horse-like legs on the gutter tanks an intentional design choice? So the concept art was a little bit vague on how they should work, and so I prototyped a couple different ways that they could animate, and then I designed the mechanical logic on the gutter tank.
Oh, the gutter tank.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I prototyped a couple different ways that they could move, and we found the sliding knees were really unique and cool, so we went with that.
Yeah, I remember you
And
originally
then I designed the mechanism around that.
Yeah, you originally did a rig for the gutter tank where it could only rotate in the ways that it could realistically rotate in, but then that ended up being way too limiting for making expressive animation. So I told you to make it worse.
Yeah. It was really cool though. It produced really like convincing animations, but you know that's not really the point.
Yeah, ULTRAKILL is not a game that's supposed to be convincing in a realistic sense. Alright. I don't think I did anything else. (7-3), and that one has at least one big change. Is it intended for the bomb not doing damage to the player when it explode? Yeah, because like I felt that it would be really cheap if the player gets killed by that without having time to realize what's going on. So I just made it not do damage to the player. So here, the big change was the was it feed it? Yeah, feed it thing. It's like initially it just showed up as a normal HUD message like any tutorial and such, but then I was like, in order for the atmosphere to really hit right, I would need to have the message coming slower, and we didn't have a system for changing the speed of the HUD messages. So instead I was like, wait, actually, instead of just like making a new like custom thing just for that, how about I just make it pop up in a different way? Because that also emphasizes how like uncanny and weird it is, which is why it does this thing instead. And then that stays on your screen until you manage to beat it. Yeah, I think that's the only big change in this level. Just gonna go. Oh yeah, the other big change is this isn't the fucking something wicked sound effect anymore. So I changed it to like an inhale thing to make it still sound like haunted and ghostly, but not in a way that takes people out of the moment. 7S is going to be talked about, right? I think we did that during the previous
We didn't, because it wasn't out then.
Okay, alright, then we'll go through that as well. Oh yeah, we wanted to do a thing where the grass actually gets painted red, but we never got around to doing that.
We'll do it eventually, though.
Yeah, we'll do it eventually. Oh yeah, I already killed those. There's a lot of things like that. I was just like, oh, we want to do this, but we just don't have the time. We have way more important things that we need to be doing with the game. Oh, this is one that I changed, which is this secret was way too obvious. Like, everyone always found it right away. So I changed it to be a bit more hidden. So that people don't always go there. Because it also kind of, if people do it on the first time around, it kind of messes up with the game, with the level progression, and they don't realize that this door opens. So I wanted to change that to be a little less obvious. There we go. But yeah, 7-4 was a big one. 7-4 was a fucking wild rush to hit the deadline. I think... how long was it? We stayed up for like 27 hours, 30 hours, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
That was on the last day, right before the update was coming out. Yeah, this one, again, I was like... it was like, okay, what is the actual, like, why is there a scroll space? Like, oh, because this got, like, caved in because of bombing or something. And then this is, like, this makes the old reveal look like fucking dog shit. Because actually, originally we couldn't really do fog, because the fog would then also make the entire, like, desert into like a dark red on the edges, which looked really bad. But then Victoria figured out a way to make it so that the fog, that we have a material where the fog only affects things that are above the player. So even though I'm going all the way up, the fog doesn't affect the sand at all. But the further down you go, the more it affects the earth mover. So it actually creates like the sense of scale that it's supposed to have.
Yeah, and in the original version, people didn't really understand that these were the roots from the trees in the previous level. And so, yeah, you vertex painted the sand to be red around it, and I did bespoke models for the roots that were a lot more detailed, and added some little tufts of leaves coming off of them, and it got the idea across, like, immediately for everybody, and they're like, oh,
yeah.
It's all clicking, it's all coming together.
Get out of here. The actual model we kept the same, and you didn't have to remaking anything.
Like for the Earth Mover itself?
Yeah.
There's one thing.
What was it?
The explosion that has a custom model.
Yeah, okay, I forgot that it also uses a custom model. Yeah, the explosion is another thing that people complained that the original was kind of lame because it's just a normal, like, scaled up explosion. It's like, yeah, that's true. I do have to, like, redo that somehow. And then initially, I think Victoria, you did pretty much everything on that explosion.
Yeah, I did
Except
the
for, like,
explosion.
Yeah, except for like the blood rain, that was the one thing.
Oh
I did.
yeah, you did the blood rain. It was such a good touch.
I forgot I can't use the kill sheet. Oh, I fucked
Oh,
up the level.
shit.
It's ruined.
Uh-oh.
Have to go back. Okay, front. There we go. Yeah, I forgot that we added the gag where if you use the kill cheat, it also instantly kills the Earth Mover. Oh, there's some flickering there.
Someone said, stayed up 30 hours, 1.0 will genuinely kill these people. Yeah, no, like, 7.4 was a rush to get it done for both updates.
Yeah. We really have to rush at the end of every update just because we keep going like, oh, this one thing, oh, this one thing, oh, and we like just keep finding new things to improve and things that we want to add and change. And that's a big part of what makes ULTRAKILL like good in the first place. It's just because we just keep iterating on things and keep finding ways to improve stuff. And eventually you just have to go into the switch and go like, okay, this is just how it's gonna be.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we are literally every time pushing updates to main like an hour before release and having QA on hand to test specific things that we changed, and then sending it and praying that it doesn't break everything.
And sometimes it makes it so that using gasoline on doors makes them slide into infinity.
Yeah, you were like really sore about that for a while.
Yeah, because it's such a like, it should be such an obvious thing, but none of us thought to even try it. But, yeah, here these used to just be like flat like walls, but then I changed it to the sort of soul people layer thing instead, because to make that consistent with how P2 uses like in like magical walls or whatever to close the player in. Oh, he has a good one for the heat haze as well. This interior looks so gross.
Yeah, and you did the dripping particles. And
yeah,
we did some small tweaks to that part.
And it feels really uncomfortable in like a very fitting way. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get out of here.
Someone said 7.4 being rushed really explains the lobotomy. So we knew about it.
We knew about it.
But we didn't think it was as easy to trigger as it was. We didn't realize the extent of it.
Yeah, we were just like, oh, that's like a funny bug that like, oh, if you fly all the way up to the head with a rocket, then you can cause it to kill itself. But no, like, but nobody's gonna do that, so it's fine to leave in. But then like everyone was doing it, and it's like, okay, well now it's gonna be.
And it was happening on accident too. Like if you got hit hard enough by Gutterman, then you could just barely clip the box, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this was something that I had very late. I had the idea of like, oh, we can use this to tutorialize the beam, so it was way too late to actually do it. So I'm glad we had the opportunity with the Revamp update to do that, because it is kind of weird that we just like the magenta beam on the in the boss fight and haven't tutorialized the player on how they work. So this is like a very good, like snappy, like quick, like okay, here it is, here's how it's done, and now it gets used. Which is good since we use them for the providences also. Broad. Actually, I'm not gonna insta-kill that, because we did do a lot of iteration on specifically the force field around this, because initially a lot of people saw the force field and they thought that like that meant that you can't damage the brain. So a lot of people were just waiting around trying to see if they could like when they could damage the brain. So instead it's a lot fainter now, except if you go all the way up close, then you start to see the force field. So now it's actually the intended purpose, where it's like it shows you that you can't go through, but it doesn't stop you from shooting. And I think with the revamp we did the thing where the critical failure countdown timer actually depends on the difficulty setting. Just something I also wanted to do, but had time for it initially. Then we get the actual cool new explosion, which is so much better now. Yay! Man, Victoria, you had and you had to do like a shader thing specifically for these burns.
Yeah. That's something I still need to do some improvements on, not for like visual purposes, but for the compile times. The fact that this shader exists adds like 10 minutes to the game's compile time. But it's worth it because it looks really cool.
Yeah,
and I'll fix that later. But yeah, I had to make a custom version of the model where everything was split up. And then assign like physics colliders to everything, and when it explodes it applies like a force to every individual piece, so they all burst outward in an interesting way.
But it's still like it's more of like a collapse than the original explosion where things just went all over the place.
Yeah.
And I remember when you first were added like the burn things, I was like, that's too yellow, it looks like acid. And you were just like, I want to be done. I want to be done so bad.
Yeah.
And that's actually why the actual trailer that we did for the update, like the one where we're just in Gmod, like we sound really tired because we had been up for like 30 hours by that point.
Yeah, we like just finished doing that.
That's all the levels, so now we can do... is there anything... Oh yeah, we should actually do 4S first. I don't want to do commentary on the encores. We should leave that for after we have all the encores. We'll do 4S, and I don't think there's any... Oh, wait, there is in 5S, because there's at least the new OS art that Salad did.
And 7S.
Yeah, and 7S, that's...
And the trees in
Night.
5S.
Yeah, you can really see the glinting really nicely now.
Yeah, and again, there was a couple things that I wanted to do with the original Clash mode that I didn't have time to do, so we added the belly flop finally, because it always bothered me that there was no ground slam equivalent, but when we originally did Clash mode, I was so fucking tired of it that I just let it go. And then there was no stamina meter, so now you can see your stamina from the actual wings on the model. See how much you left. And I'm pretty sure this was the update where we changed like the physics a bunch and like how the camera works. Because one of the things that made Clash mode originally really difficult to do depth perception on, that the original Crash games didn't have, is the fact that the camera followed V1 when he jumped. So now instead it stays static unless you're like actively climbing or something, which makes it easier to like tell where you're gonna be. And in order to make that possible, because of how high V1 jumps, I actually had to zoom out the camera slightly from the previous version. Just, ow!
Do you always do the like short hops on the sand?
When you're invincible, otherwise you die instantly.
Oh, I see. Forgot that you were using an invincibility cheat.
Yep. Otherwise you could just skip the whole level. And here you have the new models for the rotating things from 4.3. I think that's about everything, so I don't need to play through whole mission. Let's do a quick jump in 5S. Oh, and now you can ring the bell. And this one I'm really happy with. Just this like actually looks like an excavation or something with the floodlight, and the gate has like the bell on it to sort of give you a hint on what you have to do to open it. Trees!
Yippee!
They look so good. Especially in like lighting with like exterior lights and stuff because of the transmission.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the only thing really to look at here is the this art that Salad did. Like, I think it was very last minute.
It was very last minute because the fucking fishing secret level UI art was something that I'd saved for like the very end, along with the Prime Sanctum terminals having all of the light mode versions of the UI assets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on that note, the terminal model.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This one's kind
This
of
one
like
is
a
a-
beige and has the lights off since it's the fishing terminal rather than the
Yeah.
Prime terminal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, slightly different. It has a different texture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
it's
think in total there are 5 different terminals if you include this one as a separate one from the normal Prime Sanctum one.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one we kind of wanted to have be like an almost like Apple look, where it's like very much cleaner and more like consumer friendly than other terminals that you use. And this one was actual pixel art and not text.
Yeah. I'm happy with how that one turned out.
Yeah, I've
it's
seen a couple
cute.
of people like draw V1 with the hat and stuff, and
Mhm.
very cute. Let's do 7. Or I collapse because we've been streaming for 17 billion hours. Just skip.
Can you
I
believe
hope
it,
we're not
guys?
forgetting anything. I think
7
this is the
hours.
very last thing that we have to do.
Expect me, huh? Yeah, the only thing would be like, I could do a quick no clip of P2 just to show the cool like lightning hallway and whatever small changes we did to P1, so I can just change saves and go through those quick. Yeah. Victoria, go ahead and speak.
All right. I guess the most interesting thing about this level is that it was all done in Blender, unlike every other level in the game, which was done in Pro Builder and in Unity. And it had to be done that way because the blood system works completely different. It actually calculates like blood splatters that trail down the walls and stuff, and have like actual pooling to them rather than just be sprites that are scattered around. And so it needs UVs to be able to support that. But I had to make it look like a regular ULTRAKILL level to trick the player. So I did everything very closely on the grid. Oh yeah, and this is the Bong Cloud maneuver in chess.
Because of course it is.
Because of course it is. Yeah, everything was very carefully done on grid to make it look like a real ULTRAKILL level, and it was funny because most people didn't even notice that the blood was a completely different blood system than the rest of the game. It just fits that well, I guess. So that was really funny to see.
And one of the things is that, like, even though it was supposed to look as much or less like a normal ULTRAKILL level as possible, we did, like, on purpose some things that I wouldn't normally do in ULTRAKILL levels. Like, I don't remember. But oh yeah, it was the fact, like, for an example, the fact that an altar is what opens the end gate. Like, that's something that would never happen in actual level.
Yeah.
Pool gets colored.
Trying to think of other interesting things to talk about.
Well, this was we considered making this use portals to make it an actual infinite hit.
Yeah. I don't
we
know
can
if it's
finally
been
talk about that
shared or
on those in trailer.
yeah, I don't know if it's been shared around, but I posted a video of it in the ULTRAKILL Discord where it shows that the ceiling and the floor, like that hole, there was a matching one on the ceiling and it wrapped around and you could fall through it infinitely. But we decided that we didn't want to tease something that we wanted to have a big reveal for the upcoming layer. So yeah, we just made it into a giant pit.
That would require having it in the code, and then people could make mods and stuff out of it before we had the chance to use it properly, which could really take the magic out of it. But this is still in the code, and obviously this is way too important to talk about. So
yeah.
Is there any? Yeah, we can just the actual, like, reflections with the rooms. Yeah.
Yep.
And each
when
of these,
a room gets cleaned, it gets reflections.
And each of these has has a Victoria hidden in them. Because she made the level.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was specifically.
So
it was specifically these light shafts that I was like, okay, I gotta learn how to do these light shafts because these look way better than the old ones that I had.
I was gonna say, this is the like I did a lot of stuff to support 7.4, like beyond just making the model of the Earth Mover. But this is the level where I did virtually everything. You did.
I did some atmospheric.
You took kind of the
stuff.
Yeah, and you took the enemy encounters that I kind of put in as placeholders and made them, feel a little bit more impactful and fun. But yeah, in terms of the washing code and the vacuuming and everything, that was all me. Actually, Zombie did help on the vacuuming code because there were some issues with that.
Thank you, Zombie.
And tracking. Thank you, Zombie. And tracking whether or not things are outside of the rooms that they should be tracked for all the litter. It was a really complicated system to get working, actually, and that's why everybody asks, can you put this in the rest of the game? No, it's never going to happen. It's too much fucking work. That would take months and months to do.
Oh yeah, I forgot I made it so that it just breaks the harpoon so that people don't cause it to glitch out.
Mm-hmm.
I love that
also,
this is pushable.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's something you do too. Like, I really enjoy when there's small little interactable things that make you feel like you're a part of the environment, and it's not just a static thing around you. So, I made sure you could do that. And then, what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, this was the level that, because I had to make all new shaders for all of this stuff. So this was the level that I wrote a master shader for, and then continued to build off of it and upgrade it. And so now the entire game uses the same shader as this. And then what else? You can make the globe go spinny. I think you have to use the washer to do that.
Yay! Yay! You can ruin this chess game. I got a couple things that I can mention that I did, which is with the music. One of the things I did was I matched it to the grandfather clock. So it actually follows the same rhythm.
Oh yeah.
Kind of a bad spot in the music for that. I'll do that again. Because the other thing is the Easter egg. When you whenever you drop something in a pit, there's a small chance of getting like a Easter egg sound. That's the normal one, which is like dumpster sound.
I'm gonna look at questions. Someone said, as a person learning programming, how does the vacuuming code work?
Before answering, can you wait to see if I get the sound so people can hear that? I don't remember the chance for it. I think it's very small, but let's get it at least once. Trust the process. Surely. It would be very funny if we broke it at some point.
Oh my god.
It's just like a 1 in 50 chance or something, or 1 in 100.
Let's go gambling. Well, I can answer that question.
You're actually gonna fucking clear out the whole room.
Oh, I'm waving up. I think you've already seen that I am very adamant when I want to achieve something. Like when I play a bad video game.
So the way the vacuum works is it just applies a force on physics objects. It pulls them towards like a detection zone. No more litter.
It's okay. There's another
And once they, I think that the middle pit has a higher chance. I can't remember though. But yeah, small gips just get sucked up. They get deleted by default. Large ones get attached to a detection point, like on the root of the vacuum, and then if you like hit the reverse on the vacuum cleaner, it pushes things away instead. Let's see. Do you have any commentary on the music?
Alright, I'm just gonna give up on that for now then. Yeah, no, just about it is that you can hear it better now with the actual drums. That this is matched on me.
One other thing I can say is that, you know, people, I was really worried that people would really hate this level, but there's a number of people who it's their favorite level in the game and they wanted to have it be more challenging, and so after launch I was like, hey, can I put a toggle in the menu to make it have it to where you have to get it 99.99% clean, and the kid was like, if you want, sure. And so there are like time lapses on YouTube of people spending like 7 hours doing just this and loving every moment of it, and I'm so happy for that. So like object has opposite force applied to it and moves in the direction of the force, and if big it gets stuck, and if small it sucks in it. Yep, that's all it does. The water on the sprayer is a lot more difficult. It spawns particles, and when they hit the ground, it does basically what the blood does in universe. There it is.
The one with the fucking cat meow and like the kettle or whatever that just keeps spinning for a while. It's so dumb, but I love it.
Did you want to do the
Super
ghosts?
secret? Yeah.
Do we have to restart for that?
Yeah, because I had cheats on. Well, I guess but I want to do the super secret as well.
Okay.
Have to. Really now, let's.
Oh, this
not,
is gonna take a while.
Yeah, let's not. I'll just do the. Wonder if I can just. Yes.
Yeah, you can no click in there.
Ah, my ears.
The single lane click.
And yeah, this was Victoria's plan.
I think I just did it without telling you at first, and then I was like, hey, check this out, and you're like, alright, thank you. Because like, I was trying to do things to, you know, differentiate this level from just like normal like power washing sim or whatever, and I was like, well, what are other ways to clean up? So vacuum cleaner made sense, and then it's like, if I'm doing a vacuum cleaner, then I have to do the sucking up ghosts with it. one thing that we didn't talk about at all would be the death screen.
Oh yeah. What's there to say about it?
It's got a custom glitch shader.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think I saw like a clip on Twitter of some game where like something started glitching out the screen. I was like, oh, we should do that for like a death thing of like when you die, like the game starts glitching out, and then. But I still wanted to keep this classic like death screen thing, so then we came up with the idea of the of this like once like it visually shuts down, the one dies, then it just cuts to this, and I think it makes for a really strong contrast where you have like a really loud build up and then it just suddenly cuts to silence and this solitary laugh. Okay, did you want to say anything about the shader?
There's not too much to say about it. It's kind of the same thing that happens on the walls of Limbo when they glitch out, just applied to the screen itself, and then some tweaks to make it feel more appropriate.
Yeah. Which I hopefully have. Yeah. Let's do a quick fly through. One thing is like we made the Prime Sanctums have actual glow now, so they look more different from all the rest. But one thing that I remember struggling a little bit is that the start pipe and end pipe used to have like lights here as well, with the same way that they have like here. But then it became as you were like dropping into level, it created this like really bright flickering because of how fast it was scrolling. So we ended up just removing the lights entirely and having it fade in here instead. Not cause seizures or that. Actual spine is the same, except I added some red fog sort of particle system to create a bit more depth and stuff. And in particular, it's actually connected to the torch that you're carrying. So it's not actually filling out the entire space, it's just filling out the surrounding of the torch.
Someone's been asking what do you consider like the official anniversary, like the day that you started development or the early access release date?
I don't know.
I guess both of those could be true.
Yeah, we kind of celebrate all of them. And when the game comes out 1.0, we'll start celebrating that too.
It's good that we didn't show the super secret on 7S as well, because the water shader is bugged on that level right now.
Oh right, yeah, good call. Oh yeah, and this is one I remember when we first added like a sign to the terminal, and Dave was like, I don't really like that. I think it looks too silly. It's like, no, just trust me. And like as soon as we see it in like a dark space like this, it's like, okay, yeah, no, it was absolutely the right choice. But here, in order to make the because this was a difficult arena to like clean up, because we wanted to make sure that the arena stays like super clean and free of obstructions. It's like, okay, how do we make it look better? And then that's when I was like, oh, actually we can do the parasites, because like connected over to Minos, so we can do the parasites and add those as like decorations on the sides. That's what we ended up doing, and then just made the eyes easier to see because they're like below and they pop out more now, because some people are having difficulty finding them. Then up here you can't really see it because of the fog, but there's actually like a mouth thing. And then once the once the flesh prison dies, change to wait for that lower to see the full cutscene. But there's a bunch of things that happen. The floor becomes static. It switches to a version of the texture that's less red, because otherwise the blue light makes it green. And then the blood gets all cleaned out and stuff. And then once you get into this fight, you get you start to move again, but it still keeps the like lower saturation, specifically so that it just colored light doesn't look green, just look awful. But also the mouth here is closed now because it doesn't need to be open to have the thing from the flesh before. And then there's one last lighting change with at the end. Once he dies, the whole arena gets this like cold blue fog, which I think is super cool looking. Probably my favorite aspect of it, especially because you only like see the silhouettes of the parasites now. Oh yeah, and here's the Prime terminal version of SmileOS 2.0, which is supposed to look like a text editor.
Yeah.
And the actual proper model with the proper texture. There's much to show, but I want to show a couple of things. The rain, we added the rain shader, and then added some little puddles, because I really liked how it makes your like footstep sounds like a splash. Some trims and body props. Oh yeah, this spot I really like with like fenced off, and you see a flooded section down there. Here I added a grading thing, because this was just a square room again, so I just added like a grading thing to add a little bit more depth to the floor, and then in the corners I added the trims. Oh yeah, and I did actually edit the thing about this is that most of the P2 exterior areas are just reusing this like kind of building exterior thing, so I did some like extrusions and trimming and stuff to give it more three-dimensionality, and that helped a lot of the level. And this building actually has like a roof now, so it looks kind of like a chapel or something. And then yeah, here we get the blue wall thing too. If it comes from it. Oh yeah, here's the bone frolicking. More of these raiders.
Bone particles. That's so cool.
The biggest.
Someone said, do you write music with actual instruments in mind?
Not really, no. It makes it a huge pain in the ass to actually record a guitar that's physically impossible to record, but I just do that with like editing it. Oh yeah, here's the big one. It's just making this way cooler with like the lightning bolts and the stormy light mist and stuff. Because it used to just be like the red tube hallway, but now it actually looks like some kind of a eye in the storm. Makes it way more memorable and striking.
I remember you couldn't get the UVs for it to work with Pro Builder, so I had to do them custom in Blender.
Yeah, because otherwise you saw the seams really clearly, because they didn't match up with the with each other. I think there's one seam where it doesn't match up somewhere.
What?
No, just because like in order to wrap it around. But I guess
I think I made it seamless.
Yeah, that must have been on my version. Like there used to be a seam and you made. Otherwise, this looks about the same. I remember this decoration specifically of making these cool little curves, because this was about the moment where we realized that there's no way for us to actually have the enemy rewrite this update. I remember this room clearly. I do love these little curves and such. They actually don't. The textures don't stop raining when the rain stops, but you know, worry about it.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's candles.
Thank you, Angela Collier. Very cool.
Oh yeah, and this was something that someone on the Discord had the idea for that I thought was cool enough that I actually wanted to add it. Where it's like, are you sure? Like pop-ups instead of just having it as a block of text. It's way more charactered. And I think the arena is mostly I changed something about the floor, like the patterns and such, but not really anything worth remarking on beyond that.
You also added light shafts to the floor.
Oh yeah. Important, very important.
A visitor.
Of course.
Indeed. I have seen
Yeah, I think that's everything then.
the kingdom of heaven.
That's the stream.
My name.
Unless we have anything else that we forgot to mention.
I don't think so.
I don't think
I hope not.
No, we're not gonna do encores in this stream. If we do an encore commentary thing, then I want to do once all the encores are done.
Oh. Can you believe that, like, yesterday I was like, oh yeah, I could probably get some work done after.
Yeah, well,
That's not happening.
I don't think we expected this to take just as long as the previous stream. So I'm glad we ended up using the bad time so that we actually had everyone awake for the entirety of it except Heckteck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was great. She's like, it's so cool. I can lay down and be on the call. Like, you're gonna fall asleep.
Like when we used to watch
I'm just gonna go lay down.
when we used to watch the Grenada Sherlock Holmes show with Salad. Like, I'll just go lay down. It's like you were not gonna stay awake.
Oh, it's so cool that I can watch this and also be laying down at the same.
Yeah, and at some point it's just like, oh, that's funny, and then you just don't respond. It's like, oh. You remember the fucking episode where they in the Grenada Sherlock Holmes show where they where the guy injects orangutan semen to become like a monster orangutan man?
I knew what you were about to say.
I remember that one.
And
I remember that one.
Yeah, we actually looked it up. We're like, what the fuck? And it is an actual Arthur Conan Doyle story.
It's so fucking insane. That's not even show specific. That's just in the story.
What was it called? It was called like the I don't remember. Yeah, you can look up like fucking Sherlock Holmes orangutan story to find it. It was so fucking bizarre because it's like season 6 or something.
Oh yeah, it's late.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess are there any questions that we want to? We can't do any fraud teasers because this is straight up just a public build. This is access to only whatever y'all have access to. So.
Yeah, fucking Hikita, earlier when you went to Alt Tab the game and you had something open on the same monitor, we were freaking the fuck out because we thought that you were streaming with your screen, but
no, just
not.
the game. How much of fraud is done? 8.1 is pretty much completely done. 8.2 is like, I would say maybe 3/4 there. But I mentioned in the Don't Look Up video that like we're facing a lot of difficulties specifically because of getting the portals to work with enemies. So we were kind of stuck for a very long time with that. Like I was initially like, oh, I'll just like take a break from development for a while that gets figured out. But it's like it just kept dragging for like multiple months, and it's like, okay, no, I like I just had to keep trying to do things. So we have a lot of 8.2 like sort of figured out in terms of geometry and stuff, but a lot of it's likely gonna have to change once we actually start being able to put enemies in the level, because it's kind of just like guesswork at this point to see the pacing and stuff. But just yesterday we picked up 2 new programmers, so hopefully we'll be able to pick up the pace on that and get to proper testing.
Yippee!
I mean, we're planning to get it released this year. That's why we picked up 2 new programs. It's always possible that it won't happen, but that we are absolutely trying our best to make sure that it does happen.
Here,
Oh, the 30 asked a question I have about the flashlight in 7.3 is about if the light is managed by a vertices. Looks polygonal. Yeah, all the lighting in the game is vertex lights.
here, just pull up the screenshot that I linked. Just that, you know.
What?
This one. There you go. That's what they get.
I can't pull it up on stream, so I don't know how to do. Let me see if I can just like drag and drop it. Like, yeah. Oh, it disappeared.
Oh,
Hold on.
there we go. That's what they get.
Where is it? It doesn't show up on my screen.
It showed up for half a second.
Yeah, I don't know. Mysterious. That's you get half a second. That's the best you get. You know what
Do
you're
they
gonna
know
do for
about the
8S? Yeah.
The door.
Much does the team engage with fan com? A very weird way to phrase that. I mean, I do all the ULTRAKILL Twitter account retweets, so I see everything on every like fan art on Twitter that gets tagged with like hashtag ULTRAKILL or whatever. We like occasionally videos or whatever that we look at.
Yeah, we watch some YouTube videos sometimes. That I forget their name. The sock puppet series. That one's pretty good.
Yeah, like I enjoyed that. Yeah, I think I very rarely, but occasionally I'll listen to like one of those like unofficial soundtrack things. But I just want to. The same reason I don't really play any of the custom levels yet is just I don't want to end up like accidentally ripping off anyone. So I try to avoid that. And I tried reading like the first ever ULTRAKILL fanfiction, but I didn't find it very interesting, and there's probably a bunch now, and I just have not read any of it. It's one of those things where it bothers me too much that characters will act out of character, and just like that's not what would happen. That's missing the point. That's not, and it's like obviously it's someone else's story, but I just don't have any interest. Kid, I remember you were watching Tower Mario 64 tutorial. What does that mean? I was watching a Super Mario 64 video one time, but that's because I just watch videos sometimes. I exist outside of ULTRAKILL.
What? What?
Any fraud music you can share?
No.
Yeah, you can go on YouTube and look up No Devil Lived On, and you can go check that out.
Oh yeah, it's Professor Sock. That's the channel that made the videos that I was talking about.
official custom level support when the full game comes out. We've got Tundra, so yeah.
And once the programmers manage to get out of the portal mines and then go into custom level mines.
Any common misconceptions about lore story that the community still adopts? Yeah, lots, but you know.
I try to avoid any conversations about that stuff just because it bothers me so much when people misunderstand things and I want to correct them, but I know that like people will take anything I say as gospel, so it's just like it's not worth it. The game have a full release, Layer 9 out or when? It's gonna be... The current plan is that Layer 8 is gonna come out as its own update before the end of the year, and then Layer 9 and P3 and 8S will be the 1.0 update, and then Encores will be a post-release update. Any of that's liable to... Programmers are... Heckteck, Peter, and Scott, and then yesterday we added Eugene and Luke. So it's 5 now. I'm not gonna hint at anything that's upcoming. Don't. Victoria, what was your favorite model to make?
The city that you see in the fraud trailer.
Seemed painful.
I think the rewards, like getting to see how it all came out. I don't know, Earth Movers, also up there. Even though that was also like maybe I just like pain. Don't read into that too much.
Oh, what model do you hate the most?
Okay. I don't, like hate any models. Things that I wish that I could go back and improve. Like Minotaur, the Idol. What else? The Ferryman ship, I'm still not super satisfied with how its texture came out, so I would like to improve that. But you gotta kill things at some point.
All have favorite personal characters. I think that's a better question for you, because I can't really pick favorites out of things.
I have a pretty easy favorite, but
Fair.
I don't know. That's all I'll say.
But Victoria.
I just took my mic around. Can you see me?
Oh god.
When did
Oh,
you
God.
black metal recordings do?
Can I McDonald's mode? Okay, hold on.
Hello, I am under the water. Please help me.
Most satisfying enemy to kill. I think you should be asking that from the players and not the developers. Has your vision for the game changed meaningfully at all over the last 5 years? It changes like every day. One of those things where a vision is never like a static thing. always changing.
I think my favorite, like, what was it exactly? Favorite character, or
Yeah, character.
if that means character as in like having actual characterization, I mean it's,
I think in any way.
you know,
Whichever
in any
way you
way.
choose.
I
Because
mean,
otherwise the
I
answer is
think that-
Gabe, obviously.
Right. I don't know. Maybe the mannequin.
My answer remains the same.
Yeah, no, it's tough
really
because
like
you know I
him.
would want to have the similar answer to yours, but you know,
He was made for me.
will you ever do a promotion where you buy ULTRAKILL and get 2 vials of estrogen for free? Yeah, we're planning on that.
But actually, the vials of estrogen automatically go to Victoria. He has a huge warehouse of free estrogen he got from Ultra.
Favorite pixel in 0-1?
I like the one where he says Pac-Man's a bad guy. I think that's a good spot to stop it. Alright. Have a great night, day, morning, whatever y'all have. Okay, bye.